The manga begins with a young man sitting in front of table and reading a book. He is the seventh son of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult leader. Woon said, "Brother-in-law, what brings you here?" The person behind the door said, "I have a gift from the cult leader." Woon said, "A gift for me from the cult leader?" Haisha Corps Captain, Lee Seung-gun, said, "That's right." Woon said, "What kind of gift is it?" Lee Seung-gun said, "A fine booze brewed by a master in Fuse Hall." Woon said, "It's not booze, but rather, it's poison," and thought to himself, "It's been 7 years since I've moved to this remote village. I've already expressed that I have no plans to rise to power, yet that isn't enough to free myself." Lee Seung-gun said, "1 sip and you'll have a painless death." Woon said, "How many men did you bring?" Lee Seung-gun said, 32 men of the Haisha Corps. "The truth is, I should be enough. However, what ifs exist in this world?" Woon closed the book that he is reading. Lee Seung-gun thought, for the great demonic swordsman to have to cut a scholar that's been reading books and painting, how pathetic. Woon said, "You've made a grave mistake, brother-in-law." Lee Seung-gun said, "A mistake?" Thought, "What? With this bloodthirst?" And said, "You've been hiding your claws all this time?" And start the fight with each other. After a while, the members of Haisha Corps talked to each other. One said, "The fight's been going on for a while now." Other said, "It's taking the commander quite a while. Even if others say he's weak, he's still the former cult leader's son. He must be putting up a fight. Is there a skill that the young sir has been hiding? If that's not the case, I am quite disappointed." Vice Captain of Haisha Corps said, "Stop the chit-chat and be on guard. If he manages to get away, all of you will not see another sunrise." Haisha Corps members said, "Yes sir." Vice Captain thought, has he really been hiding his skills all along? However, that will make no difference. The only ones that can block a sword strike of a captain is someone of a very high expertise. It will make no sense to even think that he would be of that level. Haisha Corps Captain, Lee Seung-gun, he had made a name for himself from a young age with his amazing swordsmanship skills. At 30 years of age, when he had become the son-in-law of the former cult leader, the captain may be taking a long time on purpose for the young sir's pride. "The fight must be over. I can smell the bloodshed." Members of Haisha Corps said, "Captain's coming out." Vice Captain said, "Wait. That's not the captain. Everyone draw your swords." Members of Haisha Corps said, "Was the 7th son of the cult leader this strong?" Woon said, "Haisha Corps, this is your chance to run away. Now run." Not a single one of you ran away. Not bad for one of the representing forces of the demon cult. Now then, don't blame me for what happens next. Vice Captain of Haisha Corps thought, he's strong? And that crimson light coming out of his sword is definitely sword ki. Was the purpose of hiding away in a remote village to train his swordsmanship? Retreating would be impossible. Retreating also means death. Damn it, there's no going back now. He can use phantom blades as well. Sword ki wasn't the only problem. Is this the reason why the cult leader decided to kill his siblings? Here he comes. From left, what, damn it. Him defeating the captain wasn't just a fluke. The mission was a fail. Woon thought, to think my inner ki runs out from just using a bit of sword ki like that. The wound on my stomach worries me a bit, but it's not fatal. Let's just focus on how I am going to escape. Then he hit by an attack from behind. Name of the attack is Heavenly Demon God Arts and Point 13 Heavenly Demon Ray. The attacker is Heavenly Demon God Cult Leader, Myeong-gak, said, "I knew this would happen. Phantom blades are way above your skill level. It's a good thing I tagged along." Woon said, "Myeong-gak." He said, "This makes it the 2nd time I've used it." Woon thought, is he telling me to be proud that it was used on me? Damn it, I didn't expect Myeong-gak to be here. From the start, I had no chances of making it out alive. Then he said, "Myeong-gak. No, Hyung. I want to ask you one last question." Myeong-gak said, "Go on. I'll gladly hear my little brother's last words." Woon said, "I have never thought about taking father's seat." "But why you go to such lengths?" Myeong-gak said, "Woon, didn't I tell you before? The winner takes everything. The one who becomes the cult leader gets everything, and the ones who couldn't loses everything. That is the law of the Heavenly Demon God Cult." Woon said, "Just because of that?" Myeong-gak said, "Just because? Are you subjecting the cult's law and order to shame?" Woon said, "That law and order, I don't care about it." Myeong-gak said, "Anything else you'd like to say?" Woon thought, I have reached my limit. I can't get my legs to work anymore. Myeonggak said, I'll bury you where the sun will shine on your grave nicely. Woon shouted. Myeonggak, is this the end? Damn it, I couldn't even retort back at his words. Then he hear the voice, do you regret it? Woon said, I would be lying if I say I don't. I shouldn't have ran away back then. He hear a voice again, do you wish to fight again? Woon said, if that's possible, I will fight with all my might. He hear voice, that's good. Woon said, it hurts, I can't breathe. Have I fallen to the water hell that the Heavenly Demon Dod Cult talks about? If that's the case, I can't say that this is just. If I am guilty of a sin, the sin must be me fighting to survive. The ones that should go to hell are Myeonggak and the other brothers that let such a dishonorable family feud go on. I shouldn't be the one that goes to hell, you hear me? Girl said, young sir, are you alright? Young sir? Breathe out. Woon thought this place is, if I remember correctly, this place is the Myeong Palace. The place where the cult leader and other important members. Then he hear a voice from behind saying to him, you idiot, how did you like that? Woon said, this is Myeong-tak voice. This is a horrible dream. No way, have I fallen to the same hell where Myeong-tak fell to? How did I end up with that pig? Servant said, don't say things like that, young sir. Myeong-tak said, you, what the hell are you saying? You mongrel? Woon said, why you pig? Say that again. Myeong-tak said, you think I won't? You mongrel? You dirty mongrel bastard. Servant said, please stop, young sir. Woon said, what the? Did I just get pushed over by that weakling? And see reflection of his face in water. Wait a second. This face is from when I was 11. Myeong-tak said, drowned to fucking death? You slippery bastard. Some person intervenes and stands between the two, stopping the young sirs. Woon said, Jong-moon, and thought, why is Jong-moon here? He shouldn't be here. Jong-moon, formerly a Black Tortoise Corps member, and rose to be the captain of the Black Tortoise Corps, followed by reaching the highest level of martial arts. A self-made man. The Jong-moon I knew was in his 50s, but the one in front of me is young. That face obviously belongs to a young man in his 20s. Come to think of it, Myeong-tak is also young. Jong-moon thought, the 7th sir knows my name? How? I've never met him before. But, if he knows my name, and said I, Jong-moon, the Black Tortoise Corps' 17th captain greets the 7th sir. Myeong-tak said, hey, don't you know that I'm in a higher position than him? Then he said, Jong-moon, the Black Tortoise Corps' 17th captain greets the 6th sir. Please forgive me for not greeting you sooner, 6th sir. Myeong-tak said, ahem, ahem. If you want to work in the Myeong Palace, then you should know who's who. Jong-moon said, my sincerest apologies to the two sirs. As you may know, in the Myeong Palace a small quarrel might grow into a bloodbath. Please watch your actions. Woon said, I understand. Myeong-tak said, I know that. I was just playing around with my little brother. I am off then. Woon thought, I remember these events clearly. 27 years ago, my 6th elder brother shoved me into a pond. I didn't know how to swim and almost drowned to death, and later suffered from a cold for over 10 days. Then does that mean I've been brought back to the past? Normally, I would think that I am dreaming. But a dead man can't dream. The one who asked me those questions in the abyss granted me another chance. Then, I don't know who you are, but, this time, I will fight with everything I've got. To keep my promise, no matter what. No matter what happens, I'll defeat Myeonggak. In order to do that, Jong-moon thought a fight between two young sirs. Though they're still young, what a tiresome thing. Woon said, you're Jong-moon, right? He said, that's correct, sir. Woon said, I've been taught to pay back those who help me. Jong-moon said, no need, you don't pay anything back, sir. I have just done what was right for me to do. Woon thought, is he saying this is something so trivial that he doesn't need anything as a reward? And said, nonsense. I shall reward you for helping me no matter what. Jong-moon thought getting rewarded for helping someone is not a simple matter. If I am rewarded with a formal sword in front of anyone, then I might be mistaken as one of the men on the 7th sir's side. That is not a good thing in the Myeong Palace. And said that, young sir, there's no need. Really? Woon thought, that's the Jong-moon I know. He must have read my thoughts. But it's too late. And said, Captain Jong, are you really trying to stop me from doing what father has taught me? And thought, father is the Heavenly Demon Dod Cult's leader and the demon path's absolute. He won't be able to refuse. Jong-moon said, how could I dare to do such a thing? Please forgive this grave mistake I've made. Woon said there's no need for forgiveness, is there? I just wanted to do what my father had taught me to do, and thought marking the one of the greatest swordsmen to be is something one should not hesitate to do. Then he said Zhang Moon shall follow young sir's wishes. Servant running on the back of Woon said young sir, sir, what happened? Woon said it's just a bit of water, and thought Kong Ha-won, the head manager of the West Quarters, and the one who curses his appointment to the West Quarters. If I remember correctly, he wanted to be appointed to the North Quarters where the fifth elder brother is. Well, he's got quite the background. Kong Ha-won said to girl servant bring something to wipe with. Woon continue with its thoughts I am not sure why, but he was appointed to be in charge of the West Quarters, not the North ones like he had wished for. That was probably why. Kong Ha-won said how did this happen? Girl said I'm sorry. It was between the sixth sir, so I wasn't able to go between the two. Kong Ha-won said but still? Woon said it's fine if you have the time to scold the maids, go prepare the bathwater. Kong Ha-won said bathwater? Woon said are you going to take responsibility if I catch a cold? Said that's enough to the girl with towel. Kong Ha-won said no sir, I'll go prepare it right away. Woon thought 27 years ago, I caught a bad cold just because I fell in a pond. I have protected my body with a breathing technique so I will be okay, but I should be careful just in case. Kong Ha-won thought young sir's tone is different than before. Woon thought of older memory back then. Kong Ha-won subtly ignored me. His hard-working traits faded away and were replaced by arrogance and laziness. All because he didn't get appointed to the place he wanted. I shall not show weakness in front of him this time. Girl said the bathwater is ready. Woon said make sure no one comes in while I bathe. Girl said yes, young sir. Kong Ha-won thought was his voice always that loud? Woon said head manager Kong, where's your answer? Kong Ha-won said me. Woon said, I will say it once more. Make sure no one comes in. Kong Ha-won said understood young sir. The 7th Sir Myeong-woon's quarters were close to the west gate, hence it was called the West Quarters. In the West Quarters, Myeong-woon's maids, servants, and the head manager together cared for Myeong-woon. Even though he was of the lowest rank amongst his brothers, he still had a potential to become a cult leader. Woon said this sure feels nice. I've definitely aged quite a bit seeing that I'm saying what old people say. Before I died, I was close to my 40s. An age where I am too young to be called old, but too old to be called young. Let's just say I'm still young. Anyways, this doesn't look good, even my bones are skinny. Now I get why the master sighed when he saw me. Now that I think about it, was it 3 years from now that I met my master? The year when I turned 15, father appointed Phantom Sword Arts Master, Wang Jun as my master. It couldn't be helped since I had no master up until that age. 3 years until I turn 15. That means that I'll have to train alone for 3 years. I've already mastered everything there is to Phantom Sword Arts. The problem is, Phantom Blades itself. Although it's not on par with Master, I can proudly say that I've resolved all the misunderstandings of Phantom Blades. But I was no match to Myeonggak, who had mastered the Heavenly Demon God Arts. Heavenly Demon God Arts, a vision of visions passed on by the first cult leader, Shenma, the Divine. It is said that whoever acquires this can reach the pinnacle of martial arts, and go beyond the limits and ascend to the absolute and above. The rumors were true. Out of all the cult's martial arts I know of, none of them are a match for that. Said to break the opponent's inner ki completely just by a touch. Great Ki Transformation Technique. Myeong-jin, the third cult leader nicknamed Demon's Creation. Infinite Great Mountain Divine Arts. Both were enough to send the heavens and earth into a state of fear. However, both did not reach the level of the Heavenly Demon God Arts. Then, how well will the 9 sect, 1 guilds, arts that are said to exorcise the evil? Shaolin Temple's Yujin Jing, Mount Hua sects, Violet Cloud Divine Technique, Weidang sects, Taiki Sword Arts. No, it's none of those. You can deflect an attack from the Heavenly Demon God Arts, but it's impossible to do anything else. Huh? I'm an idiot? I don't need to worry about finding a martial art stronger than the Heavenly Demon God Arts? I just need to become the cult leader to be? Kong Ha-won said so what you're saying is that he fell into the pond and had a fight with the 6th sir. Is that all? Girl said yes, and just when the fight was getting heated, someone from the Black Tortoise Corps stopped them. Kong Ha-won said the Black Tortoise Corps? Girl, said the 17th captain, Myeong-moon. Kang Ha-won, said someone from the Black Tortoise Corps swooped in, and thought to himself, is the Black Tortoise Corps looking out for the 7th, sir? No, that's impossible. The Black Tortoise Corps leader is close to the 4th, sir, or is he not? Then said anything else? Girl said no, sir. Kang Ha-won thought that's weird. There has to be more to it. Girl with green dress said head manager. Young sir called for you. Kang Ha-won thought, why now? And say that I'll be there later. Girl said young sir says that he wants to see you now. Kang Ha-won said right now? Girl said young sir said so firmly. Kang Ha-won thought, I can't ignore it when he orders like that, and said, I'll head over. He said head manager Kang Ha-won greets the young sir. Woon said, Manager Kang, you're here? Kang Ha-won said, yes, I heard you called for me. Woon thought it seems like he dislikes my call, and said it's nothing much, but I'd like to sell the books in my study. Kang Ha-won thought, a bookworm selling the books in his study? What's up with him? And said, by any chance, may I ask the reason? Woon said, I'd like to spend some money. Kang Ha-won said, if you need pocket money, I can give you some. Woon said, I need 1,000 liang though? Kang Ha-won thought, 1,000 liang. Is this little kid playing a joke on me right now? And said, young sir, your jokes are a bit too far. Woon said, I'm starting a business, so is not 1,000 liang cheap? Kang Ha-won thought, a business? A business after all this time? He said, ha ha ha. A business? Are you talking about a business? Woon said, General Kang, does it look like I am joking? Kang Ha-won said, without a maternal family who will serve as your backing, or a teacher to teach martial arts, the youngest master with the lowest ranking? Are you really trying to start a business right now? Woon thought, it may seem like he's pouring his anger on me, but he must be saying it to himself. The West Quarters, this place is too small of a cage to spread the wings of ambition. If he was appointed as the general, he must have had quite the ability. His retirement must also have been because of the situation he's facing. Should I revive his talent? Woon said, General Kang, if there is a master who would become my teacher, and family who would be my backing, will it be possible? Kang Ha-won said, is there really a family who would become your backing? Woon said, yes, there is. Kang Ha-won said, what kind of family is it? Woon said, I can't tell you now. That's because I don't trust you fully yet. Kang Ha-won thought, the 7th sir has no ties to bluffing or lying. If that kind of kid is saying this, he definitely has someone. Woon said, are there any more questions? Kang Ha-won said, I have a mountain of questions, but it doesn't seem like you're going to answer my questions properly. I shall follow your desire? Woon said, then, General Kang, prepare a military uniform. Use the highest grade silk, and dress according to those of the Black Tortoise Corps. Kang Ha-won said, military uniform, yes, young sir? You must be talking about the military uniform of Myeong-moon, the 17th captain of the Black Tortoise Corps. If so, you may rest assured. I shall prepare something that fits your body type perfectly. Woon thought, ha, look at how someone can change just because of one's drive. In how many days can you prepare it? Kang Ha-won said, I shall prepare it at the date you wish. Woon said, what about tomorrow? Kang Ha-won said, I shall pull an all-nighter and prepare it. Woon said, it's not your job to make clothes anyway, is it? There's no need to torment the attendants. Prepare it within 3 days. Kang Ha-won thought, not only did his tone simply change his attitude while naturally giving orders. Has he been hiding his claws up until now? What's certain is that there's someone behind him. Neither the cult leader nor the heir may have seen that he has someone backing him up. The 7th sir has no maternal family. 3 days later, Kang Ha-won said, this is the military uniform you wanted. It was perfectly prepared while keeping in mind the record of the Black Tortoise Corps. Woon thought he even got the size accurate. Does that mean that talent can appear differently depending on who uses it? And said, I'm going to the Black Tortoise Corps right away, so prepare. Kang Ha-won said, are you going there yourself? Woon said, why, is that weird? Kang Ha-won said, honestly speaking, I think it's excessive. Woon said, why is that? Kang Ha-won said, Myeong-moon is the leader of the Black Tortoise Corps, but his ranking is low. Those who make the center of the Black Tortoise Corps are often leaders of a single-digit teams called the 10 Wings. As the 17th captain, Myeong-moon is very different from them. I don't think it's enough for you to reward him yourself. Woon said, it's not enough to reward him myself? General Kang, that's why I'm going. Kang Ha-won said, perhaps, are you trying to provoke envy from the 4th sir? Woon said fourth Hyung's envy. Why do you think so? Kang Ha-won said the fourth sir is an envious person, so he has a habit of suspecting others. If one of the Black Tortoise Corps leaders is tied with you, it'll provoke his suspicion. Woon said you saw right through it. The envious fourth brother won't use Jong-moon for much and abandon him. All we have to do is pick him up then. Kang Ha-won thought this is a strategy that a 12-year-old came up with, and said you're actually a really scary person. Did you oversee it all with that one strategy? Woon thought all the way. Is there something I don't know? And said General Kang. Tell me what you think. I'd like to compare if it's just like my thoughts. Kang Ha-won said before creating the clothes, I looked up things related to Jong-moon. Jong-moon is an earnest man, but his martial arts aren't to the extent to be called a master. But his background is unique. Jong-moon's father is a self-centered martial artist, but he didn't receive a high reputation. But his mother was different. She was one of the 8 families of the Great Mountain, the Gishusok clan. Woon thought so Jong-moon's maternal family was the Sok family. If so, the fact that he reached the 4 great protection laws was not only due to his skills. Kang Ha-won said if we have Jong-moon, we'll be closer with the Gishusok clan, and if we have the power of the Gishusok clan, you calculated that it'll become of great help to your business? Woon said but if I want to get their power, I'll have to prove that I'm worthy of their support. Then, shall we go to obtain the first badge of approval? Then he meet a woman and give him a box. The woman said thank you. Kang Ha-won said what is this? Woon said you'll find out soon. Let's go to the Black Tortoise Corps now, General Kang. Black Tortoise Corps Superintendents. Kang Ha-won said it with a loud voice. The 7th Sir of the West Quarters would like to pay a visit to the Black Tortoise Corps. 2 persons standing at the gate entrance. 1 person greetings to the young sir. The other person run inside and said Vice Corps Leader, the 7th Sir has come. Vice Corps Leader said the 7th Sir? Gate guard said yes, he's in front of the main gate with his attendants. Woon thought, I may not have any backings, but I'm still the son of the cult leader. On top of that, if I came together with the attendants. Vice Corps Leader said it seems like something's happening. Gate guard said what should we do? Vice Corps Leader thought I don't have to step up for no reason, and said call the first Captain Gwon-taek. Gwon-taek thought 7th Sir really did drag his followers with him. Whatever happens, it would have been nice to figure this out without seeing blood, though. He said I am the first team leader, Gwon-taek. What did young sir come to find the Black Tortoise for? Woon said for I have received help from a Black Tortoise squad warrior recently, I came to reward them. Gwon-taek thought it wasn't a grudge or to cause trouble. I can take care of something like this dozens of times. But I still cannot fully be at ease. Since in the Heavenly Demon Dod Cult, there are many men who claim the opposite when talking about a certain case. Well, the 7th Sir doesn't look like someone who would do that, though. He recalled what Il-hoon said to him you can figure out the line on your own. Thanks to you, I can sit back and relax all the time. Compared to Il-hoon, 7th Sir is much better. Always saying thanks with only his mouth. He said though, young sir, who do you mean by the Black Tortoise Squad's warrior? Woon said the 17th team leader, Jong-moon. Gwon-taek said could I ask what kind of help team leader Jong has given you? In other words, you mean that team leader Jong has distinguished himself? Woon said that's right. Kang Ha-won thought isn't that a bit too sugar-coated compared to what actually happened? Woon said and so I have come to reward him like so. I ask of you, please give this to team leader Jong. Gwon-taek though if it's something like silver ingots there shouldn't be a problem. And he said though, isn't young sir going to give this to him directly? Kang Ha-won thought now that I think about it, he did mention rewarding him himself. Woon said it's alright. I do not wish to cause trouble for him for things like this. So long as my wishes are conveyed, that's enough. Gwon-taek said understood. Then I will hand this to team leader Jong. Woon said please do so, team leader Gwon. Gwon-taek said please take care. He said these are the reward items. Granted by 7th Sir. Il-hoon said open the box too. Gwon-taek said could we open it? Hoon said this case will be determined by the contents of what's inside. Gwon-taek thought is there a story behind the reward items that I didn't think of? Hoon said trouble, what a troublesome gift? Kang Ha-won thought what could he have put in the box? Perhaps, something like a hidden dagger or a secret letter? Woon said why the sad face? Kang Ha-won said it's not a sad face. Just that, there's something that I cannot easily figure out the answer for. The object young sir has put in the box. Is it silver ingots? Woon said, where would I get silver ingots? Kang Ha-won thought, well, yeah. Thinking back, there hasn't been a time we've given him silver ingots. Woon said, Converging Clouds Hard Arts. Kang Ha-won shouted by saying, you mean the Converging Clouds Hard Arts? Woon said, my ears. Why? Isn't it something I can't give? Kang Ha-won thought his thoughts are so deep as to be incomparable to his peers, but he still cannot be perfect yet. And said, young sir, that is something that can never be given. Woon said, never, huh? Why do you think so? Kang Ha-won, is it not obvious? The Converging Clouds Hard Arts is the most precious amongst the martial arts books that are being kept at the library? You gave that away this easily? We still have time to go back to team leader Zhang. Woon said, then let's go back and make it again. Kang Ha-won said, what do you mean by make it again? Woon said, I've memorized all of Converging Clouds Hard Arts from start to finish. If I write down what I have memorized and make a book, wouldn't that become another volume of Converging Clouds Hard Arts? Kang Ha-won said, can you really write it again? Woon thought, how could I ever forget something I've memorized over while getting hit on my calves? And said, the Converging Clouds is the logic of harmonizing things that cannot harmonize with each other. It is divided into passing, combining, and connecting, which Kang Ha-won thought the first verse of the Converging Clouds Hard Arts? An inner key heart technique that is on a different level than those common breathing techniques this easily. This child is not a child that I can measure with my skills. Gwon-taek said, Converging Clouds Hard Arts? Why in the world is this here? Hoon said, according to your words. Is it not a reward 7th sir is sending to Jongmoon? Gwon-taek said, it's too much to be called a reward. Hoon said, if this is known, 4th sir will not take this well. A Black Tortoise squad team leader has exchanged this kind of gift with another young sir, haven't they? He's going to be sick with suspicion and certainly will order to throw out Jongmoon. Gwon-taek said, should we return the reward? Hoon said, we've already received the reward though. If we return what we have received, then 7th sir's position will become problematic. Gwon-taek said, then what should we do? Hoon said, let's do it this way. Gwon-taek said, what a great stratagem. Hoon said, it's not that great of a stratagem. A stopgap, perhaps? The next day, Kang Ha-won said, what are you doing here, team leader Zhang? This early? Jongmoon said, I've come to meet young sir. Kang Ha-won said, I shall relay it to young sir if you tell me of your reason for visiting. You cannot say? Jongmoon said, that's correct. Kang Ha-won said, then you cannot meet young sir. Jongmoon said, sir director, please. Kang Ha-won said, that's enough. I am a director who serves young sir. I cannot lead you to young sir while not even knowing what reason you have. Then return. Jongmoon said, I cannot do that. Please, I ask of you? Kang Ha-won said, team leader Zhang. Do you have to do this? Jongmoon said, it is that important. Kang Ha-won said, to think you'd go all this way. Can't be helped then. Wait here. Jongmoon said, thank you director. Woon said, did Jongmoon come? Kang Ha-won said, that is the case. Woon said, if he came early in the morning, it seems like he's trying to return the Converging Clouds Hard Arts. Kang Ha-won said, return the Converging Clouds Hard Arts? Woon said, does he have any other reason besides that? Kang Ha-won said, but that's a bad plan, is it not? Woon said, it's good for us, isn't it? And thought, did 4th brother's jealousy already relapse? Or maybe the talks came from within the Black Tortoise squad. I think it'd be best to meet him instead of sending him back. Kang Ha-won said, young sir, if we take the Converging Clouds Hard Arts back, our looks will not be viewed well. Woon said, really? Then don't we just have to not take it back? Kang Ha-won said, he came here to return the Converging Clouds Hard Arts. Woon said, Director Kang, don't worry about it and let him in. Jongmoon said, Black Tortoise Squad 17th Team Leader Jongmoon greets the young sir. Kang Ha-won thought, since young sir said all that, he must have a plan. Woon said, you came to the library this early in the morning. Is there something urgent? Jongmoon said, young sir, I have received a gift I cannot handle. I know it is bad manners to do so at least. However, I believe it is not something I can receive. Woon said, I thought you knew about manners. Did someone see the Converging Clouds Hard Arts or something? Jongmoon said, no sir. Only I have seen it. Woon said, running over here early in the morning when no one has even seen it. You were too hasty, team leader Zhang. Since you came running right as you received the gift, wouldn't we look like we are very close? The Black Tortoise Squad is closer to fourth brother. If there's a rumor that team leader Zhang and I have a deep connection, fourth brother will not leave you still. Jong-moon said I did not think it that far. Woon said I'll ask you one last time. Is there really no one else who saw the book? Jong-moon recalled the memory when first Captain Gwon-taek said team leader Zhang, make it so that you haven't received the Converging Clouds hard arts. That's the only way everyone can be safe. And he said there was no one who saw the book. Woon thought no way there's no one who saw it. Jong-moon coming here alone like this and returning the Converging Clouds hard arts is just like Director Kong has said, such a bad plan. Most certainly someone has pressured him. If that's the case, it means that there's someone else who wishes to cover this up. He said I think it's best to take the Converging Clouds hard arts with you as it is. Jong-moon said I will return the book. Woon said team leader Zhang, are you acting like a hypocritical noble till the end? Jong-moon said what do you mean a hypocritical noble? How could I do such a thing? Woon said if you have too much modesty you end up like them. Team leader Zhang, what is the justice the true cult pursues? Jong-moon said strength, sir. Woon said the endless pursuit and indulgence for strength. That was the biggest reason the Heavenly Demon Dod Cult and the Murim Union ended up opposing each other. While the Murim Union grew their strength to protect justice, the Heavenly Demon Dod Cult pursued power on its own. And he said the Converging Clouds hard arts will develop your ki significantly. And yet you are refusing it with too much modesty. This is not following the teachings of the true cult. Jong-moon said your subordinate was not so thoughtful. Woon said return, and think deeply about what the teachings of the true cult are. Jong-moon said your subordinate shall carve young sir's words deep in my heart. And thought to himself. His thoughts are that deep at his young age. And said the blood of the heavenly demon truly is different. Jong-moon said faster. Your swords are slow. Woon thought they look like they all do not want to do this for some reason. The great mountain sword arts these men are practicing is a sword technique that is the foundation of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. Among those, the sword technique that is trained with focus by the Black Tortoise Corps is the Black Tortoise 42nd Sword. Woon said. Though aren't they implying they can't show me sword techniques that isn't the great mountain sword arts? Kong Ha-won said is it not obvious? Woon said what do you think? Kong Ha-won said you mean their martial arts? They have the basics down, but there are many things that are still inadequate. Woon said even though they've been selected by the Black Tortoise Corps? Kong Ha-won said those that can be called strong within the Black Tortoise Corps are until the 10th team led by the 10 Wings. Below them compared to the White Tiger Corps or Vermilion Bird Corps we can't really say that they are especially strong. Woon thought well yet, the 17th team's martial art is not special. In the current moment the team captain, Jong-moon's martial arts should be the same. Well, I approached him, looking for the future so I need not worry and said at this rate even fourth brother won't stay put, right? Kong Ha-won said he wouldn't have any other choice. Woon thought I came here one more time since the fourth son Myeong-jun wasn't moving as I expected. If there's no reaction after all this, then I must have taken him for the wrong person. Kong Ha-won said where are you headed? Woon said there's something I must do. You keep on listening to news about Jong-moon and relay them to me. Kong Ha-won said as you wish. West quarter this is the basic of the breathing technique. Unlike the lotus position of the 9 sacks, 1 guild, I put my hands on my knees, not on my key center. After holding the breath I've taken with my nose deep in my body breathe it back out with my mouth. The start is good. The basics of inner key heart arts is empty heart. It is an area where even satisfaction is not allowed. I must focus to the point I forget about the concept of time itself. After quite a while later, 2 strikes on the wooden bell. It is 2 in the morning, then, let's finish here for today, then. Sweat. The deep sweat stage. Certainly, the speed of achievement is incomparable to before. This is a problem. To think I'm getting this excited for just deep sweat stage. Those that I need to catch up to have already stepped into the ranks of first-rate martial artist. To think my body is this meek is because I've reached the deep sweat stage without having a key center? Pathetic, when I already have 18 years of time difference between the first, Myeong-un. On both martial arts and experience I am still too far from him. Even the third brother Myeong-won is already an expert who leads the first in line. If I'm going to reduce that gap just a bit more, I can't fall down here. Damn it, I'll have to grow my stamina first. I'll do it properly from tomorrow. Kang Ha-won said, I think I hear someone sleeping somewhere. Am I mishearing things? The next day, Kang Ha-won said, young sir, while running toward him. Woon said, what is it? Kang Ha-won said, Jong-moon has been relegated. They said he has been deployed to the garrison at the Great Mountain entrance, Chongha Peak. Woon thought a relegation instead of expulsion. It's not the best, but it's at least second best. He said, then we won't be able to bring him here. Immediately, Kang Ha-won said that would be the case, but it looks like he can join on our side soon. Woon said, then, I'll leave everything else to Director Kang. Kang Ha-won said, as you wish. Woon said, already a month since training the Taegong key cultivation technique, I finally have a key center now. It's only the size of a fingertip, but it's fine, since I've essentially gone past the first hurdle. There's nothing better than the high sky hard arts for widening the lower key center. I just have to steadily collect ki and convert it into inner strength. It was a problem since I didn't know this previously. The amount of ki I'm collecting is not that small. Is it thanks to reaching the deep sweat stage? With this speed, I'm certain I will be able to open my middle key center within 3 years. Girl servant said, young sir, it is time to wake up. Woon said, what time is it? Girl said, it is early 5 in the morning. Woon said, what reason do you have to come in this early? Girl said, young sir, today is the day to meet the cult leader. Woon thought, oh right, was it today? The day to meet the cult leader who is also my father. Sok Bai Yeon, Grand Flower Palace's head maid. Heavenly Demon Cult leader's secretary. She said, it has been a while. 7th sir. Woon thought, a skilled one with both beauty and martial arts. She is close with father. And said, I request your guide. She said, come this way. Woon thought, but nonetheless a woman is not allowed to be his mistress. Now that I think about it, was she also from the Gizhu Sok clan? It feels like I'm getting involved with them in many places. She said, it would be good for Director Kang to be waiting around here. Kang Ha-won said, your subordinate shall be waiting outside. She said, then 7th sir, come this way. Young sir came here first today as well. Woon said, is it not obvious that the youngest comes early? She said, how could it be obvious? Woon said, I believe it is undutiful to make my father and brothers wait. She said, that's a good answer. It seems like you've learned many things from books. And she thought something has changed. Clear eyes, calm voice, or soft actions. Woon said, I am learning many things from books, but I do not believe everything is in books. Myeong-tak said, guide me now. Ha, Woon, you must have come from the western quarters. How did you arrive earlier than me? Woon said, because I left early. Myeong-tak said, not because you are scheming something. Woon said, I could not think of such a thing as I was in a hurry. Myeong-tak said, really? She thought, I know now, what has changed. What he did not have before, but now he has. He has more composition. How did he gain such composition? What kind of change of heart did he? Zhang said, it seems you all have hurried. Myeong-tak said, it's a problem if I'm late then Hyung. 5th sir, Myeong-jong. Woon thought, loud voice, exaggerated motions. Me of the past wouldn't have known. But that is all an act to hide his thoughts. Zhang said, wow tak, how are you? Myeong-tak said, Hyung-nim. Wait a minute. Zhang said, oh yes, Woon, how are you too? Woon said, been a while, Hyung-nim. I've spent my time reading books. Zhang said, book? You're still on that Confucius says, Mencius says thing? Woon said, I am reading the divine cult's holy text as well, and thought he's trying to shake me. It's not gonna work this time? Servant said, great cult leader is coming. Woon thought, he's finally here. Heavenly Demon Divine Cult Leader, Myeong-jung said, long time no see, sons. How long are you going to keep standing up? Sit down. Sons said, yes. Father said, right, Young. It seems like there has been some progress to your training? Myeong-jung said, it's still insufficient. Woon thought he was just exaggerating just a while ago. Myeong-jung must be nervous too. Father said, if you work hard, the day will come when you can fulfill your will. Myeong-jung said, thank you. Father said, tak, have you chosen your path? Myeong-tak said, I have. I'm aiming for the 4 great protection law. Father said, so you're placing a meaning in martial arts. Myeong-tak said, I will do so right away. Woon thought even Myeong-tak is nervous. Was the meeting with father always this burdensome? Father said, Woon, I've heard some rumors about you. It seems that you had an enlightenment? Woon thought he didn't even say I changed, but an enlightenment. And he said it isn't anything worth being called enlightenment. Father said you don't have to hide it from your father. And enlightenment doesn't only describe stages of martial arts. If the mind towards learning or the attitude toward life changes in the correct way, that's also called enlightenment. Woon said I'm only living every day to the fullest. Sok Bai Yeon thought, to think he'd be that calm, when even his brothers are nervous. There aren't a lot of people who could be that way towards the cult leader. Maybe, the youngest master, can be an heir candidate. Myeong-tak said Hyungnim. I answered well, didn't I? Myeong-jong thought. Myeong-tak has always been like that, so it doesn't matter. But did Myeong-woon always have that kind of personality? Father said do you want anything? Young, you should tell me first. Myeong-jong said there is nothing lacking thanks to the care of many people. Father said Tak, what about you? Myeong-tak said I did like to have a double-edged sword. Father said I'll give you a double-edged sword as a present if you've achieved something in your martial arts. Myeong-tak said thank you father. Father said Woon, what about you? Woon thought am I the last one again? I just have to answer well here. And said I don't know what you'll think of if I say this, but I need silver ingots. Father said silver ingots? Is it to buy more books? Woon said no. Father said if not for books, why do you need silver tokens? Woon thought I don't know if this will work or not, but let's give it a go first. And said I was only thinking about my studies, so I couldn't pay attention to the people under me. A few days ago, I happened to be checking out their lodgings, but the situation didn't look good. Father said that means you need money to take care of the people under you? Woon said I think a nobleman who can't take care of his surroundings is no different than a snob, and thought please, I hope it worked. Father ha ha ha, and said I can't have my youngest son become a snob. I will give you silver ingots. Kong Ha-won said young master, what happened? Woon said what do you mean? Kong Ha-won said I heard a loud laughter coming from the pavilion. Woon thought was it heard that far? And said it was nothing. I just asked for some silver ingots from father. Kong Ha-won said wait, young master, did you choose silver ingots that aren't martial arts? Woon said is that strange? Kong Ha-won said it is very strange. You lost an opportunity to learn martial arts. When will opportunity like that come again? Woon said forget it. Just get the drill hall ready once we're back. Kong Ha-won said a drill hall? Just who and how will it be used for? Woon said you talk a lot, of course it's to be used by me to train my martial arts. Kong Ha-won said pardon? Have you ever learned martial arts before? By any chance, are you trying to invite a teacher with the silver ingots you received from the cult leader? Woon said what are you on about? I'm going to use that money somewhere else. Kong Ha-won said have you decided on where to use it? Woon said I have and there's something you have to do. Recruit the people written in this list. Shouldn't I have a guard at the western quarters as well? Kong Ha-won said are these trustworthy people? Woon said that's what I know they are trustworthy. Kong Ha-won thought young master has never left the west quarters. If so, the people written on here are the people recommended by his backing. It's well worth a try. And said just leave it up to me. Woon said and there's one more thing you must do. Improve the lodgings and food of the servants staying at the west quarters. And if anyone's having a hard time in their family, help them. Kong Ha-won said do you need to go that far? It seems a bit excessive. Woon said General Kong. That why? I asked for the money from father. I told him that I wanted to improve the treatment towards the people under me. Then, I'll only use 200 liangs. Cult leader said what do you think? She said are you talking about Woon? Cult leader said why did he have to ask for silver ingots? When what Woon needs must be martial arts. She said would it be because he's looking down, instead of at himself? Woon is too much at the bottom to be looking above him. Maybe, him looking down and not up, is a natural thing for him. And more than anything, wouldn't looking down be quite a good idea? Cult leader said I think quite differently. I wonder if he may have recognized that he's at the top. In other words, he realized that there are people below him. She said then, his changed attitude and actions must be because of that too. Cult leader said that child is well aware of who he is, and what kind of position he's in. It's one of the qualities that a monarch must have. She said but cult leader, it may be a cruel thing for Woon. Cult leader said it may be, if he's a boy full of ambitions. But if that's not the case, a new path will open. She said by any chance, are you thinking of Becoming Woon's backing? Cult leader said I don't think I can. She said but what about him? Woon, achoo, and thought is someone talking about me? I don't know how long it has been since I wielded my sword. Now, shall we begin? I should show my clumsy side to some extent. If there's a spy here, they can take a good look. She thought great mountain sword arts? Whom did he learn from? General Kong? His stance is perfect, but there's no power as it does not have any internal energy. We can't use him in actual battle. It's like the 7th prince is saying that there's no need to worry because he's powerless. That's not the great mountain sword arts? Woon thought I went overboard. I almost used phantom blades. No one would have noticed, right? She said nice. Woon said who is it? Girl said sir I've committed a grave sin. Woon said lift up your head. I shall not punish you. What is your name? She said I am Jyoung-eun. Woon said do you know martial arts? She said I've learned a bit before coming to this place. Woon thought there are a lot of people who learned martial arts here, so there's nothing strange. And said if you learned martial arts, you will be responsible for cleaning and tidying up the drill hall from now on. She said I shall follow your orders, young master. Main base of the Vermilion Bird Squad. Vermilion Bird Squad vice leader said is this really the right request to make? Kong Ha-won said young master has personally chosen it. Vice leader said is that so? And thought Jo Kwang. I don't even remember his face. If he were a talented martial artist, I thought I would know everything even though I'm not the group leader. By any chance, is Jo Kwang hiding his internal arts? And said General Kong. If there's anything you know, it will be a good idea to tell me. Kong Ha-won thought is this squad trill arts? To think he did carry this much internal arts. Is this true? So he's saying he doesn't care what happens to the mere general of the West Quarters? He said the young master wants a guard to protect him. Vice leader said he wants a guard? Kong Ha-won said the livelihood at the West Quarters has improved recently and we are now able to hire a guard. Vice leader said sure, that may be the case. But what I mean, why does it have to be Jo Kwang? Kong Ha-won said that's the livelihood at the West Quarters may have improved, but we're not in the position to invite well-known masters. Vice leader said so you're going to hire a nameless martial artist as a guard because you lack the money? Kong Ha-won said I'm embarrassed to admit it, but that's right. Vice leader said I get the point that you're trying to hire a nameless martial artist. But still, my question hasn't been answered completely. Kong Ha-won said it don't know any more than this either. Vice leader said well, sure. I shall review the young master's request. Kong Ha-won said I express my gratitude on behalf of the young master, and thought squad trill arts. It took 10 years of my life. Do I have to deal with 4 or more of these people in the future? After a while at night Kong Ha-won said young master we need to cut ties with the person who sent you the list? Woon said why? What's the matter? And thought I am the one who put up that list though. Kong Ha-won said there is not a single decent person here? Woon said ahem, is the list that strange? Kong Ha-won said it's not only strange. Every single person on the list is useless. At this rate, the West Quarters will become a group of problematic children. Woon thought. Although not experts, most of the people on the list are at least at the level of Haisha Corps Vice Captain Kwan Wook. Kong Ha-won said we can dismiss Jo Kwang of Vermilion Bird Squad as mere ignorance because he doesn't have a name yet. But Peng Hyo-chung of White Tiger Squad is a lazy drunkard with rock-bottom martial arts. Woon thought was he like that? Kong Ha-won said Kwan Hume of Red Wind Squad is a problem too. He's imprisoned in the underground prison for mutiny. Woon thought that innocent child is in the underground prison. Kong Ha-won said the other people are such a sight too. There's a severe thief, and even someone who liked women so much that he live in the brothel? Young master, no matter what, it seems like you have to rethink bringing them here more. Why do you wish to make them your guards? Woon thought 2 of them are the squad leaders, and the remaining 3 got promoted to vice squad leaders. And said but well, so what? Even if you hire them and fail, don't we have nothing to lose? Even if they're unknown, are they bad people? It won't become a problem even if we expel them later. And thought they're a bit different from what I knew. Kong Ha-won said you certainly bring up a good point. And thought there are people with a lot of problems, so even if we expel them suddenly, it won't affect the reputation of the West Quarters. And said then, how about we test them before hiring them? Woon said that's a good thought. Let's do that. The next morning drill hall. Person fighting saying one said I'm going to kill you. Second you bastard. Third one hey. Stop it. Woon said did they start a fight on their own? Kong Ha-won said they're people with a lot of problems. Woon said now that they've started to fight, watch them and tell me how good they are. You bastard. Kong Ha-won said that white-faced, tall man is Jong Yong's. He's nimble and agile, and has quite the technique. And Woon thought judging by his hand and feet movements, it seems the term improvisation Jong Yong's was not an exaggeration. Woon said what about that guy? Kong Ha-won said as a former member of the Red Wind Squad, Kwon Hyum is trying to push his opponent down with force. And Woon thought judging by the looks of it, they've got excellent skills. And said seeing more of it will be a waste of time. It doesn't look like the fight will end easily, so you should stop them. Kong Ha-won said at your command. Kwon Hyum said you rat bastard. Jong Yong said if I were a rat bastard, you'd be a pig bastard? It's my turn now. Kwon Hyum thought he's fast, but he's light, and said I will end you now. Jong Yong said that's what I'd like to say. Kong Ha-won intervened and blocked the attack of both of them and said that's enough. Jong Yong said who is that? And thought he's a master? Kong Ha-won said I'm General Kong Ha-won of the West Quarters. Everyone, pay your greetings to the young master. They said greetings to the young master. I am Jo Kwang, I am Ha Hyumun, I am Peng Hyo Chung, I am Kwon Hyum, I am Jo Yongs. Woon said right. The reason why we called you here is to choose warrior guards of the West Quarters. Jo Yongs thought. Warrior guards of the West Quarters? Who would recognize us for that? Ha Hyumun thought I will end this moderately and go have a drink. Kong Ha-won thought they're so obviously hating it. Woon thought they're looking down on the West Quarters. It'll be a good idea to take this seriously. I plan to send those who are not selected right away to Mount Baoei. Mount Baoei? They thought if it's Mount Baoei, isn't it the place where one who climbs up will become a corpse when coming down? The frontmost line of the Heavenly Demon Dod Cult? He's sending us there just because of failing a mere warrior guard selection? Woon said first, lightly loosen up your body. Gishusok Clan. Gishusok Clan Patriarch, Sok Junmyeong, said Great Cult Leader and the 7th Sir. Bai Yeon said Sir Patriarch. I believe it would be best not to put so much emphasis on Sir Cult Leader's words. It's only that Great Cult Leader is interested in the change shown by the 7th Sir. There is no reason to risk the rise and fall of the clan for only passing interest. And thought Woon does not suit the successor competition full of blood and schemes. Junmyeong said Bai Yeon, our previous Great Cult Leader has told me that no ship can sail without wind. Bai Yeon said there is only a sliver of chance of 7th Sir winning the successor competition. Junmyeong said I am not hoping that 7th Sir shall accomplish a great deed. I am only thinking about using him as weight to break the balance. Bai Yeon said Sir Patriarch, to 7th Sir. I am worried it would be something too cruel. Junmyeong said something too cruel. Isn't getting forgotten as the powerless youngest even more cruel? Ha Hyumun thought how long are we supposed to do this? Is he testing our limits? Jong Yongs thought damn it, who expected a day and night of unceasing continuous rotating sparring. Kwon Hyum said if we slack off we'll get dragged into Mount Baoei, right? Kong Ha-won said that'll be it for today's exam. Everybody, head back to your sites and rest. Woon said so how is it, Director Kong? Aren't they quite alright after looking them over? Kong Ha-won said they're not just quite alright. And thought his looks aren't just good. What kind of people are they to find talents like these? And said if they learn from an excellent expert I think they will become stronger than most of the team captain level martial artist. Woon said so I do have to bring someone to teach. Kong Ha-won thought are the people behind young Sir going to make a move? Woon said but they had one condition on their side. Kong Ha-won said what is it, that condition? Woon said that they will teach the bodyguards in an underground training room, and make it so that they can't see each other's faces. Kong Ha-won said could anyone teach properly without looking at each other's face? Woon thought isn't there only that way if I'm the one who's going to teach? The next morning training field. Jo Kwang said not yet for young Sir. Kwon Hyum said seems like it. Jong Yong said what kind of test will it be for today? Kwon Hyum said hey, you alright? Jong Yong said since there's no reason for me to go to Mount Baoei, no reason for me to get worried, is there? Peng Hyo Chung said did you say your name was Jo Kwang? He said yes. Peng Hyo Chung said you will probably survive. Jo Kwang said I will. Peng Hyo-chung said, since young sir seems to have a great deal of interest in you, at the very least, you're not going to get dragged into Mount Baoei. Ha-Human said, you're not believing in that well-packaged lie, right? Kong Ha-won said, attention? Is everyone ready? All of them said, we're ready. Kong Ha-won said, it is great to hear your loud voices. Then come closer. All of them said, yes, sir. Kwon Hyum thought, I don't really like the bodyguard or whatever, but I can't get dragged into Mount Baoei. Jong Yong said, working under the kid is 100 times better than heading to Mount Bao. Kong Ha-won said, young sir has decided to show you all mercy and has passed all 5 of you. Show your gratitude. All of them said, all pass. Thank you, young sir. Woon said, but there are conditions. Peng Hyun-chung. He said, yes, young sir. Woon said, no drinking from today. Peng Hyun-chung said, what do you mean no drinking? Woon said, the reason you're lacking accomplishments is due to alcohol. Peng Hyun-chung said, young sir, I have indeed missed a few trainings, but it is not because of alcohol. Please believe in me. Woon said, sure. Then I will give you a chance to prove your word in 10 days. I will believe you if you spar against Jo Gwang and win after 10 days. Peng Hyun-chung said, understood. After 10 days, I will take down Jo Gwang and drink all I want. Jo Gwang said, what? Woon said, Kwon Hyum. I've heard that you enjoy fighting. Kwon Hyum said, it's not that I enjoy fighting, there's just many people who ask for trouble. Woon said, why do you think they ask for trouble? It's because you start fights. I forbid you from needless fighting from now on. Peng Hyun-chung said, young sir, I'm still not finished. If you'd been strong they wouldn't have asked to fight you. I will give you a chance to prove yourself in 5 days. Kwon Hyum is that chance. Sparring with Jo Gwang? Woon said, that's right. Jo Gwang said, young sir? Woon said, Ha-Human, I've heard that you've habits with your hands. If you cause trouble here I will cut down your limbs. Ha-Human said, young sir, I will fix my habits, but please take back that extreme punishment. Woon said, good, then I will give you a chance as well. After half a month, win in a spar against Jo Gwang. Jong Yong said, your subordinate shall stay far from women if I lose. No, I shall not even hold the hand of a woman. Woon said, good. Spar after a month. You will not be able to meet a woman until then. Jong Yong said, as you wish. All 4 of them thought it's no problem winning against that nerd. Woon said, then head back. Jo Kwang thought, what is 7th sir thinking to make me? Woon said, Jo Kwang. As for you, follow me. Western Quarters Underground Training Room. An expert we've invited is going to teach martial arts to you here. Jo Kwang said, I am going to learn martial arts here? Woon said, yes, it won't be difficult to face the 4 of them if you learn from him. We'll need to clean up the training room before that. Jo Kwang said, when can I start learning? I would like to receive teaching at least before fighting Kwon Hyum. Woon said, you mean you can't win now? Jo Kwang said, I am ashamed but that's correct. Woon said, you're too honest. A man needs to have some bluff in him. Jo Kwang thought, is he an old soul or what? Woon said, remember, if you get pushed back in your attitude, you will not be able to show your skills, however much of an expert you are. It will be good to ease up for now. Let's begin the training in 2 days. Jo Kwang thought, I will destroy the shell called normal this time. I will definitely become strong. Woon said, then head back up. First, I have things to do here. Jo Kwang said, as you wish. Woon said, you can come out now. She said, I am sorry. Woon said, it's fine, never mind that. Did you say you're learning martial arts? And thought knowing someone's origin is an important thing here. I would like to see the martial arts you've learned. And thought, would this child be a tiger's cub? She said, young sir, with these clothes. Woon said, it doesn't have to be perfect. I just want to see what level you are. She said, understood. Woon thought, become a loyal disciple. I'm excited. Isn't that Black Wolf leopard fists? How does she know that fist technique? There aren't a lot of places that use Black Wolf leopard fists in the Heavenly Demon Dod Cult. This is troublesome. She's not from the Great Mountain No, is she? The Great Mountain No clan is connected to 4th brother. Woon said, stop. She said, I am sorry to show lacking form to your sir. Woon said, you've learned the Black Wolf leopard fists. Who did you learn it from? She said, I have learned it from my uncle. Woon said, uncle? She said, yes, his name is Jai Yongcheol. He works as the 12th team captain of the White Tiger Corps. Woon said, I can trust him. If he's the White Tiger Corps, how about sword techniques? She said, I can deploy the Great Mountain sword technique. Woon said, how long has it been since you've come to the western quarters? She said it's been 3 years. Woon thought if it's 3 years, she's been here for a while. Why do not I remember her face? And said, eat this first. She said, young sir. This is. 5 days later. Training field. Ha Hyumun said, who's going to win? Peng Hyo-chung said, I'm sorry for Jo Kwang, but Kwon Hyum will probably win. Ha Hyumun said, though Jo Kwang wasn't showing his face lately. Peng Hyo-chung said, could he be learning some weird moves from somewhere? They're here. Woon said, you were already here. Kwon Hyum said, your subordinate has finished all preparations and has been waiting for. Young sir? Woon said, is Jo Kwang ready as well? Jo Kwang said, yes, sir. Jong Nyong said, what's this? I don't see emotions on his face. His looks changed too. Kwon Hyum not going to lose, is he? Woon said, let's begin immediately. Kang Ha-won said, draw your swords. The two of you here will face off with real swords. If the match is not concluded within an hour, I will decide the result. Then begin? Kwon Hyum thought an hour, and said, I will end you within 10 forms? And thought, seeing dodges, it seems his foundations are quite good at least. And said, if that's the case, here I go, this will be the end. He recalled the memory of 3 days ago Western Quarters basement training room. Jo Kwang thought, when I was young, I heard compliments that I had excellent martial talents many times. But however much I flail around, I'm just a single martial artist in here. This training is the chance given to me by the heavens. I will grow into a first-rate martial artist. And he said, young sir, Jo Kwang is here. She said, please come in. You've arrived. Jo Kwang thought, huh? This young woman is. And said, do you happen to be my teacher? She said, I am not. Please come this way. Woon said, you've come. He said, I, Jo Kwang, greet my teacher. And thought, this voice. It's difficult to guess even the gender alone. Woon said, I have heard that you use a sword. Jo Kwang said, at the Vermilion Bird Corps I have learned the Great Mountain Sword Technique and Killian Sword Technique. Woon said, techniques, as your opponent is from the Red Wind Corps, he will use the Autumn Wind Sword Technique. Jo Kwang said, yes. Woon said, the forms of the Autumn Wind Sword Technique are 32 in total. And among them, the third form's called Autumn Spirit, Setting Moon. Jaeyoung-ian, please. Demonstrate. Jo Kwang thought she was a girl that practiced martial arts. A clean movement. Woon said, most certainly, your opponent will use this fourth form within 3 forms. Can you draw your sword and repeat this form now? Jo Kwang said, I will try. Woon said, how is Jo Kwang form? She said, his steps are improper. Jo Kwang said, no way, please give me a moment. Woon said, as expected, not a genius. His talents are average. Jo Kwang said, I now understand what was wrong there. Woon said, good then. Try deploying that form towards that child now. Jo Kwang said, but I am holding a real sword right now. She could get hurt if anything goes. Woon said, I know. She said, please go ahead. Jo Kwang said, here I go. Kwon Hyum said, here I go. This will be the end. Then Jo Kwang used the sword technique that are taught by the Woon and that he practiced with the girl for last 3 days. Kang Ha-won said, the winner of the spar is Jo Kwang. Ha Hyumun said, it's already over? Who was next again? Peng Hyen-chung said, it's me. I'll have to prepare well then. Jong Nyong said, that move, I'm sure one by you has. He has perfectly deconstructed Kwon Hyum Autumn Spirit, Setting Moon. If this was a real fight, Kwon Hyum would have lost his life. In 1 month. I have to go surpass that guy. Woon said, I forbid Kwon Hyum from needless fights for 3 years from now. If you can fight and win against Jo Kwang after 3 years, I will release your restriction. Both said, as you wish. Woon said, this is it for today's spar. You're released? Kang Ha-won said, I didn't think he would take him down within 3 forms. It seems like someone who's far better than I expected is teaching. Woon said, right? And thought, that's me, you know, me. Kang Ha-won said, is it actually the Gishusok clan? Woon said, that would be great, but not at the moment. Never mind that. What about the news from the Qingxia Hill? For Zhongmoon. Kang Ha-won said, according to the person who works with him, he is practicing martial arts day in and day out. Maybe because of that, when I went out looking for him a few days ago, I couldn't even see him. Woon thought, did he fall into the Converging Clouds hard arts, or is he focusing to forget the fact he was relegated? Well, doesn't matter either way, so long as he can get stronger. That evening Woon said, why do you look saddened even though you have won? Jo Kwang said, could I ask a question? Woon said, I will allow it. Jo Kwang said, how did you know the fact that Kwan Hyum would use the autumn spirit, setting moon within 3 forms? Woon said, why did you become curious now, all of a sudden? Jo Kwang said, I wasn't fully sure at the beginning, but after experiencing it I got curious. Woon said, I have seen you face each other the other day. As Kwan Hyum personality is violent and impatient, I thought that he would try to decide the match immediately. Jo Kwang thought so. 7ths are having us spar each other on the first day. Was for teacher to figure out our strengths and weaknesses? Does that mean calling us 5 was all according to plan? Certainly, an expert's thoughts are broader than ours. But that reason is within what I can guess myself. And so I too, would have been able to find a countermeasure. Certainly, I wouldn't have been confident of victory like I am this time though. Woon said, you don't seem comfortable even after hearing the answer. Jo Kwang said, I truly am sorry. Woon said, do you think that you've won through my abilities? Jo Kwang said, that is correct. I don't believe that I am that much stronger than him to finish the match within 3 forms. Woon said, do you know the difference between those who learned martial arts and those who didn't? Jo Kwang said, do you mean the difference in strength? Woon said, it's the difference in knowledge. Those who learns martial arts learn about how to win against their opponent. You've learned how to win from me. Do you still don't get it? Jo Kwang said, my heart isn't moving. I am unable to accept it. Woon said, then there will be no other training today. Wall meditate by yourself until you gain the answer to that here. Woon said, the wind is cold. She said, it's winter soon. Woon said, what do you think? She said, I thought that it was a teaching that if you already know what forms the opponents would use, you can easily respond and win against them. Woon said, still far away. Think about it more. She said, understood. She thought, however, what I am truly curious about is you, young sir. And she recalled a memory when Woon said it this first. She said, young sir. This is restriction, my apologies. Please forgive me. I do not know what I did wrong, but I cannot eat this. Woon said, seems like there's a misunderstanding. What I've given you is one of the pills known as the 7-star pills. If you take one of the 7-star pills every year, you can earn 30 years of inner ki. I will give you 1 pill every year so that you don't think otherwise. However, if you miss even 1 from the 7, you will lose all of your inner strength you have, and all of your hair will fall out, rendering you unable to live as a woman. She thought, even if it isn't a lethal poison, the principle is the same. It's still a restriction in the end. Is it an unavoidable fate as long as I've become a divine cult member? Her thought continue, I will follow, young sir. But I want to know just one thing. Why me? However much he was born of a noble clan, when he's only a 12-year-old boy his mind is already as broad and deep as this night sky. Young sir, what kind of a person are you truly? Next day Woon said, I would like to hear the answer to my question. Since you're still in the middle of wall meditation, just answer without turning around. Jo Kwang said, know your enemy, know yourself. No losses shall follow in 100 battles. There will be no perilousness if I know myself and my opponent. For knowing my opponent, by knowing their personality, preferences, and everything beyond all that, one can truly say that they know. And knowing the opponent is the foundation of a victory, and the process of acting upon the knowledge itself is already the beginning of a fight. Meaning, you must be already fighting before your fight, is what I was thinking of as the teaching you have given me. Woon said, as I thought, good, then try winning your next spar on your own. 4 days later Kang Hae-won said they said that the meeting this time has been cancelled. Woon said, really? Looks like father is very busy. Kang Hae-won said, it seems that the movement from Kunlun looked unusual. Woon thought in the future the Kunlun sect will fight the divine cult 3 times and lose twice. Among those, the time Kunlun sect won the fight was only in the year I turned 20. And he said, if the opponents are Kunlun, it's not something to be that worried about. Kang Hae-won thought this relaxedness is even if he's young, the blood of a noble clan is different, I suppose. Woon thought, from what I've heard, it seems that in the last 5 days the 4 excluding Jo Kwang have come up with a plan after putting their heads together. Of course they should. Kang Hae-won said, are you ready? They say yes, sir. Woon thought, if they do not do at least that, what shall I punish that foolishness with? The problem is whether Jo Kwang can go beyond their schemes. Woon thought Kwan Hyum wasn't difficult as he is simple-minded, but the other 3 are not the case. I can guess how Peng Hyang-shung would act, but the issue still ends with Jo Kwang. This time, there were no other orders aside from the wall meditation. Truly, was he able to materialize his realization? Kang Ha-won said then begin the spar. Kang Ha-won said that is? Woon said what's wrong? Kang Ha-won said Peng Hyun-chung is deploying the Red Wind Sword technique of the Red Dragon Corps. Wasn't Peng Hyun-chung from the White Tiger Corps? Woon said that is correct. Peng Hyun-chung though there's no counterattack? Damn it, is he planning on just defending? Did you actually have no plans to attack from the beginning? Woon thought the winner is already settled. I'm truly foolish. Can't be this full of doubts. Who could you ever trust if you can't trust a martial artist who has obtained enlightenment? 5 days ago Peng Hyun-chung said Jo Kwang deceived us. He is at least 2 steps ahead of us. Kwon Hyum said underhanded bastard. Ha Hyumun said a loss is a loss. Kwon Hyum said instead of doing all this, how about putting our heads together? Peng Hyun-chung said right, even an empty paper is better stacked together. Jong Yong said that guy not an empty paper, just an idiot. Kwon Hyum said what? Oh it's gonna be your day today? Jong Yong said do you really want to go to Mount Baoei? Peng Hyun-chung said if it's a strong opponent, there is no other option but to go all out as early as possible. Ha Hyumun said I disagree. If we hurry like Kwon Hyum, we'll end up revealing an opening. Jong Yong said I've got an idea for that, but Peng Hyun-chung said what is it? Jong Yong said why should I tell you? What am I supposed to do in a month then? Kwon Hyum said I'm really gonna get this pretty boy like. Peng Hyun-chung said we will help you then. I shall make a vow. If I win with your help, I will pay back this debt one day. Woon thought it looks like the 4 accepted their difference in skill with Jo Kwang and have prepared a strategy to switch their martial arts around so he makes wrong predictions. Ha Hyumun said he's got 1 form left. Kwon Hyum said I think he came already knowing all of our strategies. Woon said they should have only learned 4 of 5 forms at most, but it is already commendable they share their martial arts with each other. However, Jo Kwang has already predicted that and currently allocating 9/10 of his strength in defense. Kang Ha-won said won't he lose in the end by just defending? Woon said that won't be the case. All the way until now, Jo Kwang had the absolute upper hand. If both are of similar levels, there is no way to win against someone who can defend 9/10 of the attacks. Peng Hyun-chung said oh shoot. Jo Kwang said now. Jong Yong said that's the Red Wind Corp's autumn spirit, setting moon. Woon said Jo Kwang wins. As promised, Peng Hyun-chung is forbidden from drinking from now. At this rate, I think the result of the spar with Ha Hyumun is gonna be obvious, no? Kang Ha-won said Ha Hyumun uses a spear. No matter what, he has the advantage as he has the benefit of reach. And thought but will that actually be true? 5 days later Woon said Jo Kwang won. Kang Ha-won said it looks like I've underestimated Jo Kwang. Jong Yong's thought normally, the important part of a battle between a spear and a sword is distance. If Jo Kwang cannot close the distance, I thought that Ha Hyumun had a chance to win but no way, this guy, did he know about that? And intentionally not close the distance? How far is he able to see? Kang Ha-won said the spear has the benefit of a reach, but it has the disadvantage of weight as well. We can look at this spar as Jo Kwang doing well but dragging out this spar into an endurance match. Woon thought that is not the only reason Ha Hyumun lost. Because Ha Hyumun thought if he allowed him to approach he would lose, he kept him at a distance by continuously swinging his spear around. Jo Kwang read that psychology of his, and intentionally controlled his distance to tire him out. And said as he was overwhelmed by the fear of losing from the start, we was robbed of the psychological advantage. That is the biggest reason for the loss. Do you understand, Ha Hyumun? It has already been 50 days since reaching the deep sweat stage. Now, Myeong-woon's inner core has grown beyond the size of a section of a finger. The High Sky Heart Arts moves the inner core with the lower key core as its center, and it has the pros of having quick achievements in the early stages. However, winning one is always accompanied by losing one. When one trains by focusing on the lower key core, difficulty arises in opening the middle key core. Knowing this, the 9 Sex 1 Guild slanders that Chaos Sex martial arts are difficult to attain greatness, but what's most important in the end is the stage of realization called the upper key center. In his last life, Myeong-woon had reached right at the doorstep of that stage. Woon thought it is already a path, I've walked once. This time, I will go beyond that step. Next day. Morning. Woon said what is it, from morning? Kang Ha-won said it looks like there will be a big fight at the Kunlun soon. They said that second Sir is leading the conquest army. Woon thought Myeonggak is Myeonggak already entering the front line? And said is the Sword Spirit Corps also joining as well? Kang Ha-won said that happens to be the case. The Sword Spirit Corps of second Sir will stand vanguard, and White Tiger Corps will support their backs, is what they said. And so, I want to tell you that, on the day second Sir is deployed, how about going out to the castle gates to cheer him on? Woon thought me, cheering Myeonggak? You mean to cheer my fated enemy who killed me? Of course Myeonggak will win. It mustn't be a bad choice to stand on the side of the winner. However, Woon said, Director Kang, I'm thinking of not taking your opinion into consideration this time. Kang Ha-won said, could I ask you the reason why? Woon said, second brother is someone with a lot of suspicions. It's fine if he is just suspicious. But if he starts noticing me, it will be problematic. Right now, we must grow our strength and wait for an opportunity. Kang Ha-won said, I understood, young sir. Woon said, and so, there's one thing I need you to do. Kang Ha-won said, what would that be? Woon said, go to the White Tiger Corps and purchase the Nak-san Manor. Western Quarters Underground Training Room. Jo Kwang is training with the sword and Kyung-eun see how he is progressing. She said, it's Kyung-eun, young sir. Woon said, come on in. How is Jo Kwang doing? She said he is focusing on his training alone today as well. Woon said, really? Then there won't be many more days of me teaching Jo Kwang. She said it will be different for the other four, yes? Woon said they do need more teaching. She recalled the memory when Jo Kwang said thank you. She said it seems like you've completely become someone else than before. Jo Kwang said, is that so? Then it is likely due to me obtaining a small realization. She thought, realization, what could that be? Jo Kwang said, although I have not seen him much, teacher has given me realization. She thought, teacher. However, there aren't many teachers who give a realization with just a few words. She said, young sir, please bestow me with teaching as well? Woon said, teaching? She said, yes, even if it is something small. Although I am a daughter of an average farming family, I luckily caught the eyes of my uncle, who is a martial artist, and was able to learn martial arts from a young age. However, even if I wanted to learn more, I had to stand still as there were no more teachings. If you grant me any teachings at all, I intend on advancing forward by learning even a single phrase. Woon said, what is your reason for doing this suddenly? She said, do excuse me, but I had a feeling that I wanted to become strong, just like Jo Kwang. Woon said, it won't be easy. Are you prepared? She said, of course, sir. Woon said, then lift your head, and kneel one of your legs. When requesting teaching in the divine cult, one kneels down on one of their knees. When the teacher puts their hand on their head, one is accepted as a disciple, and if they do not get accepted. This is the right of accepting students in the divine cult. She said, young sir, is this not the teacher-disciple right? I've only. Woon said, and so, I will ask. Kyung-eun, may I take you in as my first disciple? She said, how could it I be? Is Jo Kwang not the first? Woon said, since he has not completed the rite. Never mind that, I've yet to hear your answer. She said, I shall serve you as my master until the day I die. Woon said, I'll be looking forward to it as well. Few days later Woon said, well then, did he say he won't sell till the end? Kang Ha-won said, I've most certainly made a fair offer. White Tiger Corps Commander, Jo Jijin said, are you really asking us to hand over the Nak-san Manor? Kang Ha-won said, we do not mean for you to just hand it over, Commander. How about 1,000 liang of silver? And thought since it's a small manor that's enough money. And said, seventh sir wishes for it dearly. Please listen to the wishes of the sir who continues the blood of the Myeong clan. Jo Jijin said, if he wants it so dearly, why didn't young sir come here himself? I cannot allow it, director, return back. Woon thought Commander Jo personally refused it himself, then, and said, Director Kang, call over the bodyguard right now. Kang Ha-won said, what? Why do you need them for? Woon said, is it not obvious what a warrior is to do? A few moments later, Woon said, I will now give you your first mission. They all said yes, sir. Woon said, as we shall head to the White Tiger Corps right now, hurry up and get prepared. Pang. Hyun-chung said, White Tiger Corps? Jong-yong said, feels off for some reason. Woon said, if we can't haggle, I have no choice but to taunt. Peng Hyun-chung said, we were not heading to the White Tiger Corps to stir trouble, right? No way. Jojijin said 7th sir came himself this time? Servant said that's correct, sir. Jojijin said seems like he really wants to get his hands on this small manor. Should I tell him to go back? Third son of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult leader Myeong-woon. He said since Woon is requesting to see you, do as such. Jojijin said could I do that? Myeong-woon said yes, I will listen. From behind. And thought I'm curious what Woon is thinking. Jojijin said if that's what young sir wishes. Bring 7th sir inside. Cheju said I've heard that 7th sir's actions have been suspicious. Myeong-woon said are you talking about him taking in 5 troublemakers from each corps? Cheju said not only that, there's a rumor that he has contacted the Black Tortoise Corps and connected with Gishusok clan. Myeong-woon said Black Tortoise Corps, you're thinking too lightly of June. And thought as 4th brother is full of jealousy, he's not the type to share anything at all. Well, that goes the same for me though. Right now, it's already too much to catch up to the 2 ahead of me. 7th sir is coming in. Woon said I greet the commander. Jojijin said for what did you come all the way here for? Director Kong. Woon said over here came back empty-handed. Jojijin said you're talking about the NAK-san manor. Please take a seat first. I don't know if you knew this, but NAK-san manor is a key base for our White Tiger Corps. If we lose that place, it's effectively the same as the White Tiger Corps losing an entire arm. Kong Ha-won thought a small manor being an arm of the White Tiger Corps. He's treating him like a child who knows nothing of the world. And said really? NAK-san manor is somewhere that important? Jojijin said yes, the White Tiger Corps is making all the weapons with the iron ores mined at the NAK-san manor. So about this one. Woon said then I'll give you the iron ores that come from the NAK-san manor for free. It's the White Tiger Corps that fights for our divine cult after all, we should at least do that. Kong Ha-won said young sir? And whisper not even half price, what do you mean for free? Woon whispered Director Kong, aren't I talking right now? Watch your words. Jojijin thought he's burning on the inside since a child yapping on without knowing anything of the world. Honestly, it's not a bad offer. However, even if he's just a child, he's still Sir Cult Leader's son in the end. If I put him next to me, annoying things are bound to happen. Jojijin said thank you for your offer but the White Tiger Corps numbers 500 in personnel alone, and the Citadel's number 32 as well. What would people say if we received the support of the Western quarters? So please turn a blind eye over this one. Woon said no, I can't accept that. Jojijin said then what will you do, sir? Woon said how about we decide it with a bet? Jojijin said a bet? Woon said a bet of 5 of the White Tiger members fighting my 5 bodyguard warriors, and the side that gets to 3 wins first wins. If I win the NAK-san manor will become the property of the Western quarters, and if I lose, I will back off. Kong Ha-won thought from the point of the White Tiger Corps it's a senseless bet. Back to base if they win, and a massive humiliation if they lose. Myeong-woon thought requesting a bet with 5 idiots, how ridiculous. A moment later, Myeong-woon said Woon had made an entertaining offer. Jojijin said it's not that entertaining of an offer. Looking down on us after just taking in 5 drifters. Myeong-woon said could he be confident in their skills? Jojijin said Jangjuk. Call Team 7 now. White Tiger Squad sparring field. Kong Ha-won said I didn't think the White Tiger commander would accept. Woon said Joja-ejin is a calm and collected man, but he is a martial artist in the end. He would have wanted to tie this up with strength. Kong Ha-won thought you mean that a 12-year-old boy saw through the commander's nature? And said but it was too much this time. Woon said what was too much for you? Kong Ha-won said their difference in skill is too much. Woon said do you really think so? Kong Ha-won said along with the Vermilion Bird Corps, Azure Dragon Corps, and Black Tortoise Corps, the White Tiger Corps is an elite corps called the 4 Divine Corps of the Divine Cult. On top of that, the White Tiger Corps has the most real experience among the 4 Divine Corps. It's not an opponent they can win against. Woon said wasn't Peng Hien-chung part of the White Tiger Corps as well? Kong Ha-won said well that's true but. Woon said Director Kong, between Peng Hien-chung a month ago and Peng Hien-chung now, which one is better? Kong Ha-won said of course, present him is better. Woon said not only Peng Hien-chung, but all 5 of them have been working hard steadily to win against each other. Unless a captain level shows up, it won't be so easy. Kang Ha-won thought what young sir is saying has some truth to it. However, Woon said, do you know about Sun Bin? Kang Ha-won said, is he not the descendant of Sun Tzu and the strategist who wrote Sun Bin's Art of War? The one who came up with the three-horse strategy. The three-horse strategy. In carriage racing you divide the horses that pull the carts into higher, middle, and lower ranks. Lower-ranking horse against higher-ranking horse, 1 loss. Higher-ranking horse against middle-ranking horse, 1 win. Middle-ranking horse against lower-ranking horse, 1 win. You match them as such to win 2-1. It is this strategy to win. Kang Ha-won said, are you thinking of using the three-horse strategy? Woon said similar. However, unlike the three-horse strategy, we have to win the first match as well. Since I plan on settling this in just 3 matches. They said, you've arrived, manager. Kang Ha-won said, are you ready? And thought they're full of fear. And said, do you think that your opponent is strong? Peng Hyun-chung said, we have no chance if we go against the White Tiger Corps' upper 5 teams. Jong Yong said, coward. Kwon Hyum said, oh, that mouth of his. Woon thought, Director Kang, your role is important in this plan. Since rather than the words of a 12-year-old boy, they will trust you, the Western Quarter's greatest expert more. Kang Ha-won said, of course, the White Tiger Corps is strong. However, in the last month, you all have obsessed over winning over anything, and that obsession has improved you all. Would I ever send you to death without any reason? I will be frank, I do not doubt our victory. Woon said. The air changed. As expected of Director Kang. Kang Ha-won said, and so, the first of our Western Quarters will be. Woon said, our first will be Ha-Humun. Kang Ha-won said, what? Would Ha-Humun be a middle-ranking horse? That's a bit different from the three-horse strategy that I know. Woon said, the core of three-horse strategy is knowing the enemy and knowing yourself. The opponent's first will not be a high-ranking horse, since they are certain of victory. Kang Ha-won thought fair, since even I expected our loss. Woon said, we do not have the chance to lose the first match. Tell Ha-Humun to do their best and make sure to win. He's skilled enough to do that. Kang Ha-won said, the first of our Western Quarters is Ha-Humun. You? He thought, I am the first? Kang Ha-won said, I picked you as the first because I think you are strong. You got a problem with my choice? Ha-Humun said, no sir. Kang Ha-won said, have no doubt. If you try your best, you will certainly win no matter who comes out. Ha-Humun said, I will be sure to win. The opponent has arrived. Those are the White Tiger Corps Team 7? Kang Ha-won said, I didn't think he would call Team 7, the best of White Tiger Corps. Woon said, would the average ones come out when the commander is having a bet? Match referee said, well, begin the spar. There is no time limit in today's spar. When you inflict a critical hit on your opponent, or when one pushes the opponent outside of the drawn line, you win. Then first representative, please come out. He said, I am Western Quarters representative, Ha-Humun. The opponent said, my name's Ju Pyo, from White Tiger Corps Team 7. Myeong-woon said, Cheju, wanna bet as well? Cheju said, no money's going to be put on an obvious match. Myeong-woon said, do you really believe so? Referee said, begin. Ha-Humun thought, let's see his speed first. Ju Pyo said, kid, I'll teach you how to cook a spear. Ha-Humun thought, he is fast. I will lose if I fall back. Myeong-woon said, that lad with the spear, he's not falling back. On top of that, it looks like he won't allow any approach beyond the current distance. Cheju said, would it really happen as he wishes? Myeong-woon said, we will see. Jojijin said, you can't even penetrate that clumsy defensive wall. What are you doing right now? Ju Pyo, finish it now. Woon said, Ha-Humun, he's holding out with divergent forms. Kang Ha-won said, he's saving his stamina by only increasing his speed when it's difficult. Ju Pyo thought, already 30 forms on a newbie. This isn't good. And said, to think I'd use the flying sage mark against you. I will make you regret meeting me. Kang Ha-won said, that's flying sage mark. It's a highest class body lightning technique that only a small portion even within the White Tiger Corps learns. Ju Pyo said, you're finally falling back. You've held out quite well, but this is it, newbie. Kang Ha-won said, Ha-Humun's spear is not able to catch up to Ju Pyo's speed. Woon said, it looks like he's intentionally not taking it on. Kang Ha-won said, what do you mean, sir? Woon said, wouldn't he be looking for an opportunity? Ju Pyo thought flying sage mark didn't actually work. Is not he using the spacing to expend my stamina? I will lose at this rate. Then, captain of 7th team said, Ju Pyo, don't go in so rashly. But Ju Pyo used setting moon, conquering sword? Ha! Humun said I won't fall back anymore? Now, go. Kong Hwan said that last spear strike is the hidden technique of the Azure Dragon Core. Woon said seems like he exploded his inner strength at once to increase his speed. Few days ago, Woon said there's one thing I need you to do for me, go to the White Tiger Core and purchase the Nak-san manor. 1,000 liang should be enough. Kong Hwan said you mean that small manor? Why that place? We still have a lot of places to spend money on. All we have is 1,240 liang. Woon said we need a manor to fully focus on martial arts training, body lightning or stealth. Activities are too much to do at the Western quarters, isn't it? The reason I asked for money from father is all because of Nak-san manor, too. Kong Hwan said don't think you're at the level to train body lightning yet. Woon said what's wrong if I just buy it ahead of time? Kong Hwan said but we can't even farm as the ground is infertile as Nak-san manor is between mines. Never mind food, we can't even produce horse hay. If you really need a manor, we could look for another. Woon said they told me to buy it. Said that it'll be a big help to us. And thought there are gold ores buried around Nak-san manor. Later down the line, it became a big help to the White Tiger Core. If I'm going to grow my forces I need even more funds. Kong Hwan said I'll be right back. Woon said when did you start listening to them so well? Referee said the first round goes to Western quarters. Woon said you're grown. He said I've only tried my best. Kong Hwan said next is you, Jong Yongs. Are you confident? Jong Yongs said I think I'll know only after I fight them. Kwon Hyum thought is he also nervous? Kong Hwan said definitely, someone stronger than Ju Pyo will come out. Jong Yongs thought Ju Pyo was certainly someone strong. And someone even stronger than him. Huh. Kong Hwan said relax yourself Jong. Kong Hwan said Young Sir said that if you win this duel you will be freed from sparring with Jo Kwang. Jong Yong said really? Kong Hwan said forget about the results and only focus on the opponent. You have the talent. Jong Yong said I will make sure to win. Lee Jong said bring stretchers. Ju Pyo said my apologies. Lee Jong said stop talking. You might bleed more. Jo Jijin said losing from the first round. Captain Lee, a single mistake is enough? Lee Jong said there won't be a second mistake. I will send out Zhang Kwang. Referee said the second representative, come out? He said I am Zhang Yongs of the Western quarters. And opponent said my name is Zhang Kwang, from White Tiger Corps Team 7. Kong Hwan said their looks of being off guard has disappeared. Woon said we'll have to think that the Nak-san manor is bet on this duel. Kong Hwan said what? There's still 3 more left after this. Woon said no, Peng Hyun-chung and Kwon Hyum cannot reach Team 7 yet. If we're to seize the chance to victory quickly, Jong Yongs, we need you to win. Was he able to shake off his fear of losing? Referee said begin. Jong Yongs said even the White Tiger Corps Team 7 ain't much when I actually go up against them. Zhang Kwang said what you say? Thought I am not someone to fall for that kind of taunt. Jo Jijin said your loss shall be the White Tiger Corps loss. Stay on guard, hold steadfast and look for the opponent's opening. Myeong-woon said are both of them focused on not losing? They seem to be only acting defensively. Cheju said wouldn't one of them try to settle it in the end? Myeong-woon said who knows, I'm about to yawn at this point. Zhang Kwang said where do you? Zhang Yang said now. Zhang Kwang said prepare yourself. Zhang Yang said tisk, missed by half an inch. There won't be a second mistake? Myeong-woon said one of them broke his silence. Cheju said it seems that the Western quarters has many good martial artists. Myeong-woon said is it Woon who raised them, or Kong Hwan? Cheju said of course, wouldn't it be Director Kong? Woon said looks like I set the orders just right. Prepare for the next. Kong Hwan said it's too early to be certain. Woon said Zhang Yongs is the one who wants to win more. Not saying by only looking at that, Zhang Yongs said here I go. And used diverging form? Fainting form? Referee said Western quarters victory? Jo Jijin said Zhang Kwang is not able to show even half of his skill? Is he unable to fight against this only much pressure? Lee Jong said I've nothing to say. Myeong-woon said it is true that the White Tiger Corp was unable to show their real skills since they were grasped by pressure. The last 3 attacks shown by the Western quarters, its diverging form and fainting form was quite excellent. I can't just ignore him just because he's the youngest anymore. So long as Kong Ha-won is next to him, that is. Kong Ha-won said well done. Jong Yong said thank you. Peng Hyun-chung said why are you gloomy, even though you've won? Ha-hu-moon thought while Jong Yong's fought with all he had, he noticed where he was lacking. His head must be full of his mistakes rather than the victory. Just like I am. Kong Ha-won said since they've lost twice in a row, the White Tiger Corps will send out their highest grade horse. Though there isn't anything you've ordered to Jo Kwang. Woon said even if a captain level comes out, there isn't anything. I've left to tell him. And thought he is a martial artist who obtained a realization. He's the strongest card we can show anyways. It's his burden in the end. Referee said third representative, please come on out. He said I am Jo Kwang of the Western Quarters. His opponent said I am Kong Eok of the White Tiger Corps Team 7. Kong Eok said I will fight with the White Tiger Corps honor and my life on the line. Jo Kwang thought that edge. Is it meant to break the opponent's sword? Myeong-woon said the White Tiger Corps side this time certainly reeks of blood. Cheju said the Western Quarters representative doesn't look that strong. Myeong-woon said really? And thought Woon is still young and does not know martial arts. Today's battle must be constructed by Kong Ha-won. I don't know what he's thinking to do all this. Referee said then, well begin the spar. Kong Eok said coming. And thought his footwork is good. Cheju said he's diverting the sword. Myeong-woon said that's a move impossible to do unless you can predict the direction and speed of the sword strike. Kong Ha-won said seems like Jo Kwang has grown yet another stage. Woon said is it not what he showed already when he faced Kwon Hume? Kong Ha-won said that is true but while Kwon Hume was a repeat opponent, Woon said today, even though it's an opponent and a weapon he's seeing for the first time it seems that he's already done with figuring it out. Woon thought Jo Kwang's talent was that he's got good eyes. He does not have the adaptiveness like Jong Yong's, but his ability to analyze his opponent is excellent. Was it a talent that was going to bloom one day in the end? Kong Ha-won said but he's getting pushed back in spirit. I think he's too passive. Woon said who knows, he should have a plan when he's falling back that much. Cheju said that lad is having too much fun. There's nowhere left for him to fall back. Myeong-woon said really? Thought it feels like fighting inside a fog. Since even I can't see that man's intentions. He's definitely being pushed back, but he's not being pushed back in spirit. Is it a luring plan? And said Kong Ha-won, you've collected some entertaining guys. Kong Eok thought what is this feeling? My attacks feel too easy. Like cutting tofu. Even that doesn't feel like I'm the one cutting, but my opponent coming in to get cut himself. What does it matter? If I push him just one more step it's our White Tiger Corps victory? Kong Eok said now. I will smash your sword into pieces. Take this. Kong Ha-won said the wind is cold, sir. Woon said winter is supposed to be cold. Kong Ha-won said it will be first morning soon. Woon said I'll be turning 13 then. Keep forgetting. Kong Ha-won thought he keeps talking like an old man. And said 5th sir will be done with his phase by this year's end. Woon said time flies quickly. And thought in the Myeong clan, you must become independent at age 18. And said what did 5th brother say he will do? Kong Ha-won said I've heard he's headed to Daean region. Woon thought Daean region, it's the northernmost region of the divine cult that faces Mongolia. Woon said it's not that dangerous of a place. Kong Ha-won said seems that Red Wind Corps commander's influence is the reason. Since 5th sir had the Red Wind Corps as his background. Woon thought I should have a definite background myself soon as well. Is that what you mean? Kong Ha-won said won't you have to choose the direction now? Woon said you mean the Gishusok clan? Kong Ha-won said your subordinate believes that would be the best. Woon said is Jong-moon still secluding himself? Kong Ha-won said I will keep trying. And the White Tiger Corps has sent documents. Woon said really, Commander Jo has kept his promise. Kong Ha-won said and so, I wanted to ask. Are you planning to move the residents to Nak-san Manor immediately? Woon said that's right. We can't stay under the damning palace forever. We will have to become independent one day too. Think of this as preparation for that. Kong Ha-won said if that's what young sir thinks. Then please give me time until spring. Nak-san Manor needs maintenance. Woon said it would be great to do a survey around the mines as well. Kong Ha-won said as you wish. Western Quarters private training room. Woon thought if I divide a month by 3 it's 10 days. 5 of that, I need to teach the 4 bodyguard warriors and Jaeyoung Ian, Time left for my training is only 5 days. But, my body has become lighter. To think my ki would increase this quickly in just a few months. How great? Well then, my inner ki is still unreasonably lacking. I have realized all of the core principles of the Phantom Sword a long time ago. The end of my sword is flickering. It does not happen through the intervention of a person's will. And so when accomplished, it is exceedingly difficult for the opponent to differentiate between the true form and feinted forms. Master called this sword mirror. It's an embarrassing level as I am lacking in inner ki, but it feels good at least. Myeonggak is said to be coming back after smashing the Murim Union, right? There's going to be a grand victory celebration. Ah, I don't wanna go. Kong Ha-won said, young sir, it's me Kong. Woon said, is the sun up already? I'll be out quickly. Kong Ha-won said, there's something I need to say. Woon said, is it about the victory celebration? I was already going to. Kong Ha-won said, they said that the victory celebration has been cancelled. Woon said, why? Kong Ha-won said, second sir requested a quiet return as he wanted to pay respects to the subordinates that died in battle. Woon thought a beast hungry for blood is hiding its claws pretty well. Woon said the subordinates must be deeply moved. Kong Ha-won said that is the case, but I heard that the higher up have expressed rage. Since compassion and sympathy are not the true aim of the cult, I believe it's more important to look better to the higher up. Woon said, to think you'd be this proficient at politics. Kong Ha-won said, isn't it what everything in the world is all about? Woon thought, to win the successor competition, I have to carry the support of the higher up on my back. However, it's most certainly not easy to find a clan that will become my shadow, since depending on who they choose as the successor, the shadow's fate is decided as well. Kong Ha-won said, and also there's news that Jong-moon gave his resignation letter and went to his maternal home, the Sok clan. Woon thought, is the Gizhu Sok clan finally making a move? Kong Ha-won said, seems that I was a step too late. My apologies. Woon said, no, I think it's better this way, and thought I should get a message soon. And said, now that I think about it, today's schedule is completely up in the air now. Kong Ha-won said, how about heading out to the market? Woon said, market? Kong Ha-won said, since we've won the war, the slave market will open. Woon said, got it. I'll get ready soon. 1 hour later. Unlike the Murim Union, the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult auctions off the prisoners of war to sell them as slaves. Auctioneer said, here, the slave this time is of a different variety. He's tall, and got good strength. Woon thought, what a divine cult like. Auctioneer said, 10 liang. We have 10 liang. Anyone higher? Woon thought, Director Kong likely means that I should watch over those who came to purchase slaves. Kong Ha-won said, young sir, House Secretary Song is here. Woon thought, Jashim House Secretary, Song Jian-hyum? The one who handles housekeeping of the damning palace. What is someone who's essentially a prime minister of a nation doing in a slave market? I got a guess, more or less. Woon said. Director Kong, who is that man? He's the apothecary, Myeonggak. There's a rumor that he sells medicine for cheap to the Black Tortoise Corps, on the side of fourth brother. Woon said, then, who is that man? Kong Ha-won said, that man is the Red Wind Corps Commander Won Woo-hyung. He's a member of the Fuzhou One clan. Fuzhou One clan is on the side of fifth brother. Woon thought, I see. He didn't reach the Jashim House Secretary for nothing, and said they're both people Secretary Song paid attention to. Remember then well. Kong Ha-won said, how did you figure out why Secretary Song came here? Woon said, huh. And thought that child is. Woon said, Director Kong, could you win that child? Kong Ha-won said, what? Woon said, I will allow up to 100 liang. Unless Secretary Song shows up, I will win. Kong Ha-won said, 100 liang is a lot of money. If needed, there's other made. Woon said, but it's not so big we can't use it. Trust me. That child, she's got something. Kong Ha-won said, understood. He said, 50 liang. Auctioneer said, right? We have 50 liang. Anyone higher? Some person with mask said, here, 70 liang. Auctioneer said, 70 liang. We have 70 liang. Kong Ha-won said, 80 liang. Person with mask said, 90 liang. Kong Ha-won said, 100 liang. Person with mask said, 120 liang. Woon said, stop. Secretary Song has arrived. They're looking at us. Let's head back now. Kong Ha-won said, why did someone like Secretary Song show up at a slave market? Woon said it seems like he's watching over those with unclear origin of funds, since they could become danger to the true cult. Kang Ha-won said, isn't it okay for us since we've had it granted by our great cult leader? Woon said, but Secretary Song doesn't know that, does he? His fastidiousness isn't of your average person. So, who won the auction? Kang Ha-won said, seeing their martial uniform, it looked like the Red Flying Corps. Woon said, Red Flying Corps, huh? Was it him? Kang Ha-won thought, when did he? I didn't even sense his presence while having young sir next to me. How careless of me. And said, who are you? Reveal your identity? He said, Sokju of the Red Flying Corps. Greet 7th sir. Woon thought by Sokju, and said, aren't you the flying foul sword? Sokju said, I am only thankful for recognizing the title of someone so lowly. Kang Ha-won said, is he someone you know? Woon said no. Woon thought, it's just that I know his title due to what will happen in about 10 years or so, and said, if the flying foul sword came all the way here, there must be a reason, right? Sokju said, I want to make an offer to young sir. Woon said, and what would that be? Sokju said, if young sir meets up with someone, I will hand over this child. It will not be a harmful meeting to you. Woon said, how strange. How could the flying foul sword be so certain of that? Sokju thought, what in the world is this pressure? And said, they're not someone you can meet easily. Woon said, what you mean? Sounds to me like I am someone who can be met easily then. I thought Kang Ha-won was the head. That wasn't it. However young he is, he's still the blood of the heavenly demon, is that it? Woon said, well, sure then. Flying foul sword. Woon said, Director Kang, give us some space. Kang Ha-won said, young sir? Woon said, if he tries something, you won't be able to stop it anyways. Sokju said, thank you for understanding. Then, ahead of the explanation, Woon said, all right, do tell me. How amazing is the person who apparently wants to see me? Moments later, Kang Ha-won said, I saw the flying foul sword leaving. Woon said, take care of the child. Kang Ha-won said, which means you've decided to meet them. Woon said, that's right. You're not asking who they are. Kang Ha-won said, that wouldn't be something I should know yet. Woon said, when it's accomplished, I will tell you first. And thought, since the person I can trust the most right now is you, Kang Ha-won. He thought, I don't know who's behind young sir, but flying foul sword is an expert known wide even throughout the true cult. If he uses everything he has, I wouldn't last even 10 forms. Young sir, how do you know all of this? And how can you face him alone so confidently? Have you truly raised your strength all by yourself all this time? What was I doing as a director, out of everything? Kang Ha-won said, I do have a question. Woon said, do ask. Kang Ha-won said, how did you fool everyone for such a long time? Woon said, because there was no other choice. Kang Ha-won said, then why did you think now's the time? Woon said, because it would be too late if not now, and thought, if I want to turn something back, if I want to carve destiny as I wish, it would be too late if not now. Shijun Myeong's residence reception room. Shijun Myeong said, how is he? Sokju said, he is better than I thought. Shijun Myeong said, Kang Ha-won is that great of a person? Sokju said, it isn't Kang Ha-won. The brains of the West House is the 7th young lord. Shijun Myeong said, the 7th young lord. Sokju said, well, not 100%, he is more than 90%. I'm sure he has the power to draw people, him. Shijun Myeong thought, that right there is the quality of a monarch. Is he really that talented? But the mountains he must overcome are much too high, and said, now, have some tea. Sokju said, the 7th young lord is received favorably by all. According to Bai Zion, he only started practicing sword techniques not too long ago, yet there aren't any flaws to his sword. Shijun Myeong said, is Kang Ha-won teaching him? Sokju said, I do not know that far. And his escort guards? I heard they receive training separately, but I was not able to find who the teacher was. Shijun Myeong said, find out whether there have been others who have made their move before us. And thought, surely it isn't the Yangzhou family. Sokju said, understood, and have a happy new year. Jun Myeong said, you as well. At the time, West House's study, Jyoung-eun said, milord, I have brought the child. Woon said, come in. Jyoung-eun said, then I will step out now. Woon thought, that attire. Seems there's been some sort of misunderstanding. And said, no, just wait off to the side here. Jyoung-eun said, understood sir. Woon thought, it's on the tip of my tongue, but she barely has any will to live. As the hunt for humans in the divine cult is ruthless, It must have been too much to handle at a young age. And said, how old are you? She said 12. Woon said, your family? She said, died. You guys killed them. Myeong-un said, my lord. Woon said, stop, Myeong-un. She said, let go, I am going to die too. Woon said, your family won't come back to life just because you die, so don't try to give up on your life that easily. I, too, can overpower you in an instant if I just pierce your meridian, but I won't. She said, why not? Woon said, because I want you to decide your own life. Because if you don't, you'll always want to give up on that life of yours again. I hope you can find your path here and survive. I'll help you in all that you need. She said, lies. I heard people of the divine cult deceive others. Are you going to use me as a plaything? Woon said, I'm not that sort of person. Not everyone here is that sort either. Are all those outside the divine cult good people? The way people live is all the same. If you've calmed down, then I'd like to hear your story. She said, my name's Koya. I was living in a small village in Chinju, but people from the divine cult, after asking if we'd cooperated with Mount Kunlun, killed everyone. We just thought that these unknown people had appeared to ask for food though. Huh? What could have happened to? Woon said, Koha, you mean your sibling? I'm sure she can easily be found if you came together. She said no, Koha was dragged off to another place. Woon said, Myeong-un, tell Chief Kong about this and to try to look for Koha. Myeong-un said, understood. Koya said, really? If you can just find Koha, then my everything. No, I will give everything to you, my lord. Woon said, no, there's no need for that. And, though there is one thing I may have to ask of you someday, I get that feeling. Woon said, Myeong-un, I'll entrust this child to you. Think of her as a little sister and look after her. Myeong-un said, I will follow your command. A little later, Woon recalled a memory. Sokju said, the person that would like to meet you, my lord, is the head. Woon thought elder Shi. Contact with the Shi family was something I'd planned, but the timing is a bit early and the person is also unexpected. Shi Junmyeong, one of the 10 elders, as well as a recognizable master even by the divine cult. Though he appears gentle from the outside, he's an evil spirit amongst evil spirits. I'll be eaten up alive by them if anything goes wrong. I mustn't be used as one of their cards. I must form a relationship of equal footing with them. A few days later. This isn't your average horse. It avoids, and doesn't get into any bad situations unnecessarily. Jo Kwang said, whoa, whoa. It appears this is the place. Woon said, let's get off. Woon said, anyone there? On other side person said, what brings you here? Woon said, the password 1 June of Northern Skin with 2 June of Duzhong. Gate guard opened the door and said, the wind is cold. Please come inside. Woon said, it appears they've set up a base here. Woon said, it won't be a trap. Let's go. Jo Kwang said, how incredible. It's a pond. Woon said, wait here. Jo Kwang said, I will accompany you. Woon said, no. He isn't a person that you can even fight against anyway. And thought I'm unable to beat him, even if I recovered all of my past lives. Wujong either. To request for the exclusion of Chief Kong accompaniment as the condition to meet secretly. In the end, he's trying completely to test me. Shi Junmyeong said, have you arrived? Woon said, there's no choice but to respond, as a powerful person has called. Wow, it's nice. Shi Junmyeong said, what sort of power does an elderly person have? First, please have a seat. Woon said, if Elder Shi doesn't have power, then just who does? Shi Junmyeong said, the Lord of the Divine Cult does. Woon said, is that so? Not the Ming family and the 8 Mount Tai families? And thought Shi Zhou's words weren't a lie. Shi Junmyeong said, the Divine Cult Lord will be sad if he hears that. Woon said, it's also a quality of a Divine Cult Lord to be able to confront the truth. Shi Junmyeong said, that is a dangerous remark, my lord. Woon thought, is this the 1,000 sound strands? But I've also experienced the heavenly demon cultivation art. I must let this sort of internal force flow out. Shi Junmyeong thought the young lord isn't using internal force. The pain is multiplied the more internal force is used on the 1,000 sound strand though. Woon said, how disappointing. Shi Junmyeong said, are you referring to this elderly man's Wujong? Woon said, I have no choice but to be disappointed as you don't treat others with trust. Shi Junmyeong said, regardless of status, anyone who insults the cult lord must be punished. Woon said, that's only true for inside the damning palace. Shi Junmyeong said, what do you mean? Woon said, even today, hypocrites in the Central Plains still survive, saying, divine cult this, divine cult leader that, but I can't believe you're all having a power struggle against one another in damning palace, when you're unable to punish those hypocrites. And thought I've survived that, Grandpa. Shijun Myeong said, young lord, are you not afraid of death? Woon said, for a person who hasn't made great achievements, how could they not be afraid of death? Shijun Myeong said, then, are you saying you're going to make great achievements? Woon said, isn't that the reason why books were created for this world? Shijun Myeong thought, while he looks 13 from the outside, that isn't the case for the inside, and said, it is said that the scent of Mount Hung's floral tea is on par with that of Yunnan. Woon said, if that's the case, then the price should be the same. Yunnan's tea must be much more expensive though. Shijun Myeong said, no wonder why it seems like your blade is still pointed at me. Yes. Woon said, then would you feel happy when you're abruptly getting attacked? Jun Myeong said, please forgive me. However, insulting the divine cult lord is a dangerous matter. If you please. Woon said, I'm sure you didn't call me to give such a warning though. Shijun Myeong said, I would like to present you with a proposal, young lord. Woon said, if it's a proposal asking, I'll lend you my power, so be my card, then I'll decline. Shijun Myeong said, how could I make such an insolent proposal? It's just that the Gizhushi family would like to become your backing, young lord. Woon thought, I'll be caught up in this if I act sloppily from here, and said, may I ask what the reason for that is? A little later, the West House Kong Ha-won said, have you returned? Woon said, I've decided to hold hands with the Gizhushi family. Kong Ha-won said, that's great. That's really wonderful. Woon said, of course that's great, but it's still too early to be happy. Woon recalled the memory while talking to Kong Ha-won. Woon said, may I ask what the reason for that is? Shijun Myeong said, first is that you still don't have any support, and second is that I felt that your qualities are extraordinary. Woon said, I appreciate those words, but I haven't had any backing since I was born. And I haven't really proven anything until now either. Even if I have a good chance of becoming the successor, I haven't done enough work to show that. But the Gizhushi family is going to sponsor me? Wouldn't I be a fool if I simply just believed it? However, if the Yunnan tea, which are my brothers, compliment me, Mount Hung's floral tea, then my value in the successor competition will be cheap, so I'll be an easy card to discard. The successor competition isn't just about picking the one with the most outstanding Myeonggak. They must be strong enough to be the cult lord, as well as have a lot of achievements. Shijun Myeong thought, I'm sure he has an extraordinary talent and intelligence. If only he was the third or fourth young lord. Woon said, the people leading the 8 Mount Tai families each support someone different. If I'm to bring all their support towards myself, then I'll have to make my other brothers come towards my side, and grow my power. Elder, it'd be good if you didn't hide any more from me. Shijun Myeong said, how incredible. You've seen right through it. By growing your power, young lord, we just hope to support the right person in the future. And thought, this is the reality. The 7th young lord, will he reject my proposal? Woon said, they say Mount Hung's floral tea is Mount Hung's floral tea from the moment the flowers bud. Who does Gizhushi view as the right person? And thought, as long as it isn't Myeonggak. Shijun Myeong said, there isn't anyone yet. Woon said, is that so? Shijun Myeong said, do you think this elderly man will go that far just to deceive you? Woon said, I will agree if you just promise me one thing. Shijun Myeong said, what sort of promise? Woon said, please listen to my opinion when picking the right person. Just that. Kong Ha-won said, in the end, the decision-making rights are all in their hands. Would we gain any profits from this deal? Woon said, we just have to make it so that their plans go astray. And thought, borrowing their power, I'm going to be the right person. Since it's just death for me anyway, if I don't ascend the cult lord's seat. I promised to fight with everything I've got. I have no intention of just ending things after only sloppily helping others. And said, that's that, and I did tell Jyoung-eun to say this, but Kong Ha-won said, oh, are you referring to Koi's sibling? Well, I heard the Red Dragon Squadron purchased the child. Woon said, the Red Dragon Squadron? Have you tried to connect with them? Kong Ha-won said, yes. However, even if we offer them a couple times the bid, they said they cannot hand that child over. I believe they're raising them to become an assassin. As the Red Dragon Squadron will occasionally raise children who have survived the battlefield like that. Woon said, really? Koi will be disappointed though. Woon thought, now I remember. Ghost hands Jang Young? And said, entrust the Red Dragon Squadron matter to me? called Zhou Kuang and Zhongyang's. Kang Hewon said, what are you talking about, my lord? Are you saying that you'll visit there yourself? Woon said, isn't that something that needs to be dealt with anyway? Woon thought ghost hand Jang Yang. Jang Yang was the foster daughter of the famed Dr. Jang Ji. I don't know how she ended up as his foster daughter. But, even beyond the divine cult, no one dared to recreate the way her hand moved marvelously across the central plains. However, she would not have been able to save someone who had met their fate. The last time I saw her was during father's funeral. For the reason of not having fulfilled her duties as the palace doctor, she was executed by the junior cult leader, Myeonggak. Her look, staring down Myeonggak without a word. Was she feeling unfair, or rage? Father's death was certainly too sudden, it was in the middle of the deep night, and he didn't even leave a will. Zhou Kuang said, we've arrived at the Red Dragon Core? Woon continue with his thought anyways, she is at the western quarters right now, and making connections with a famed doctor is the same as gaining another life. To at least gain her heart, I have to bring Cho Ha with me. Zhou Kuang said, 7th Sir wishes to meet the Red Dragon Commander? Inside the Red Dragon building, servant said, Commander? Commander? Red Dragon Commander. Ha Chongjio said, what's so urgent you're making all this fuss? Servant said, 7th Sir of the Western Quarters is here. Ha Chongjio said, 7th Sir? Why did he here for? Servant said, I'm not so sure about that. Ha Chongjio said, bring him inside for now. And thought to himself, a few days ago, I heard that he smashed the White Tiger Core. Is it our turn now? He said. Ha Chongjio greets the young sir. Woon said, I greet Mr. Commander. He thought his attitude is completely different from the White Tiger Commander. But, never let your guard down. Ha Chongjio, please sit for now. I didn't think you would come all the way to this shaggy place all of a sudden. Woon said, shaggy? No way. This place is not shaggy at all. I happen to like paintings very much, and thought I spent my last life buried in paintings. Ha Chongjio, haha, is that so? Though, your business here is. Woon said, I've heard that you've brought in a girl from the slave market. Please excuse me, but the Western Quarters would like to bring in that child. I will give you 3 times the cost you bought her. Ha Chongjio said, ho ho, that's a bit problematic. We have our own problems too, so, and thought it's not the issue of money. Trading with any of the young sirs could spread rumors that we are backing them. Woon thought it'll be difficult to accept, nor deny my demand. And said, oh my, I didn't consider it ahead of time. Then how about this? We decide it with a bet. Ha Chongjio said, a bet? Sparring would be difficult. As you already know, 9 out of 10 of our martial artists are currently outside. Woon thought I would like to come out myself and break them all apart, but, and said, I will accept whatever commander wishes. Ha Chongjio said, did you say whatever? Woon said, well, I'm the one in the position of making a request, aren't I? I will cleanly back out if I lose. And thought it's a request on words alone, it's no different than daylight robbery. Then, Ha Chongjio said, all right. Then, since you said you like paintings, what if I present a painting as the wager? Woon said, that's great to hear. Ha Chongjio said, what a relief. Then please wait for a second. Moment ago, before entering Red Dragon Core building, Woon said, Zhang Yongxi, what kind of a person is the Red Dragon Commander? You're from the Red Dragon Core. Zhang Yongxi said, since assassination and infiltration is the core of the Red Dragon Core, I've heard that the commander too hides his thoughts well, and is skilled at reading minds. Also, I heard that he uncharacteristically likes paintings. Woon said, mind reading and paintings, huh? Got it. I'll head in with Zhou Kuang, wait here. Zhang Yongxi said, understood. Ha Chongjio said, you just have to guess the painter of this drawing. Woon thought this drawing is. Ha Chongjio said, you can answer after thinking about it as much as you can. And thought however much you live surrounded by books, a little child won't be able to figure it out. That drawing is mixed with multiple styles, and is a work whose release was forbidden to the public. Woon said, it seems that I have lost. It looks like an inkwash painting, that was influenced by the Tang era's ink release technique. Ha Chongjio said, haha, you mean that you can't tell whose it is? Woon said, it's just that. I've seen quite the precious drawing thanks to Commander. It shall be just to give you my thoughts as a thanks. Ink release means to spray the ink, and you can call it a technique that expresses not through lines but through spreading. By spraying the ink, and spreading with your hand, feet, and even hair, and also drawing directly with the ink itself, etc. Compared to the line-centered technique, you can think of it being much more unconventional and free. A long time ago, a painter named Yusho had presented the emperor with a single drawing. However, one day later down the line, Yusho visited the emperor for the second time, and told the people that the painting in the palace is not his, as he couldn't know what had happened in the middle, but still, he had never once drawn the exact same pine tree next to each other. As that news was relayed, the emperor was in a towering rage, and ordered to bring Yusho to him, but when his servants went looking for him, he had already left this world. To think L did see this precious painting here. If what Yusho had said was true, this would be a forged piece and not his piece, and if I guessed wrong, I would be disgracing Commander's precious painting. So I suppose I have lost the bet, Commander. Zhang Yang said, seems like everything went well. Woon said, it's all thanks to you. Zhang Yang thought I didn't really help with much though. Woon said, Cho, how was it? She said, yes, sir. Woon said, forget about everything that happened until now. You will live with your sister from now on. Jo Kwang said, although, young sir, was that painting truly the emperor's? Woon said, most likely not, since the angered emperor immediately burned it down. Jo Kwang said, what? Then what was that painting the commander had? Woon said, well, were there only one or two fakes in the world? Let's head back now. Third Sir Myeong-woon said, it's been half a year now, is it? Fourth Sir Myeong-jun said, no reason to meet you since you don't call me over. Myeong-woon said, I've no time to look after my little brother since I'm too busy catching up to the elder brother. Myeong-jun said, I think you've now got too much distance between you and second brother. Myeong-woon said, second brother has the sword spirit core and the Kylin core too. Myeong-jun said, Hyung-nim has the white tiger core, don't you? Myeong-woon thought, since the black tortoise commander is a person from your maternal family, it's easy for you. I'm different from you. The white tiger core don't move as I wish. Myeong-jun said, so, why did you want to see me today? Myeong-woon said, how much do you know about Woon? Myeong-jun said, I don't know much about the youngest. Is he not just a kid who read poems or wrote every day? If you're looking at the western quarters, shouldn't you pay attention to Director Kong? Myeong-woon said, I've heard news that the Gishusok clan is making a move. Myeong-jun said, ahem, isn't it old news now? There was a time Woon went looking for Jong-moon, who used to be a Black Tortoise Corps captain. And Jong-moon's maternal family is the Sok clan. Gishusok clan are people who never make moves unless there's a guaranteed benefit. There's no way they would stand behind youngest. Myeong-woon said, what if that's the case? Myeong-jun said, even if it is, what could the youngest even do? Myeong-woon thought he's not entirely wrong. However much the background flails around, there's no use if the master does not move. And said, never mind that, this year's Grand Flame ceremony is important here. Grand Flame ceremony. Once a year, everyone in the Myeong clan gathers and wishes long life and peace to cult leader Myeong-jung. Myeong-woon said, wouldn't second brother with his battle accomplishments be the focus of the Grand Flame ceremony this time? Myeong-jun said, would be a problem if that happens. Not like we have any other good options. Myeong-woon said, right, so Hyung-nim, lend me your ear for a moment. Damning Palace, Grand Flame House, Heavenly Demon Divine Cult Leader. Myeong-jung said there were rumors all around the Shiwon Great Mountain that the second had been touched by the 9 sect, 1 guild, and have been planning a revolt. What do you all think? Divine Cult Left Master Yang Dichung said, it seems to be a baseless rumor someone had maliciously spread. Myeong-jung said, of course that's probably the case. The issue is that why a rumor like this came up in the first place. Yang Dichung said, would it not be because Gok's accomplishments were too great? Myeong-jung said, then who could be the culprit? Chong, tell me what you think. Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, Vice Cult Leader, Yu Chong said, it will be difficult to easily figure it out. Divine Cult Right Master, Gong Bokjin said, likely, it's one of the 3 I'm thinking of. The first would be the other sirs that are envious of Gok's accomplishment, the second is the 9 sect, 1 guild. And the third? It's Gok himself. Since after the refusal of the victory celebration, Gok's battle accomplishments have faded a bit. There's a chance that he planned it himself to renew this. Myeong-jung thought the likelihood is very low, but as expected of Bokjin, his moves are deep and detailed. Bokjin said, firstly, we will need to thoroughly find the origin of the rumor. However, whatever the truth is for this case, We announce that it's the work of the 9 sect, 1 guild, and ordering Gok to have a time to reflect would be appropriate, I believe. Myeong-jung said good. Then I will handle this case with the divine cult right master's opinion. Then we'll conclude today's work here. Right, Bok-jin, see me for a minute. Bok-jin said, are there any orders you wish you give me separately? Myeong-jung said, do you know of Cao's youngest son, Cao Chong? Bok-jin said, by Cao Chong, is he not the brilliant child who measured the weight of the elephant sent by Sun Quan? Myeong-jung said, I'm not favoring Woon. But I'm only worried that Woon would follow Cao Chong's fate. Bok-jin thought. There is a theory that Cao Chong's talents were too excellent, and he ended up being assassinated by his oldest brother Cao Pai. Certainly, given his age, Woon is tall and has good looks. If he matures, he will certainly attract everyone's attention. Especially if his talents are great also. He's giving me a difficult mission. And he said whether I go, or Woon calls me, the words will leak. I will use the coming Grand Flame ceremony to meet with Woon separately. Myeong-jung said, please do. The day of the Grand Flame ceremony. Kong Ha-won said, this is it for me accompanying young sir. Woon said, I know. Don't worry too much. Is it not something that we do every year? Kong Ha-won said, my dreams were stormy today. Please be careful. Someone said it's Woon. Woon turns around and thought this. Voice. Myeong-won said, been a while. Let's head inside. Woon said, yes, third brother. It's been a while. Let's head inside. Cheju said, you're gonna break the earth. Myeong-won said, I've heard about the White Tiger Corps and Red Dragon Corps. It was quite excellent. Woon said, I did as Director Kong instructed. Myeong-won said, oh yeah, about that. Oh, second brother? It's been a while. Hyung-nim? Woon thought Myeonggak. He said, it's been a while, Woon. And been a while as well, youngest.
Woon thought, I can't speak. I thought I did overcome my fear, but was that not the case? But if I get scared and fall back at just this, I can never overcome him. And said second brother, congratulations on your battle deeds. Myeonggak said, thanks. We can't just keep standing here and talking. Let's head inside for now. Yang Di-kung said, the Grand Flame ceremony begins. The cult leader enters. Please stand up from your seats. Everyone present at the ceremony was speaking. Hail! Hail! All hail! 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 All hail! 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 All hail! Woon thought divine cult left Master Yang Di-kung. It's been a while. Has it been 15 years or so? What happened to left master later down the line again? I'm sure he stepped down before father passed away. Was it a natural death? Assassination? Or was it just an early retirement? Well, anyway, that's not important right now. Heavenly Demon Divine Cult Leader, Myeong-jung said, it is fortunate that I can face everyone like this at least once a year. I would like to specially deliver a few words to my sons. Woon thought, continue that voice. It's difficult to even try and estimate the depth of his ki. I'm certain he's above Myeonggak from my past life. Perhaps he could have reached martial pinnacle. Myeong-jung said, firstly, I will talk about mistakes. Jin, you are unable to act when you should because you pay too much attention to your surroundings. You will have to grow your heart. Jin said, your son, will reflect upon it. Myeong-jung said, next will be Gak. You've made accomplishments in Kingai, but you've lost all of those accomplishments as you were arrogant. You will have to abandon arrogance. Gak said, your son, will abandon arrogance. Myeong-jung said, and lastly, Woon, being weak is not a virtue. If you cannot develop your strength, you will not be considered a member of the Myeong clan. Woon said, your son, will train without pause. Myeong-jung said, good. Then I will now grant rewards to my sons who have worked hard all this time. Jin's meticulousness is best in terms of handling the cult's business. I will grant the Bailu manner. Jin said, thank you, father. Myeong-jung said, there is no one who would beat Gak courageousness, and so I will praise that accomplishment with a treasured sword. Gak said, thank you, father. Woon thought, just a single sword after having such a battle accomplishment? Second brother not having a victory celebration was the problem. Since second brother slipped, it'll be big brother's turn next. Myeong-jung said, and lastly, I grant a book to Woon who likes to learn. Myeong-jung thought a fitting gift for Woon. Myeong-tak thought a much should do nothing but read. Woon thought this is 10 wings 10 martial records. A while later Yang Di-kung said, then we conclude the Grand Flame ceremony. Woon said goodbye. Hanum. Woon said goodbye to you as well. Then a servant said, "Young sir," from behind. Woon turned around and said, "Did you call me?" She said, "Yes, I have something to give you." This is, Woon thought to himself, what is this? When Woon opened the letter, he found the following message: "I would like to discuss something with 7th sir." The maid will lead the way, and thought, it doesn't look like she'll answer even if I ask for the reason. I guess I will have to follow her. Who could it be? Is it Cheok-byeon? Now that I think about it, there hasn't been contact from the Cheok clan for a while. She said, "This way, young sir." "Then I'll be on my way." Woon said thanks to her and opened the door, and thought a formation technique this time as well. Just who is the person that wants to meet me? "That man is Divine Cult, right, Master Gongbak-jin?" he said, seeing your surprised face. "I seem to be not the person you were expecting. Please take a seat first." Woon said, "I didn't think right Master would call me." Gongbak-jin said, "I just wanted to talk with young sir." Woon said, "What I would talk with, right Master? Is it about scripture and faith?" Gongbak-jin said, "I would very much love to do so, but let's do that next time." Woon said then, "What is it about?" Gongbak-jin said, "Do you know of the story of a child who ate an elephant?" Woon stunned for a moment and said, "You mean Cao Chung?" Gongbak-jin said, "I've heard that young sir had been to the Red Dragon Corps." Woon said, "I've only talked about paintings and received one child from them." Gongbak-jin said, "Cheonggu is not someone who gives something of his so easily," and thought, even still, no way he'd refuse when a young sir is requesting. "No?" Woon said, "What are you trying to say?" Gongbak-jin said, "Great cult leader is worried." Woon thought, father is worried about him? Gongbak-jin continued, "As the great cult leader treasures young sir's talent. However, it is different for young sir's brothers. However much young sir works, at the moment there are no ways for young sir to prevail over Cao Chong's destiny." And thought, who knows if it's after a few years. Woon thought to himself, it's father's order. I can see why he gave me his secret martial arts book now, and said he means I should leave the Daming Palace. Gongbak-jin thought he immediately figured it out. He truly is brilliant. Woon said while standing up, "I shall do so." Gongbak-jin said, "We will support you with everything if there's anything you need." Woon said, "That's fine. Thank you for your consideration, but that's something I must overcome myself with my own strength." A while later, after returning from Grand Flame ceremony, in the underground training center, Woon thought there were too many things in one day. Myeonggak, it sure has been a while since we last met. The face looked like a face that he knew I used in her KI, but him not reacting to it still likely means he won't even pay attention to the current me. I still have time. I need to grow my strength a bit more if I'm going to jump past him. To do that, making a decision would be first on the line. How troublesome. Didn't expect I did receive a martial arts book from father. Should have given me a key heart technique book instead. 10 Wings 10 Martial Records. A martial arts book containing the chronicles of martial god Gwak Jeongyum and the martial arts he used. This book is different from regular martial arts books. The essentials of martial arts are there, but there isn't a hint of the training methodology. I planned on reaching Zenith with Phantom Sword, but 10 Wings 10 Martial Record father gave me. A path I went down once before will certainly be easier, but its end could be the same as before. On the other hand, the path I haven't gone down before could have a different end. When it's difficult to easily come up with an answer, the answer is to empty it, for void is truth, and truth is void. As the 10 Wings 10 Martial Records itself is void, everything is left to me, which means there's no need to contemplate it. Only by perfectly achieving the profound principles of Phantom Sword, I can go over to 10 Wings 10 Martial Records. All path return home, for branches are bound to collect back into one. It is impossible to go down multiple paths at the same time. Originally meaning all rivers flow back into the single ocean, it means that the end of every path leads to one point, often used in Murim, that reaching the end of a path makes it easy to explore other paths. Choose a single path and go until the end. That itself is the path to understanding all. A month later, at Naksan Manor, Kang-hoon said, "It has been so long since the lichen, but it is still cold. Then, let's head inside." Peng Yun-chung said, "This really is the Naksan Manor that used to be the residence for the mine administrators?" Kang-hoon said, "I displayed a bit of my skills." Jong-yong said, "This is for lightning arts. And this is for training it in weapons." Kwon-him said, "What is this?" Jong-yong said, "Be careful." Kwon-him said, "There's nothing in there though." Jong-yong said, "It is a hidden weapon shooting mechanism." "Want me to activate it?" Kwon-him said, "You should have told me earlier." Kang Hwan said that's enough for chit-chat. Now, you will stay with young sir at the snacks and manor for a while. Devote yourself with all your might. They said we will put all of our might. We will devote ourselves. Jo Kwang said, Director, are you going to be staying at the western quarters? Kang Hwan said someone has to protect it. Last day evening, Kang Hwan said, young sir, Next and Manor's construction is finally over. Woon said it went as planned. Well done, Kang Hwan said, and this is the Naksan map that was made by surveying the Naksan Manor area. It will be helpful in reorganizing the defenses. Woon said, hey, as expected of Director Kang. He said also apparently the 4th Sir has been appointed to the Sichuan branch. Current Black Tortoise Commander, No Hiki, seems to be switched as well. Woon said looks like the person who slandered second brother with fake rumors was 4th brother then. And thought I had suspicions, but as expected Kang Hwan said, what? Wasn't that revealed to be the workings of the Murim Union few days ago? Woon said must have been a stratagem by the divine cult right master who was worried about following chaos. Kang Hwan said by the Sichuan branch, it is the frontmost line facing the 9 sect, 1 guild. It is very close to the headquarters of the Sichuan Tang clan. Woon thought looks like I would not see 4th brother for a good while. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to return at all. You cannot win the competition with such shallow moves. Only honest strength survives, and said in any case, we'll go to Naksan Manor immediately tomorrow. As I've said before, please take care of the western quarters while I am there. Kang Hwan said I've been preparing for that. How long do you plan to stay? Woon said let's see. About 3 years. I won't come back before I complete my martial arts. I'm trusting in you. Kang Hwan said then, please take care of young sir. Jo Kwang said don't worry too much. Jong Young said though, where did young sir go? Jong Yoon said however much the Naksan Manor is close by, would it be okay without bodyguards? Woon said I have you, don't I? It's only a neighborhood tour. I plan on appointing you as the Naksan Manor's director. Jung Yoon said what? Woon said you've seen and learned a lot being on my side all this time, right? You will handle the operation and management of this place. Of course the bodyguard training as well. Jung Yoon said I'll receive your orders young sir. Woon thought anyhow, this Naksan map is pretty well made. I will be able to solidify its defenses. Woon said huh? There are children. Jung Yoon said they're children of the slaves belonging to the Naksan Manor. Woon thought to himself Naksan Manor's slaves, huh, and said you guys, are you learning how to read? One of the child said to read? No, Jung Yoon said there shouldn't be anyone who teaches them specifically. Woon thought I would love if I could teach the children, but I do not have the time. Out of nowhere, Woon's attention was drawn to the rock the children were playing with and asked, that rock in your hands, could you show that to me for a second? Child said this is mine. My pretty rock. Woon said I will look at it for just a moment and give it back. Then, Woon examined the rock closely, deep in thought yup, it is gold. My memory was right. If you
Naksan Manor, main room. Woon thought to himself, I like it. It's plain and simple. The desk is new too, Kang Ha-won said with a loud voice, young sir, while running towards main room. We checked, and it's just as you said, we've found a high-purity gold mine in the Naksan Manor region. Woon responds by saying, is that true? I was only guessing. Kang Ha-won said the length of the vein is over 24 meters. Truly congratulations? And thought to himself, with the gold mine profits, even if it isn't on compare with that of the Black Tortoise Corps and White Tiger Corp, we can train dozens of martial artists? Woon thought to himself while seeing Kang so happy, he's such a housekeeper, and said, the Violet Light Group will contact us soon then. Kang Ha-won asked, the Violet Light Group will, but why? In response to his question Woon said, have you heard about the gold string pill? Kang Ha-won said, by gold string pill, isn't it the pill of legends made by the Byokese Path's hermit saint? One that makes a paralytic stand up, and turns an old man young again. Woon said, the gold string pill really does exist. The Violet Light Group is producing them in secret. Kang Ha-won asked with a shocked face, is that true? Woon said, why would I ever lie to you? Though it's extremely top secret so even most of my brothers wouldn't know. And thought to himself, of course I know because I've experienced it in my previous life. Woon said, it's said that while it doesn't have the same effect as the legend, it still increases inner power significantly. Kang Ha-won thought to himself, increase in inner power? Woon said, the most important thing in making the gold string pill is the purity of the gold. But since a high-purity gold vein was found at the Nak-san manor, they'd show interest, wouldn't they? On top of the Gishusok clan, if we can create a good relationship with the Violet Light group, it'll be a big help to us. Kong Ha-won asked. Would there be any way for young sir to take the gold string pill? Woon said in response, not everyone can take the gold string pill. And besides, even if you can, I don't really trust the gold string pill that much. Inner power is the area of enlightenment in the end, is it not? And thought to himself, in my previous life, father was negative towards the gold string pill as well. He did allow its production, however. Woon said, that's that. How many slaves are there in the Nak-san manor? Kong Ha-won said, I think it'd be around over 30. Woon said, I was wondering what would happen if we freed them and turned them into our villagers. Kong Ha-won asked, what? Free them? Woon said in response, Nak-san manor is their place of living too. They won't leave even if we free them. The gold mine will bring great fortune to the Nak-san manor. But if there's no reward for it, they would start thinking twice, would they not? Kong Ha-won thought to himself, he's right. If there are rewards, their morale will increase as well. Woon said, Kong, you've accomplished many things for us to come all the way here, so I would like to reward you. Is there anything you need? Kong Ha-won said, no, sir. I have not had an accomplishment deserving of that yet. Woon said, hey, it's fine. Tell me. Kong Ha-won said, I will tell you when I've had a fitting accomplishment. Woon said, can't say much if that's what you want. Nak-san manor, sparring field, Woon asked, have you all gathered? All of them together said, yes, young sir. Woon said, I was thinking of granting you rewards for your accomplishments thus far. All of them thought, granting us rewards? Woon order, Jae-yong-ian, give it to them. Jo Kwang thought to himself, this book is? Woon stated explaining, I've personally transcribed them with my own hands. The Converging Cloud Circulation Arts I've granted Jo Kwang is the secret text of the Moon Cult. There's nothing better than this to grow your inner chi. The Heaven and Earth Converging Spirit Circulation Arts I've granted Ha-hu-mun is a key circulation arts that focuses on the key channels and pathways of the lower body. When completed, you can unfold spearmanship like a grand mountain. The Thousand Form Flying Blades is a martial arts book, handling throwing blade techniques. Your sword and throwing blades will become a well-matching pair. The North Sea 36 sword I've granted Quan Hume is a sword technique is many diverging forms, it will develop your swordsmanship in another step. And lastly, the continuous wind blade technique I've granted Peng Hian Chung is. He said, I use a sword, young sir. Isn't continuous wind blade technique a blade technique book? Woon said, it's because in my head you are swinging a swift blade, not a sword. Woon thought to himself, in my previous life you were the master of ultimate demon blade. Moments later, Woon said, they would have been confused when a child suddenly gave them martial arts books. Do pull them together. Jae-yong-ian said, yes. Though master, I have a question. Are there truly separate martial arts that fit oneself in the world? I ask as you gave different martial arts to each 5 of them. Woon said in response, a few days ago, father gave me this book. Why did he give me this? I was wondering for a while. This book only contained the story of how Guok Jae-yong lived, there was nothing about the training methods. If I were to compare it to something, it was like an empty bowl, perhaps. Knowing martial arts is knowing myself. All of this is only a journey to understand who I am. What's important is what to fill and empty it with and how. What importance would the vessel be? Next day, Violet Light Group entrance, Kong said I and Kong Ha-won of the Western Quarters. Tell that I've come to meet the Violet Light Group leader for a pressing matter. Violet Light Group. 3 groups of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult alongside the Red Flying Group, and Wise Sage Group. Kong Ha-won thought to himself, it is said that the main goal of the Violet Light Group is to aid the Vice Cult leader, but there isn't anything known about what they actually do. Guard said, you have permission from leader. Please head inside. Kong Ha-won continue with his thoughts, on top of that Violet Light Group leader. Sima Jin's martial prowess is above the 4 great guardians. Not to mention the gold string pill. It certainly won't be easy. But still, I can't give up. Young sir cannot step in himself, but at the same time, it's something necessary for young sir. Kong said. Kong Ha-won of the Western Quarters greets the Violet Light Group leader. Violet Light Group Leader, Sima Jin asked. What pressing matters does the director of the Western Quarters have with the Violet Light Group? Kang Ha-won thought to himself, I heard she's mid-30s, but she looks at least 10 years younger. Probably thanks to her inner key. And said, I would like to make an offer to leader. Sima Jin asked, an offer? Kang Ha-won said, the Western Quarters would like to purchase gold string pills from the Violet Light Group. Sima Jin asked, did you just say gold string pill? Kang Ha-won said in response, that's correct. Sima Jin asks, what in the world are you talking about? Kang Ha-won thought to himself. I was expecting this reaction. And said, you may not know, but high-purity gold ores were found at the Nak-san manor. Sima Jin asked, so what? Kang Ha-won said, I've heard that the most important thing in making a gold string pill is the purity of the gold. If you can give us the gold string pill, we would like to supply Nak-san manor's gold to Violet Light Group. Sima Jin said, is this the offer of the Western Quarters, or a personal offer from yourself, Director Kang? Kang Ha-won said in response, that's. In reality, young sir does not know that I've come here. Sima Jin said, although you didn't answer my question. Kang Ha-won said, what? This is. Sima Jin used his martial art technique on Kang Ha-won. He thought to himself, I cannot fall down here, and shouted, Western Quarters. No, young sir needs the gold string pill. Sima Jin said, you're still not answering? I already told you. I have no idea what in the world you are talking about. Grand Flame House, Myeong-jung said, I've called you over to see your face as we have not met for a long while. How is it with the Sok clan? Jun Myung said, thanks to great cult leader's grace, it is peaceful. Myeong-jung said in response, you mean it's peaceful when it didn't produce a single court official or a four great guardian? Jun Myung said, we happen to have unfortunate luck. And thought to himself, he's poking where it hurts. When headmaid's authority is comparable to a four great guardian. Myeong-jung said, the seat of Black Tortoise Corps commander is open. Jun Myung thought to himself, our cult leader rejects those who greed for power. I cannot reveal my ambition. And said, that seat was of the Das-han no clan throughout generations. Myeong-jung said, I suppose you Great Mountain 8 clans treat each other like brothers. But you weren't so friendly on the battlefield. What's the reason? Jun Myung said, of course, that is because we fight for glory for great cult leader. However, the damning palace is not the battlefield. Myeong-jung thought to himself, it is as sweet as the poisoned wine going down the throat. And said, that's that. I've heard that you met Woon, is that true? Jun Myung said in response, it is true. Myeong-jung asked, how was he? Jun Myung said, he was brilliant and determined. Myeong-jung asked, then does the Sok clan plan to become that child's background? Jun Myung said, we have already told him that we will. Myeong-jung said, quite the quick decision for you. Jun Myung said, there isn't much to lose. Myeong-jung thought to himself, in the end he's planning to just use Woon. Was it not Elder Sok? And asked, do you know of the gold string pill? Jun Myung said, gold string pill. Is it not the pill of legends? Myeong-jung asked, is that the only thing you know? Jun Myung asked, no way, did it show up in the martial world? Myeong-jung said, never mind. Let's have a game of Go. Jun Myung said, I will be receiving your teaching after a while. A moment later, Myeong-jung said, it looked like Elder Sok did not know about the gold string pill. Sima Jin said, if the Sok clan did not tell him, how could Director Kang have known about the existence of the gold string pill? The gold string pill is the secret text of the Myeong clan that only great cult leader, Violet Light Group, and a tiny minority knows of. If its existence is revealed to the outside, there could arise problems. Myeong-jung thought to himself, among my sons, Shin is the only one who took the gold string pill. However, there is no way he would have told his other brothers. And said, I'm wondering if Woon figured it out by himself. Since that child's brilliance escapes expectations at times. Woon is a clever boy. He would not have caused this problem himself. It seems like it's the rash work of Kang Ha-won who learned of the existence of the gold string pill through Woon. Sima Jin asked, what should we do, then? Myeong-jung said, nothing much we can do since he figured it out himself. Do as you wish. After a while later Kang Ha-won wake up, and asked, what happened? The maid said, you're at the Violet Light Group. Your internal injuries are quite intense. Please don't forcefully move. Kang Ha-won thought to himself, I acted rashly, and messed it up. I cannot end things like this. And asked, where is the group leader? I have to meet the group leader. Maid said, take this. Kong Haewon asked, this is? Maid said, she said that she will go take the price for this soon. A little later, Kong said, young sir. It's Kong Haewon. Woon said, come on in. You received internal injuries. Kong Haewon said, my apologies. I present this to young sir. Woon asked, what is that? Kong Haewon said in response, those are the gold string pill. Woon said, she wants me to exchange the life of my subordinate with my inner key? Kong Haewon said, I will take my lumps for acting on my own. But what young sir needs right now is strength. Your subordinate, I've only done something I should naturally do as one who serves you. Please do not reject my will. Woon thought to himself, you've originally wanted to go to the north quarters, not the western quarters. Since fifth brother's background is bigger, was his sorrow for following the weak this big? Worry not, I will become stronger than anyone. And order, Jae-yong-ian? Call Dr. Dong now. Love
Later in the evening, in the training room, Woon thought to himself, gold string pill. I don't know how much it will help me in the present, but if I am thinking of Director Kang, there is no reason to hesitate. It has an indescribably deep aroma. This feeling is. The next day, Jo Kwang said, young sir, we have people from the Violet Light group. Woon asked, really, did the group leader come? Jo Kwang responds by saying, no sir, a woman named Also and four technicians came. Woon said, got it. I'll head out then. He said, I welcome your visit to the Naksan Manor. She said while lowering her head, Also of the Violet Light group greets young sir. Our group leader could not come with us as an urgent business came up, but she is deeply delighted with this trade. Woon thought to himself, an urgent business. Ha, Also said, this is a gift sent by our group leader. It is a quick recovery pill made with ginseng from Mount Jangbeek. Woon thought continue, a quick recovery pill has excellent effectiveness on internal and external injuries. It must be for Director Kang. They are basically hurting and healing him. And asked, that, who are they? Also reply by saying, they're technicians who will survey the mine. While looking at those women Woon noticed, and said, that woman as well. Also said in response, she is my old handmaiden who handles accounting. Woon said, accounting? Heh, certainly. Since the price of gold has risen a lot lately, we should do the calculations properly. Well then, how much gold do you need? Do tell me. Also with a worry said, what? That's I thought the payment was already made. Woon with a devilish smile asked, already been made? Payment for what exactly? And thought to himself, can you say it's the gold string pill here? Violet Light group leader Sima Jin, who disguised as an old woman, thought to herself, acting dumb. Is he trying to have his revenge? Also said nervously, as our group leader said, to tell you that half of the gold produced by the Naksan Manor will be collected on the first day of every month. Woon said in response, half of it. It seems like Director Kang made some kind of a deal without me knowing. Jo Kwang, send a message to the western quarters and verify this information. Jo Kwang said, yes, young sir, as per you order. Woon said, and guide them to the guest house. It will at least take a day for a response. We can't make a deal that wasn't confirmed now, can we? We have an important guest. Guide them personally. Jo Kwang responded by saying, understood. A moment later, Naksan Manor's guest house. Sima Jin said while sitting on the stool, people say when you save someone from drowning they ask for their bag. Also said, my apologies, things got complicated. Sima Jin said with a smile, no, it's actually better this way, since we now know more about the seventh son this way. And thought to herself, seems like I've underestimated the seventh son. Also asked, what should we do? Sima Jin said, just stay here for tonight without worry. I will head back once the sun sets, and come back here tomorrow. and thought to herself while leaving the Naksan manor, is it because he studied how to be a ruler? I would believe it if someone said he was 30 and not 13. The Guizhou Siak clan didn't step in for no reason. However, the bigger the talent, the bigger the valley of dejection. I hope the seventh son does not go down that path. Perhaps our cult leader hoped for me to just offer the gold string peel. Someone is right outside, 30 meters away from Naksan Manor. This feeling is, dare to not hide their presence against me. She said in loud voice, who goes there? Woon revealed himself, and said with a smile, I think that's my question. You are coming out of the Naksan Manor. Where are you headed to in the middle of the night? Sima Jin thought to herself, I heard seventh son didn't know martial arts, but the level of his lightning arts is quite high. Then that should mean, he took the gold string pill. Woon said, so Lady Violet Light group leader used the face-changing technique. Sima Jin said, then it seems that young sir has taken the gold string pill. How did you know about the gold string pill? Woon replied by saying, about that, can I just say that I just knew about it already? Sima Jin thought to herself while moving towards Woon. He just knew, what an arrogant kid, and tried to attack, but Woon dodged the attack. She said, how surprising, to think you dodge my flying blue strike. Woon replied by saying, I thought that you were attacking me, knowing that I'd dodge. And thought to himself, Violet Light group leader, Sima Jin, a loyal subject like you would never hurt me. She must have tried to test my martial arts. Sima Jin said, I did expect it, but I didn't think you'd dodge it this easily. So it seemed like you noticed it from the beginning. What's the reason you came after me? Woon replied by saying, I came looking for you as I had a question. Why did you give me the gold string pill? Sima Jin said, I think answering my question should come first. I don't like people who do not answer. Woon said, we both have questions for each other. Then let us vow to the great Saint Supreme to only tell the truth. Saint Supreme refers to the heavenly demon of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. Sima Jin said, sure. Then both of them said together, I vow to the Saint Supreme that if I lie I shall receive a fitting punishment. The heaven and earth shall bear witness to this vow. Morning of the same day, White Tiger Corp main building. White Tiger Corp team to Captain. Chil Lang said while lowering his head, it has been quite a while, Commander. Zhou Jiajin said, you've worked hard in a remote place. Has it been 8 years? Chil Lang said, you've got more furniture. They look pretty expensive. Having fun lately, huh? Zhou Jiajin said, go and sate your thirst, and don't cause any trouble. Chil Lang said, we've got no one but Commander. Let's go, Sion Woo Hyung. He replied by saying, yes. The person who's standing on the left side of Zhou Jiajin thought to himself, what an arrogant. Why do you even give silver to someone like him? If the great cult leader sees this, Zhou Jiajin said, then Oz heads will fly instantly. As Chil Lang's nature was rough and violent from a young age, he was thought to be unable to succeed. However, his martial arts improved significantly after coming to the White Tiger Corp, and by accomplishing many duties on the battlefield, he became a martial artist representing the White Tiger Corp. The reason we don't throw him out is that there is no martial artist like him on the battlefield. But it is still true that I am feeling uneasy. Contact Daming Palace right now and send him far away, before he causes another trouble, he said while lowering his head. As you wish, Chil Lang said, Daming Palace's air. It's been a while. People need to live in a place like this. Sion Wu whisper, Captain, people are watching. An old man said while eating. Is that not the martial uniform of the White Tiger Corp? Of course they lost the spar against Western Quarters since they go around like that. Chil Lang asked, what are you saying? Then, he used his sword to shatter the bowl. White Tiger Corp lost to the Western Quarters, Sima Jin said. So, you did take the gold string pill, right? Woon replied by saying, yes, though I almost died. Recall the memory when he consumed gold string pill. Heart. Twin channels have been opened at the same time. If I do not control it, I will fall into key deviation. My channels are going to be destroyed at this rate. Just a bit more. Did my middle key center actually open? Back to present. Woon said, you asked how I knew about the gold string pill, and thought to himself, for some reason, I don't want to lie to group leader, but I cannot tell her everything. And said, I had an old friend. While talking with them, I learned of the existence of the gold string pill. Sima Jin thought to herself, old, isn't Youngsa only 13? And asked, who is that friend? Woon replied by saying, they are one of my few friends that I have, so I don't think I can reveal their name. Sima Jin thought to herself, what is that look? Making me feel sorry for asking further. Woon said, then it is my turn to hear the answer. Even though Director Kang made a risky request to the group leader, you've given us the gold string pill. What was the reason? Sima Jin said, who knows curiosity, perhaps, and thought to herself, great cult leader said to do as I want. Why would Kang Hawan risk his life for a 13-year-old boy? I was curious. Woon said, a curiosity. Sima Jin heard the sound of approaching horse hooves. This sound is, and she said, hold on young sir, and welcome visitors. Their numbers are around 10 or so. They seem to be riding horses. I think it'd be best to hide yourself. Woon said, no, this path leads only to Naksan Manor. They must be coming here to see me. There is no reason to avoid them. Sima Jin said, is that so? Now that I think about it, my subordinates are in Naksen Manor as well. Seonwoo asked, Captain, is it really going to be okay? The opponent is the great cult leader's son, Chil Lang said. What are you talking about? Seonwoo Hyung, the divine cult's aim is honest strength. We will properly show the terror of our White Tiger Corp to the Western Quarters. There's someone in front. Stop. And thought to himself, a woman and a child. Woon said, seeing your martial uniform, you're from the White Tiger Corp. Where are you headed to? Chil Lang shouted. I am headed to the Naksan Manor. Make way if you value your life. Sima Jin said, what an unbelievably impertinent bastard. Woon thought to himself, this much key level of a vice commander. No, even higher than that. Chil Lang said, how fun. People think that the night in the plains is quiet, but the night is something naturally filled with screams and screeches, and that is the way of the divine cult. Woon moved with superhuman speed, striking Chil Lang 9 to 10 times in a second. Seonwoo said, Captain is down. Everyone draw your swords. Woon asked, there are too many witnesses. Can you keep everything you see today a secret? Sima Jin said, the only ones without words are those who are dead. Woon said, no, they cannot say they've been taken down by a woman and a child. Think of the relationship with the White Tiger Corp, and let them live. Sima Jin said, I will see about that.
Manager of White Tiger Corp thought to himself, thoughtless bastards, what have they done in only a day of coming back? And read a letter. Multiple White Tiger Corp members were lying down near the Naksan Manor. I think the team leader's name was Chil Lang, and thought to himself, if the fight between the sons starts inside here, we'll all be dead. He said, what is all this? And thought to himself, there's no one who lost their life. They've exquisitely broken just their joints with grappling hand. And asked, who were you had been fighting with? Say as it was, right now? Sunwoo said, that's. It was a young woman and a child. Manager asked, a young woman and a child? Chil Lang? Where is Chil Lang? Sunwoo replied by saying, team leader. His meridians were struck, and we were unable to undo it with our skills. Manager thought to himself, if Chialang got his meridians struck, it means they're at the very least above commander level. And he said, quickly clean this up for now, and head to the martial school. If you want to live, you'll have to make sure what happened today stays a secret. Sunwoo asked, will there be no revenge for us? Manager said, you what? Revenge? When the entirety of the White Tiger Corp heads were nearly lopped off. They've only let you live to prevent further deaths, this wasn't them showing you mercy. Be thankful that you are still alive. And it will be best for you to pack your belongings as soon as you return. And thought to himself, a young woman and a child? Did they use face-changing technique? The spars last time, and what happened today? Much stronger people than I thought are behind the seventh son. There's no way it's the great cult leader, right? Gong Bokjin said, a great move. Great cult leaders' moves are truly offensive and hard to predict. Myeongjung asked, so, did you find it out? Gong Bokjin replied by saying, they claim it was an accidental action by the White Tiger Corp Team 2 leader, Chialang. Myeongjung thought to himself, so it was not something staged by the third. That's a relief. And asked, and the person who took them down? Gong Bokjin said in reply, that's the strange part. They said it was a young woman and a child. For now, we should view this as Sok clan helping. Myeongjung said, check the Violet Light group. Gong Bokjin asked, what? Isn't the Violet Light group somewhere great cult leader personally manages? Sok Bai Yeon said, great cult leader, it's Bai Yeon. Myeongjung replied by saying, for you to come all the way here, something must have happened. Bai Yeon said, things broke out in Sichuan province. Myeongjung asked, if it's Sichuan province, is it June? Bai Yeon said, apparently the 5 Dragon School self-opened by Yinghu from the Qingcheng sect was completely annihilated. Gong Bokjin thought to himself, we have no chance of winning if both Qinchinj and Ime step in. Roads leading to Qingchai and Zhejiang should already be blocked too. And he said, please pull the army back to Guizhou province immediately. Myeongjung said, you are thinking of running away first? Gong Bokjin said, there's no chance of winning. Myeongjung replied by saying, there's a proverb of one who tied the knot must be the one to untie it. Bai Yeon thought to herself, this means the fourth should take responsibility for what happened, and pay for it with his life on the battlefield. Myeongjung said, let's stop here for today. Gong Bokjin said, great cult leader, it is time to plan for cleanup at the moment. I will find a clever scheme if you leave it to me. Myeongjung said in reply, no. This is the duty of the Myeong clan. Leave it to Chen. Gong Bokjin thought to himself, this is it for the fourth son. The oldest son now has the opportunity. Few days later, Nak-san Manor main house. Kong Haewon said, my apologies for causing you worry lately. Woon asked, what worry? I'm glad that you've recovered quickly. Kong Haewon replied by saying, the quick recovery pill was very helpful, and as director Jae-yong helped with the Western Quarter's duties, I was able to fully focus on recovery. It's all thanks to young sir consideration. Woon said, compared to all you've accomplished, it's nothing. Kong Haewon asked, so, was the gold string pill effective? Woon said, effective, huh? And thought to himself, my body is multiple times lighter than before. It's possible to do one of the 5 greatest light body techniques of the divine cult, the heavenly mountain steps, and while its power is yet lacking, I can do the heavenly dragon palm as well? Woon said, ahem, I can't say that there was no effect. Kong Haewon said, what a relief? Aren't you looking a bit taller as well? By the way, there was some news in the Damming Palace. Did you hear the news of the fourth son? Woon asked, fourth brother is at the Sichuan province, is he not? Kong Haewon said, the fourth sir had annihilated a branch of the Qingcheng sect, and declared war on the Murim Union. Woon thought to himself, Sichuan province was the Murim Union's land for generations. Is he planning to jump into a fire covered in hay? Kong Haewon said, sorry to say this but before fourth sir left for the battlefield, there were rumors that third sir visited Sichuan. Woon continued with his thoughts, was he restless enough to fall for third brother's trap? He was so full of suspicion and anxiety? How foolish. And asked, and the second news is? Kong Haewon said, White Tiger Corp Team 2 went back to Mongolia, and they had a physical clash with some group and Woon interrupted and said, let's pass that news. Next? Kong Haewon said in reply. Next is, the Gizhusok clan sent silvers. Woon said, just as we're about to forget them they send their regards. How much did they send? Kang Ha-won said with a smile, 1,000 liang. Where should we use this money? Woon thought, an amount that's hard to say it's too much or too little. Honestly, there's no worry for profit for the time being. All thanks to Nak-san manor. Kang Ha-won said. It'd be nice to fix up over here, and we could put a bookshelf here as well. Woon thought to himself, we will need time, but as for the doctors and the medicine house, we have no worries since we have Choya. The only thing that's left is weapons. Oh, now that I think about it, there was him? And he said, Director Kong, let's head to the Wu clan village. Kang Ha-won asked, what? Right now? Woon said, yes, hurry up and get ready. Moments later, Wu clan village. Woon said, it's a beautiful village. Kang Ha-won replied by saying, apparently they used to raise cattle a lot, but nowadays farming is their main work. Woon said, since it's near the White Tiger Corp, it should be under their management, right? Kang Ha-won said, that's correct. Though, what kind of a person is Kyumsok that you are hurrying your steps this much? Woon said, an artisan who makes weapons. And thought to himself, I have never seen him myself actually. Two children are playing and saying, one child said, take this. Other asked, is that all you got? Woon said, just on time. Hey kids, let me ask you a question. Does a blacksmith named Kyumsok live in this village? Child said, Kyumsok? I dunno. Never heard of him. What's a blacksmith? Other child said, you dumbass? It's someone who makes scythes with metal. The first child said, Wu Song Ajus he? Woon thought to himself, Wu Song? Not Kyumsok? Child said, if you go all the way down this road, there's a smithy run by Pine Tree Ajus he. Kang Ha-won asked, Pine Tree Ajus he? Child said, yup, that Ajus he doesn't come out of the smithy whether it rains or snows. Woon thought to himself, is he living while hiding his name? I'll have to check it myself. Kang Ha-won asked, anybody here? Woon said, there's someone inside. Wu Song asked, what is it? Woon asked, are you Wu Song? He said, that's right. Woon asked, do you happen to know an artisan named Kyumsok? Wu Song replied by saying, no, there isn't anyone named that in this village. Woon said, is that so? Do you also happen to make weapons? Wu Song said, I don't work with those things. I'm busy, so please leave now. Kang Ha-won said, hey, you didn't even listen for detail. Woon said, sorry for the intrusion. Let's leave. Kang Ha-won said, why is he so rude? Wu Song thought to himself, to think they know the name Kyumsok, who are those people? Kang Ha-won asked, did we come to the wrong house? Woon replied by, who knows? Two old men talking to each other. The one that behind him said, I told you, you should have already asked Wu Song. He would have done it for free. Why would you go all the way over to the next village? Other turn around, replied by saying, I said, Wu Song was sick that day. Woon said, excuse me, may I ask a question? Is that Wu Song person really that skilled? The men on the right said, what can I say? You know how nice he is as well? Other said, obviously he can fix things. And the farming tools he makes don't even rust that easily either. Woon asked with a smile, then, is Wu Song good at making swords or spears? Old men said, no, Wu Song does not make weapons. Woon asked, why is that? Old man said, that's because it was better when we used to raise cattle. But the divine cult took away all that cattle. Other said, watch your mouth. If you want to live your entire lifespan, why talk about someone else without their consent? I don't know if we can say this, but Wu Song's dream from his childhood was to become an artisan who made weapons. But after he joined the battlefield with his father and brother, only he survived. And so, after coming back to this village, he never made a weapon. Woon said, that's what happened. Kang Ha-won asked, what should be the best course of action? Woon said, we'll have to follow the law of the divine cult in the divine cult. Director Kong, could you head over to the White Tiger Corp right now? Moment later, Woon said, I've got a request for the Kyumsok of the Wu clan village. Wu Song said, what is it again? Didn't I already say that person doesn't exist? Woon said, you didn't even flinch. Wu Song replied by saying, you think a blacksmith would be scared of iron? Woon asked, even still, are you saying you don't value your life? Wu Song asked, What? Are you saying a lowly peasant's life is valuable? And thought to himself, his movement is fast and concise. He wasn't a normal person as I thought. Woon said, I've heard that you stopped making weapons because of reasons. If you have talent, shouldn't you use it where it's beneficial for the world? I need a person to make weapons for me. Woo Song said, beneficial? I don't make iron that hurts people. If you wish to take my life, go ahead. Woon asked, what benefits will I have by taking your life? If you do not make a weapon for the next month, I won't bother you anymore. However, if you make a single weapon in that period, you'll have to follow my will. Woo Song laughed and said, it's a conviction I've kept for dozens of years. If it's that kind of a bet, I'm fine with doing it for not just a month, but 10 or 100 years. Woon said, all right. Bet that conviction of yours and keep your promise. Few days later, Woo Song said, old Sit, what is this? Old Men said, I've simmered a snake head soft. Have some healthy food before the summer comes. Woo Song asked, I'm thankful for that, but why so suddenly? What's all this? Other people saying, I've some beef here. I've got rice. I made some rice cake. Old Man said, I know well you hate it when it comes to weapons. But could you take a look at this? Woo Song said, okay, but why are you asking something like this so suddenly? The old man replied by saying, the White Tiger Corp ordered a conscription to this village. My grandson, who's only 14 years old now, has to go out to the battlefield. Other person said, my 40-year-old son is leaving too. She said, my grandson as well? Woo Song asked, conscription? Old man in front of him said, since I can't stop it as I'm a grandpa now, at the very least I would like to fix their weapons before sending them. Woo Song asked, but are they not even giving out weapons while sending someone to the battlefield? Old man replied by saying, they said they're lacking supplies. I heard it's going to the border. Woo Song thought to himself, the border is where my father, brother, and I went. If civilians go, they'll only end up as a meat shield. So this was it. How cruel can they be?
A few days later, at Naksan Manor training field, Woon observed the spar between Jong Yongs and Jo Kwong. When Kang Howen approached Woon and said, Young sir, I've been to the Wu family village, Woon inquired, and what did he say? Kang Howen recalled a moment when he said to Kim Seok, looks like you've lost the bet. In response, Kim Seok replied, your methods are always so cruel. Kang responded, cruel, huh? We're not from the White Tiger Corp. Do you think we've shoved people into the battlefield just to win a bet? The person I serve happened to know of the White Tiger Corp plan. Kim Seok became nervous and thought to himself, by the person he serves mean that boy. Kang made an offer to Kim Seok by stating, if you make weapons for us, we'll handle the Wu family village's conscription issue. Kim Seok asked, is that actually possible? Kang assured, I'll promise you. Kim Seok pondered, I've changed my name and moved where I lived, but I can't live a new life, is that it? And eventually agreed, sure, do it your way. While the villagers eavesdropped on their conversation, their curiosity drove them to lean against the door, attempting to listen more closely. However, the door ultimately gave way under their weight, causing it to break, and they were inadvertently pushed inside. Seeing this, Kang asked, what's this? But the old people paid no attention to Kang's words and thanked Kim Seok, saying, my son lives thanks to you, and hugged him. Meanwhile, back in the present, Kang stated, I've informed him that we'll notify him of the required weapons soon. Woon responded, that's great, and inquired, what did the White Tiger Corp say? Kang replied, as Youngsa said, the White Tiger commander strangely accepted the offer gladly. Jo Jajin commented, 1 liang of silver for 1 soldier. Do as you wish. If that's what the 7th Sir wishes, I'll consider the Wu village conscription as null and void. Woon thought to himself, he must have been afraid of Chil Lang's story getting amplified if he faced us. Kang added, oh, and I've heard the news on my way back. Apparently, the 4th son was successful at escaping Sichuan. The eldest son rescued him along with the Dark Killer Corp is the news. Woon reflected, Dark Killer Corp, The ones who came after me on the last day of my previous life were the Dark Killer Corp. Woon remarked, isn't the Dark Killer Corp a corp under the cult leader's direct command? It seems like father helped big brother a lot. Kang acknowledged. We can't exactly say that the eldest son's accomplishment wasn't small either. Woon thought to himself, looks like he's worried as two of my brothers are getting ahead. If it's as my previous life, there's still time until the successor is set. Even if the future changes, that point shouldn't change much. Woon advised Kang while looking at the sparring. Director Kang, don't be too hasty. Just ensure the internal stability of the western quarters as you've done so far. The Daming Palace should be quiet for a while as well. Kang replied, I will remember that. The seasons passed, and it became fall again. Gyeong-un reported to Woon about a deal with the Violet Light Group, and they received a message from the western quarters about the family meeting. Woon asked, what is it? Gyeong-un replied, they said that the Grand Flame House sent the date for the family meeting. It is in a week. Woon thought, the family meetings have been reduced to once a half a year, and only Myeong-tak and I participate. The last family meeting was cancelled. Then has it been almost a year? Gyeong-un mentioned that Director Kang suggested Woon get new clothes for the meeting. Woon agreed and noted, got it, that meticulous old man. A week later, at the Grand Flame House, Kang said, the Siat clan wouldn't have sent the Flying Fall Sword for no reason ahead of the family meeting today. Woon replied, I know. He recalled a memory when he met the Flying Fall Sword and said, it's been a year. Flying Foul Sword. What is it? In this dead of night. The Flying Foul Sword cautioned him. As our elder has said, he told you to be careful of the family meeting this time, especially. You will need to observe the sixth son's words and actions. Carefully. You cannot follow the sixth son's decision. Woon interrupted the talk and said angrily, Flying Foul Sword, looks like you've completely mistaken something. Go and tell this to the elder, that I am not a puppet of the Guizhou Xia clan. Back in the present, a servant standing at the gate said, the great cult leader and the sixth sir are waiting for you. Woon instructed Kang, please wait here. Kang acknowledged, understood. As Woon entered the room, he reflected on the fact that even in his previous life, the family meetings, which only the two of them attended, had continued for a year. In reality, he knew that today's family meeting would be the last. Approaching his father, he respectfully bowed and said, your son greets father. In response, his father, Myeong-jung, remarked, it seems like you've grown taller after leaving the Daming Palace. Deep in thought, Myeong-jung contemplated, he has changed. Did he unleash his middle key center? I was expecting it, but to think he'd be at this level. It can't be possible with just the gold string pill. Looks like he obtained enlightenment in that short period. He is only 13 years old, but to think he attained this many achievements. Woon continued, Father, I came across a poem that caught my eye as I was reading a book. I've composed some words. He handed a scroll to his father and added, this is your son's appreciation for the gift you gave me last time. While reading the scroll, Myeong-jung mused, is it not the poem of 7 steps by Kaozi? Beans are boiled to make broth. Pulses are filtered to extract juice. Under the pot, the beanstalks burn, and the pot, the beans weep. Born of the self-semi root, why in such a rush to fry? After reading the scroll, Myeong-jung contemplated. The one who followed the fate of Cao Cao was the oldest, Cao Pai in the end. Cao Pai, who was afraid of the retaliation, called his younger brother, Kaozi, and told him that he will kill him if he cannot write a poem within 7 steps. And Kaozi wrote this poem to save his life. When our aim is honest strength, you mean that you will beg for your life as you're afraid of your brothers, or is it the opposite? Then Myeong-tak said, Father, I have something to show you as well. This son wishes to show father his hard work lately. Myeong-jung responded, really, let's take a look then. Myeong-tak took a deep breath while holding the sword. Woon observed, even at a glance, I can tell that's a prized sword made by an artisan. As Myeong-tak displayed his swordsmanship, Woon noted, it's the true body martial arts of the Daksujin clan, the five-form sword. Of course, his maternal family, the Daksujin clan, must have taught him the sword. It looks flashy on the outside, but with too many distracting thoughts, it's as insecure as it can be. As his experience is still short, he's biased towards the form, not the class. At this rate, he won't be able to use it in real battles. Myeong-jun then said, "Stop, that's enough. Well done. You'll have to not be lazy with your training in the future as well." After catching his breath from the sword display, Myeong-tak made a request. "Father, I would like to make an accomplishment at Mount Bayway just like my brothers." Both Myeong-jun and Woon were taken aback by his request. Woon pondered. Mount Bayway is a strategic point to advance into the Central Plains and the greatest conflict point of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, which borders the Murim Union. It's a place most martial artists refuse to go. Does Myeong-tak know this to say that? Myeong-jun replied, "Tak, getting hasty sculpts mistakes. Let's talk about this again our next year." Myeong-tak persisted. "What if I learn from second brother?" This surprised both Myeong-jun and Woon. Myeong-tak continued, "I will go under second brother. I would like to become a son who makes accomplishments just like second brother." A moment later, Myeong-tak said, "Then I'll see you again." As Woon lowered his head, he said, "Be safe." Kang was shocked by this and inquired, "Were you this friendly to sixth son?" Woon replied, "Well, that's not it. A moment ago, Myeong-tak had confided, 'Woon, I'm sorry for all this time. I was too playful all this time. Neither you nor I are those who can live as we wish from the beginning, are we? You might not know, but I'm unable not to follow my mother and my uncle's words.'" Meanwhile, Woon reflected. In the end, the Daksujin clan folded their expectations and abandoned Myeong-tak. Woon asked, "But how come second brother?" Myeong-tak explained, "My uncle told me that the future of the divine cult is in second brother's hands. It's been an old dream of mine to make it an accomplishment by entering the battlefield too. I didn't think father would accept it at once like this. Woon, please be safe." In response, Woon said, "Okay, be safe as well, Hyungnim." Returning to the present, Woon pondered. In my previous life, Myeong-tak was thrown around here and there, and faced a pitiful death. Perhaps he lived an even more unhappy life than I have. He then instructed Kang, "Director Kang, send a message to the Guejo Seok clan right now, expressing my desire to meet them as soon as possible." Kang replied, "As you wish." Woon instructed Kang, "Send a message to the Guejo Seok clan right now, expressing my desire to meet them as soon as possible." Kang replied, "As you wish." A few days later, Woon received an invitation for a meeting from the Guejo Seok clan. Woon arrived at the location designated by Elder Seok. Upon entering, he noticed many people sitting at nearby tables, and Elder Seok was waiting at the front. Woon remarked, "You chose a crowded place, I see." Elder Seok responded, "Sometimes, such places are good for discretion." Woon expressed his concern, "But there are still many who might be listening." Elder Seok reassured him, "Don't worry, they're all my people." Woon thought to himself, "That's what I thought." Elder Seok brought up the Seok clan's previous mistake, and Woon asked, "What mistake?" Elder Seok explained, "The flying foul sword only conveyed the elder's words. It wasn't his fault. I will apologize on his behalf." Woon replied, "It's all right," but thought, "What a sly fox," Elder Seok inquired. "Regardless, what happened at the family meeting?" Woon disclosed, the Daksujin clan joined second brother's side, and thought, so his plans really did go wrong, huh? Elder Seok mused, "I guess this is why an old man should step away when the time comes." Elder Seok mentioned his maternal family, the Dashinyu clan, and the Daksujin clan as well. Second Sir now has two of the Eat clans under his control. Elder Seok thought to himself, I'll have to redraw the picture. I must first deal with the second son. Woon noticed Elder Seok's condition, saying, "You don't look so good. Do you plan to support Big Brother?" He recalled the moment when he mentioned to Kang, the Gwaejo Seok clan must have been considering third brother as the successor. Kang asked, "Not the oldest or second brother? Doesn't third brother have the weakest force since he's from the White Tiger cause?" Woon explained, "That's why they're keeping third brother in mind." Of the Great Mountain 8 clans, the Gwaejo Seok clan ranks in the top 3 in strength. They haven't chosen a successor due to Elder Seok's ambition. Woon continued, "When the first and second are fighting fiercely, he looks for an opportunity to gain power from the remaining clans. With the balance of power disrupted, he'll try to restore it." Kang concluded, "That means since one side got stronger, he'll push for the other side." Back in the present, Elder Seok thought to himself, "He saw through me," and said, "I'm not so sure. I will have to discuss this." Woon reminded Elder Seok of their promise. "You haven't forgotten the promise you made with me, right? When you decide on the successor, you can tell me." "Thanks for the tea." Elder Seok thought to himself, "That key certainly has had an achievement at Naksen Manor. Who could say that child is a 13-year-old boy?" As Woon left the meeting, he contemplated his choices. "If I'm going to stop Myeonggak from taking the lead, it's right to help Myeongcheon. But if I think about the bloodbath caused by Myeongcheon for 20 years in my past life, he's no different from Myeonggak. I've seen it in the past how the brothers and the Great Mountain 8 clans stain the Daming Palace with blood. I don't know what the end of this path holds, but I will survive. There's nothing else aside from that. In the end, I have to do this." Woon invited Ha-Moon for a meal, saying, "Hey, let's get something to eat." Ha-Moon gladly agreed. "I've been waiting for you to say that." Woon said, "Daegwon village should be nearby. Let's get a bowl of noodle soup there." As they enjoyed their meal, Woon realized, "Am I really about to grow taller and everything? My appetite is growing larger." And said, "I'm finally back alive." Moon added, "I'm happy." Then, they heard a commotion from behind. A woman shouted, "How long are you going to tell me to wait?" Woon thought, "Tall nose and blue eyes, she's speaking our language, but not from the Central Plains." A Black Tortoise Corps member tried to maintain order. "I only act by the rules. If you keep causing trouble, I'll have to." The woman Gomin interrupted. "You will have to what?" "I am Gomin, who came with the authority of the Domin Nation's monarch." "Sure, the Domin Nation is small, but does the divine cult treat monarchs of a nation like this?" Woon recalled. "By Domin Nation, it's a small country to the west, well versed in trade due to its geographical advantage, and known for their thousandly horse." Moon observed, "Looks like there's some kind of issue. By the way, why are there so many Western people in the inns of this village?" Woon explained the significance of Daegwon Village. Daegwon Village is where visitors to the Daming Palace wait for authorization before entering the palace. These visitors are mostly merchants traveling between the Central Plains and the West, and the Black Tortoise Corp manages it. "Looks like I'll have to go there myself." Moon expressed concern, "Young sir, it could be dangerous." Woon assured him, "Don't worry." When Woon arrived at the scene, a Black Tortoise Corp member inquired, "Excuse me, but who are you?" Moon introduced him. "He is the 7th Sir of the Western Quarters." The Black Tortoise Corp member respectfully greeted Woon. "I greet the young sir." Woon asked about the situation. "So, what's happening here?" The Black Tortoise Corp member explained. "This person came with an invitation to the Northwest Merchant Group, but the seal of the merchant group is fake." Woon thought to himself, the Northwest Merchant Group is one of the best 5 merchant groups, and the Daming Palace, a seal forgery. Looks like someone scammed them by borrowing the name of the divine cult. Gamin, from the Domin Nation, recognized Woon's position. "7th Sir, that means he's the son of the cult leader." She extended her introduction. "I am Gamin from the Domin Nation, and I offer my greetings to the young sir." Woon introduced himself as well. My name is Myeong-woon. I heard that you need to go to the Northwest Merchant Group. Gomin clarified. We've come to receive payment for the horses the Northwest Merchant Group bought from us. Woon considered the situation, recalling past incidents, and said, I've contacted the administrator of the Northwest Merchant Group, and they should resolve this in a good way. You'll have to wait until tomorrow for a response letter due to the distance. Gomin thanked Woon, and he suggested, since we don't know how it'll turn out, it looks like we'll have to wait until the response comes back as well. Moon mentioned, since the sun has set, I'll look for an inn. Gomin recommended, how about the Samyong inn that I'm staying at? It's clean and has good facilities. Woon agreed. Oh, then I will do so. A moment later, Moon questioned the kindness shown to the Domin nation. Young sir, Domin nation is a small country. Is there a need to show them this much kindness? Woon explained. How could the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, which rules the world, lose faith from a small nation? We are responsible for repairing trading methods, so these things shouldn't happen from the beginning. Woon contemplated starting a merchant group, thinking, out of everything, we'll have to start a merchant group one day. Well, the Domin nation will become a good trade partner for us. As they prepared to rest, Moon offered protection, and Woon replied firmly, You plan to go against my orders, sleep well. During the night, Woon woke up to unfamiliar voices outside their door and thought, Who is that? The numbers forming the formation are not just one or two. Moon inquired, What is it? And Woon gestured for silence. Then a familiar voice asked if Woon was inside. Woon recognized the voice as his fifth brother Jeng. A moment later, Jeng exclaimed, I've arrived at the right place. Woon, it's been a while. Woon inquired, What's the reason for your visit at this late hour? Jeng clarified, I simply came to see your face upon hearing you were nearby. Woon privately wondered, Why haven't you contacted me under normal circumstances? Then he said, Please be straightforward. Jeng asked, Are you suggesting it's unusual for a brother to visit his siblings? Woon replied, There must be a specific purpose for your late-night visit. Are you about to make a secret request of me? Jeng explained. Well, it's not precisely a request. Jeng informed Woon. Big brother wishes to meet both of them. Woon pondered. Considering Myeonggak's acquisition of the Daksujin clan, he likely aims to merge Myeongjang's Fujiwon clan and Myeongguejo Seok clan. Myeongcheon might not have it his way. Woon questioned, Can't they just go willingly? Myeongjang responded, That would imply they're aligning with Big Brother. It would be ideal if it stops there. Big Brother could impose restrictions or demand an oath. Woon contemplated while gazing at Myeongjang. Is this a cause for concern? Myeongcheon is cunning but still wary of father and watching Myeonggak's rise. Furthermore, third brother hold a blade behind Myeongcheon. He should realize, he is not a formidable adversary as long as there's more power. Woon suggested to Myeongjang, it appears an uninvited guest is needed. A few days later, at the Bureau Palace, Woon observed, it's essentially a fortress. He thought, I may not know everything, but Myeongcheon undoubtedly outmatches Myeonggak financially. Human instructed the gatekeepers, Seventh Sir is here to see oldest Sir. Open the gates. Woon recalled his conversation with Kang before leaving Naksan Manor. Woon told Kang, Human will accompany me. Kang inquired, the eldest son is dangerous. Shouldn't we all go with you? Woon replied, No, just prepare a black horse and a white horse for each of them. That should suffice. Woon reflected, I'm not at the level to protect my subordinates entirely yet. If they need to escape, traveling lighter is preferable. In the present, Woon advised Human, anything could happen here today. Stay resolute and hold your ground. Human affirmed, as you command. He twirled his spear in his hand before firmly planting the wooden end of the spear into the ground, standing resolutely in front of the gate with the spear in hand. The elderly figure perched atop the fortress wall, known as White Hidden Ghost, inquired of his servant, is that the bodyguard warrior of the seventh son? The servant replied, his name is Ha-Human. White Hidden Ghost commented, he seems suitable, but just a second-rate martial artist. Does the seventh son rush in where angels fear to tread? Inside the Biro Palace Sun House, Myeong-jing enthusiastically announced when he saw Woon entering. In response, Woon inquired, is he a bit late? Myeong-jing assured, no, please take your seat. Myeong-chien, visibly agitated and exuding an imposing presence, demanded, don't they know to greet their big brother when they see him? Woon bluntly replied, certainly not. Inwardly, Woon suspected, he's attempting to assert dominance over them as soon as he lays eyes on them. Subsequently, Woon greeted Myeong-chien with deference, saying, youngest greets big brother. Myeong-chien then inquired, how has their stay at Naksan Manor been? Woon responded, thanks to him, it's been excellent. Meanwhile, Myeong-chien contemplated, fifth has already been won over. I'll need to work on the Guejo clan a bit more. His thoughts were interrupted when Myeong-jing asked, Hyungnim, why did he want to see us? Myeong-chien began explaining, the reason he wanted to see them is, but he was abruptly interrupted by the White Hidden Ghost, who used chi technique to convey a message directly to Myeong-chien's mind, stating, the third son is standing in front of the Biro Palace. This revelation left Myeong-chien shocked. He employed the same method to instruct the White Hidden Ghost, go there yourself. The White Hidden Ghost acknowledged the order. Observing Myeong-chien's reaction, Woon contemplated, is he here? At the palace gate, the third son, Myeong-woon, remarked to his servant, a moat and a drawbridge. Having connections certainly has its advantages. The White Hidden Ghost descended before him and commented, seems like an uninvited guest has arrived. Inwardly, the third son pondered, swift movement, akin to the empty space secret spell, is it? Chaiju questioned, who are you to dare block Youngseo's path? The elderly man said, he is known as White Hidden Ghost. He then inquired, third sir, why has he come here? The third son contemplated to himself, White Hidden Ghost, the wise sage group's assassin. It appears he has aligned with Big Brother. The third son responded, he's here to visit his brothers. White Hidden Ghost inquired, did he receive an invitation? The third son countered, is an invitation necessary among brothers? White Hidden Ghost declared, then he cannot enter. But he was swiftly interrupted as the third son deftly unsheathed his sword and loosened White Hidden Ghost's belt. The third son casually commented, you'll need to fix your belt if you plan to use the secret spell. White Hidden Ghost silently acknowledged, I couldn't even react. I heard the third son's swordsmanship had improved. The third son directed his servants, saying, stay here, all of you. They all complied. Subsequently, he opened the door and remarked, this is a lovely house you have. He then inquired of Chien, when will he have houses like this? The journey here was quite challenging with all those guard dogs, you know. Chien responded, everything has its order, doesn't it? The third son asked, the divine cult doesn't follow the order of birth, does it? Chien inquired, do you want me to explain the order to you? Woon contemplated, what an intense aura. Myeong-woon might not match Myeong-chien in martial arts, but in terms of sheer force, he stands no chance. Hence, he had no choice but to come with Myeong-woon. A few days earlier, Chaiju mentioned that Woon had sent a letter. Third brother read Woon's letter, which conveyed Big Brother's desire to meet him, and fifth brother separately. Woon believed third brother understood the implications and suggested that he meet their father first. Woon indicated that their father would appreciate third brother mentioning his intention to meet his brothers. The third son privately pondered that this meant he needed to devise a justification. Woon also contemplated the situation, considering that if he and Myeong-jing were taken away now, they could be permanently removed from the competition. The third son announced that he had just come from a meeting with their father. Chien wondered if the third brother had met their father beforehand. The third brother continued, sharing that when he informed their father about his plan to meet his brothers, Their father gave him a special wine and he instructed Woon to drink it when he was older. Myeongjang expressed his excitement upon hearing this news. The third brother remarked on how their brothers had become so divided and suggested catching up later. Chien privately thought that this was not the right time for the third son to be doing this and questioned whether it was the scheme of the fifth or youngest brother. He believed that, in reality, only the White Tiger Corp stood behind the third brother. However, if the Fujuwon clan and Gwajo-seok clan was supporting him, it could change the situation. Before Chien could delve further into his thoughts, Woon interrupted and requested permission to speak. He raised a concern about second brother and sixth brother, highlighting their father's unfavorable view of them but also his approval of their actions because of sixth brother's ambitions. Woon stressed that their father valued their achievements for the divine cult more than simply increasing their forces. He pointed out that Big Brother's recent mission to rescue fourth brother, in Sichuan, was a greater accomplishment than second brother's conquest of Kunlun. Woon accused second brother of betraying the core principles of the divine cult by prioritizing compassion over strength. He warned that if second brother continued to act recklessly, their father would not look kindly upon him. In response, Chien commented that Myeonggak was a prudent man. Woon countered that expanding their forces would lead to more attention and troubles. He likened it to a larger storage attracting more vermin despite vigilant supervision. Woon questioned whether second brother would act cautiously, given the ongoing issues caused by the sword spirit cores in every brothel they visited. He proposed the idea of infiltrating through that vulnerability. Ha-Human, upon their return from the Bureau Palace, expressed, "I'm relieved you've returned safely." In response, Woon remarked, "It's too early for relief." At that moment, Woon detected someone tailing them and told Ha-Human, "Let's split up." The individual following them was none other than the White Hidden Ghost, who thought determinedly, "I won't lose you." He recalled a recent conversation with Chien. When Chien had revealed, "I attempted to consolidate fifth and seventh's influence by using strength. However, by bringing in the third, they balanced the power and shattered my rationale with his eloquence. White Hidden Ghost, I'm granting you one more chance. Bring the youngest." The White Hidden Ghost replied, "As you wish." As he caught up to the horse, he was shocked to find Ha-Human instead of Woon. Ha-Human inquired, "Do you have any business with me?" The White Hidden Ghost realized that the seventh son was riding the black horse. Woon praised the obedient horse sent from the Dominion and decided to name it Magan, signifying horse ruler from now on. Four great guardians held a discussion. Nam accused the Sword Spirit Corp of being ostentatious, which the Ghost Spirit Group affirmed. Gong Bok-jin pondered the clash between the elite squadrons of the first and second sons, seeking the outcome. Jinam revealed that the second son's Sword Spirit Corp had triumphed, resulting into casualties and 9 injuries. Concerned, Bok-jin asked if casualties were from the Ghost Spirit Group, and Jinam confirmed. Bok-jin, worried about the casualties, instructed Jinam to address it. Despite Jinam's hesitation due to claims of intentional provocation by the oldest son's side, Bok-jin urged Jinam to focus on guardian duties, but their conversation was interrupted by the cult leader, inquiring about their search. At Sword Spirit Corp headquarters, Sword Spirit Commander Jang Jeon reprimanded, "Despite my warning to behave prudently, you acted carelessly during a crucial time for the Youngsis' plans." Internally, Jeon acknowledged the severity, contemplating, "Public conflict and casualties. Keeping this hidden will lead to even greater trouble." He directed toward, "First team leader, though I could demand your lives now, will adhere to the cult's protocols. Inform the young sir immediately." First team leader. The first team leader affirmed, "As you wish." Later, a Sword Spirit Corp member asked the first team leader, "Are you really going to inform him?" Perplexed, the first team leader queried, "What do you mean?" The member suggested evading consequences, stating, "People died. Report to the commander that the young sir advised to overlook it." The Ghost Spirit Group won't object. The first team leader resisted, saying, "Nonsense. I'm lamentful. but I can't do that. As the member unsheathed his sword and attacked, fatally injuring the first team leader, he apologized. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Reflecting on a past warning from White Hidden Ghost, the member realized, I have no choice. In the Grand Flame House, the gleaming hall buzzed with anticipation as Bok Jin addressed the cult leader, expressing his request for the mobilization of the Reaper Corp. Intrigued, the cult leader inquired about the Reaper Corp, prompting Bok Jin to reveal their purpose, to deal with those defying the divine cult's law, particularly the Sword Spirit Commander and his followers, tarnishing their reputation. Curious about the Guardian's involvement, the cult leader questioned if Guardian could handle the situation alone, considering the Ghost Spirit Group and Sword Spirit Corp. Jinam shared his encounter at the Sword Spirit Group, revealing the commander's refusal to cooperate. Surprised, the cult leader questioned the Sword Spirit Commander's defiance and urged Jinam to speak the truth. Jinam clarified that his attendance was repeatedly requested by the Guardian. Contemplating the situation, the cult leader realized Bok Jin's loyalty seemed aligned with the first, acknowledging the second's martial prowess, but recognizing his ruling shortcomings. The cult leader pondered the first's strategic acumen. Speculating on Gak potential, the cult leader wondered if he could become an unbreakable sword, a level he himself couldn't attain. Deciding to confirm through the left master, the cult leader instructed Jinam to summon Yongdae Chung. Acknowledging, Jinam affirmed, as you wish. Outside Myeonggak's residence, a crowd gathered as Yong called for the second son to heed the cult leader's will. Gak opened the gate while Yong asserted that Guardian Nam Jinam's repeated, but unsuccessful attempts to summon the Sword Spirit Commander, Jang Jeon, amounted to an investigation for treason. Gak claimed no specific report had reached him. Yong, insisting he merely followed orders, encouraged Gak to convey this to the cult leader directly, ordering his subordinate to apprehend the youngster. Simultaneously heard someone at the Sword Spirit Corp residence demanding the Sword Spirit Commander's surrender under the Guardian's orders. Jeon, pondering the lack of response, questioned his subordinate about the youngster's instruction to lock the doors. Subordinate confirming it, the Jeon sensed something amiss, prompting to consider it treason, doubting the youngster's involvement. Upon the return of another subordinate, Jeon anxiously inquired about the youngster's well-being, only to learn that Yongdae Chung had surrounded the residence, forcing the youngster into the palace. Feeling betrayed, Jeon beheaded a subordinate. Whispers reached Jinam, informing him that the second son had completed the palace entrance process. Preparing for a confrontation, Jinam ordered his subordinates to draw their swords. Despite expectations, Jeon, opening the door, identified himself and greeted the Guardian, surprising Jinam, who believed further conflicts were unlikely. Jinam pointed out that the Sword Spirit Commander had defied the Guardian's orders, tarnishing the cult's directives. He sought acknowledgement from those present. Jeon, reflecting on the consequences of a single mistake, was determined not to involve the youngster. Admitting the case's lack of connection to the youngster, he acknowledged his negligence and took his own life. The following day at Naksan Manor, Kang informed the youngster that the Sword Spirit Commander had been falsely accused of treason and had committed suicide. The second son received a probationary sentence. Woon, sensing an opportune moment, explained to Kang that he had informed Big Brother about trouble caused by the Sword Spirit Corp at a brothel. Exploiting this vulnerability, Big Brother's Ghost Spirit Group orchestrated the downfall of the second brother's Sword Spirit Corp. Woon anticipated caution from Big Brother and manipulation attempts from third and fifth brothers. Fearing reprisal if Big Brother discovered his involvement, Woon recognized the need for overwhelming martial arts. He ordered the immediate gathering of the bodyguard warriors. Kang inquired, "Is everyone assembled?" The bodyguard warriors unanimously responded, "Yes, sir." Jo Kwon questioned the presence of the teacher, prompting Kang to realize the truth as Woon revealed his face, shocking them all. Expressing regret for deceiving them, Woon admitted his identity. Peng Hian-chung exclaimed, "It was you, young sir." Jo Kwang wondered if the young sir had been their teacher. With urgency, Woon explained, "No time for details. Temporarily, you won't see me. Seal the western quarters, maintaining the status quo. Kang, focus on recruiting and training talents, excluding guests." Kang assured, "I understand your orders." Assigning tasks, Woon instructed Jeong-yoon to establish the merchant group and seek assistance from the Violet Light group leader and the Northwest merchant group. Jeong-yoon acknowledged the directive. Emphasizing diligence in training, Woon addressed the gods, who pledged, "As you wish," adding another request. Woon asked them to guard him. Jo Kwang sought clarification, leading Woon to explain that he would commence solitary training the next day, urging them to protect the stone gates on his behalf. Kang and the rest gathered at the solitary training ground entrance, awaiting Woon's arrival. Kang informed Woon, "Our necessary preparations are complete." Expressing gratitude, Woon acknowledged, "Thank you all. Even Cho-yi and Cho-ha are present." Adding to the conversation, Cho-ha stated, "With Dr. Dong assistance, we've created grainless diet pills for young Si's growth. I hope they suit your taste." Woon assured Cho-ha, saying, "I'm sure they will." Shifting his attention to Cho-yi, Woon inquired, "Are you learning martial arts from Director Kang?" "Let's spar after my solitary training." Cho-yi agreed, saying understood. Turning to Jeong-yoon, Woon assigned tasks, one for the Violet Light group leader, and one for you. Seek her assistance upon her return from the western region. Jeong-yoon affirmed, "I receive your orders." Internally, he speculated, the 7-star pill's location should be on the other one. Upon reaching the training ground entrance, Woon bid farewell, "Stay safe, everyone." Their collective response echoed, "We pray for young Si's success. We pray for his martial fortune." Descending the stairs, Woon reflected, "Whether in this life or the last, my first solitary training, missing the sky and mountains, birds, and butterflies is saddening, but it can't be helped. To become the junior cult leader, I must surpass my Myeong-gak." Observing the room layout, he noted, "This is it. No worries about water, and martial uniforms are meticulously prepared." Contemplating the grainless diet pills, he wondered, "Should I give them a try?" The grainless diet pills leave a refreshing sensation in their mouths, surprising Woon that were not unpleasant, contrary to the common belief that they taste bad. The necessity for those clothes is no more. External arts will be practiced during the day, while internal arts will be the focus at night. Those adrift lack awareness of their path's end. Understanding oneself and desires is crucial, but for him, that knowledge is unnecessary, having already glimpsed his destination. Born from dirt and returned to dirt, he've come back once more. All paths converge into one. A diverging path is but a mirage. Walking two paths simultaneously is impossible. The next path can only be trodden by observing the current one. Approaching 14, his age is merely the age of body. Growth stems from enlightened minds, transcending death. Even the heavenly demon can't traverse beyond death. Following Myeong-woon's solitary training, the western quarters and Naksan Manor locked their doors as intended. Kang Ha-won, using Naksan Manor's earnings, trained martial artists. Coaching them, Kang emphasized, "Precise movement is crucial in form training." Again, from the beginning, martial artists responded, "Yes, sir." Naksan Manor's bodyguard warriors concentrated on training under Jeong-yoon. Kwon Hiem instructed Jong-yong's, "Do it properly." Jong-yong's retorted, "Shut up, idiot." In the Wu family village, Myeong-woon's ink sword was completed. Kang relieved and said to Kim Seok, "Finally." Kim Seok credited the precious ink iron for the sword's quality. He then asked Kang, "Shouldn't Yong-seo be the first to draw this?" Kang replied, "Indeed." A year into Myeong-woon's solitary training, Sima Jin questioned his servant. "Seventh son entered solitary training last winter." The servant confirmed, "That's correct." Sima Jin, with curiosity, inquired, Has it truly been a whole year already? The servant, lacking specific information, responded. He didn't provide details on the duration of his intended solitary training. Sima Jin, delving into Myeong-woon's mindset, mused, so he doubted the adequacy of his martial skills at this age. Contemplating the passage of time, she wondered aloud, how much has he grown during this past year? Concerned for her well-being, the servant suggested, you must be fatigued from your journey. It would be wise to rest for a few more days. Sima Jin, displaying resilience, declined, stating, no, a single day of rest suffices. Now, are there any other notable events that have transpired? The servant, becoming the bearer of news, shared, in the spring, elder Jin of the esteemed Daksujin clan departed, and the second son faces hardships and his deviate conquest. Sima Jin, struck by the sudden change in health of someone once robust, reflected silently, a person so hale and hearty just a year ago, and now, seeking clarification, she inquired about elder Jin's cause of death. The servant, relying on available information, reported, as far as is known, it is attributed to old age. Sima Jin, detecting a subtle discrepancy, attempted to delve deeper into her thoughts, but was abruptly interrupted by another servant, who informed her, group leader, the director of Naksan Manor, awaits outside. Sima Jin, intrigued, questioned, the director of Naksan Manor, and who might that be? The servant responded, she identifies herself as Myeong-un. She mentioned carrying a letter from the seventh son. Sima Jin, sensing a strategic waiting period, thought to herself, it appears they anticipated my return. She then instructed, tell her to enter. As Myeong-un entered, she greeted with formality. Naksan Manor's director Myeong-un extends her greetings to the esteemed Violet Light group leader. Sima Jin, acknowledging the formalities, questioned, so you bear a letter from the seventh son? Myeong-un confirmed, indeed, that is correct. As Sima Jin perused the contents of the letter, she inquired further, he seeks assistance in establishing a merchant group. Myeong-un respectfully responded, yes, during his ongoing solitary training, he entrusted me with the task of seeking aid from the group leader and the esteemed Northwest Merchant Group. He expresses regret for not being able to make this request in person due to your absence in the West. Internally, Sima Jin acknowledged, a truly charming child she is, understood. Monthly visits to Naksan Manor for collection. Information will be conveyed through ASO. Myeong-un expressed gratitude, saying thank you. Sima Jin, recognizing the challenge ahead, commented, establishing a merchant group is no simple feat. Follow my instructions diligently. Myeong-un assured, I will adhere to the group leader's guidance. Reflecting on the passage of time, 449 days had elapsed since Woon commenced solitary training. Woon, contemplating the peculiar yin-chill ground channel, ruminated, I anticipated yang energy, not chilling yin true ki flowing beneath Naksan Manor. These key openings on my head. Chilling yin true ki courses through my 100 convergence pathway and front crown pathway. To avoid key deviation, I must skillfully combine it with yang strength and true ki. Perhaps using yang energy with one hand and yin energy with the other is achievable. If the vertical alignment proves challenging, should I attempt a division into left and right? Could this lead to key deviation? With a resounding cry, he lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he pondered, where am I? A woman bent over him, reminiscent of his mother, and behind her, someone wielding a sword ended her life. Recalling the pain he thought he had left behind, he mused, why do these suppressed emotions resurface in my second life? How should I navigate this new existence? Suppress the rage, quell the hatred. No, eradicate the mind demon of solitude. Embrace utter emptiness. In the outskirts of Yunnan province simultaneously, the recently appointed patriarch of the Daksujin clan, Jin Baekcheong, addressed Myeonggak, noting his retreat due to pressure from the combined forces of the Hu tribe and Deviate. Myeonggak questioned if Jin Baekcheong had journeyed there solely for confirmation. Inquiring if Myeonggak was angered, Jin Baekcheong, in response, asked if laughter would be more appropriate. Expressing concern about rumors of the eldest son assuming the role of junior cult leader, Jin Baekcheong asserted that the Daksujin clan might be compelled to disassociate if the situation persisted. Myeonggak questioned if Jin Baekcheong was issuing a threat, and Jin Baekcheong, in turn, asked if Myeonggak still failed to comprehend how he found himself in that predicament. Myeonggak attributed it to his older brother's unforeseen actions. Encouraging Myeonggak to compose himself, Jin Baekcheong stressed the significance of understanding the reasons for one's defeat. He advised Myeonggak to hone his martial skills, fortify his forces, and achieve success on the battlefield. Myeonggak, seeking clarity, asked what more could be done, prompting Jin Baekcheong to inquire if Myeonggak would follow through if given instructions. Myeonggak proclaimed his willingness to do anything as long as he could ascend to the highest position. Several days later, in the morning rain, Jin Baekcheong walked along a challenging path, suggesting he was nearing his destination. Spotting a person atop a stone pillar, he hurried towards him, exclaiming that it had been a while. The individual responded, indicating they had been awaiting his arrival. Jin Baekcheong proposed going to meet the great cult leader. The leader of the cult acknowledged. "You've arrived," Jin Baekcheong respectfully responded. "Your subordinate greets the true leader of the Heavenbreaker Palace." The cult leader questioned, "How did your task unfold?" Jin Baekcheong confidently replied, "I executed it flawlessly, without any errors." The cult leader stressed, "Precision is crucial to wipe out the Myeong clan." Jin Baekcheong assured, "I'll double-check to ensure everything is flawless." The cult leader declared, "Excellent, I'll fulfill my promise." Utilizing the mind sword technique, the cult leader transferred the reward to Jin Baekcheong. Observing the reward, Jin Baekcheong thought, "This is the pill to quell the poison insect within me and halt the seizures." Expressing gratitude, he said, "Your subordinate thanks the cult leader for his grace." Inquisitively, the cult leader asked, "Are you satisfied now as the patriarch instead of your late brother?" Jin Baekcheong humbly replied, "It's all thanks to the great cult leader." The cult leader remarked, "You should be content. Your actions were necessary for claiming that position. If your brother had emulated you, he wouldn't have died so meaninglessly." In the upcoming year, on the first day of the first month, at Grand Flame House, Sima Jin exclaimed, "Wait for me." Yong Dae-chung questioned, "Why is the great cult leader summoning us on the first day of the first month?" Sima Jin suggested, "Perhaps it's for New Year's greetings." If that's the case, he might have also called the four great guardians. Yong Dae-chung chuckled, remarking, "You haven't changed. By the way, is this our first encounter since the Grand Flame ceremony?" Sima Jin confirmed, "Yes. It was the first time I witnessed a Grand Flame ceremony with such emptiness. Last year, only the eldest son, third son, and fifth son were present." Yong Dae-chung agreed, "True, I wonder how many will attend this year." Sima Jin inquired, "How long do you think the second son will remain in Jazong land? The Daviate conquest seems unsuccessful now." Yong Dae-chung replied, "I have no way of knowing." Sima Jin pressed, "If not you, who else in the military would know? Aren't you somewhat indifferent to the cult's affairs?" Yong Dae-chung defended, "I stay neutral. Let's leave it at that. It seems your interests lie elsewhere. Weren't you disappointed that the seventh son didn't attend the Grand Flame ceremony?" Sima Jin questioned. "What are you implying?" Yong Dae-chung disclosed, "I've heard that the Western Quarters and Violet Light Group have strengthened their ties recently." Sima Jin explained, "That's because the Western Quarters and Violet Light Group are..." The conversation was disrupted as Gong Bok Jin directed the maid, saying, "I'll go in first." Sima Jin pondered, Gong Bok Jin, the right master of the divine cult. That displeased expression I haven't witnessed that in a while. Sima Jin reminisced about the past, recalling the imposing figure of cruel demonic blade Yong Dae-chung, back then whom she couldn't even look eye to eye with. Yongdae-chung expressed, I have a concern. We're not grooming successors from the true cult's pool of experts. Sima Jin questioned. What did you say? I'm here, still serving. Yongdae-chung probed. Will you then inherit the title of Divine Cult's #1 sword? Sima Jin contemplated. Currently, aside from the great cult leader, Vice Cult Leader Yu Cheong holds the title of Divine Cult's #1 sword. However, Sima Jin responded, I won't decline if you bestow it upon me. Yongdae-chung stated, Let's go inside. Sima Jin asked, Hold on, are you giving it to me or not? Yongdae-chung replied, Ask the one who made the offer. Never mind that. Is the seventh son 16 now? Has it been 2 years since he entered? Sima Jin queried, Why do you keep asking about the seventh son, Heavenly Demon, Divine Cult Leader? Myeong-jung explained, I've gathered you here today to discuss your views on the next generation. Sima Jin reflected, Opinions on the next generation. This is the first time he's brought up the successor issue in our meetings. Myeong-jung stated, As the eldest son is now in his mid-30s, it's time to address this. Beginning with Yu Cheong, share your thoughts without reservation. Yu Cheong expressed, I believe either the eldest son or the second son, with notable battle achievements, should lead the cult in the future. Myeong-jung thought to Yu Cheong, Are you going to state the obvious throughout? Myeong-jung directed, Next, share your thoughts, Left Master. Yongdae-chung proposed, Ultimately, we need to find the most suitable person for the position. How about entrusting the future to the son who achieves the most in the next 3 years? Sima Jin pondered. What is this elder suggesting? 3 years from now, it's a good idea to start afresh, but the seventh son is currently in solitary training. Myeong-jung inquired, What is your stance? Right Master, Gong Bok-jin stated, I don't agree with Left Master's idea of starting anew. It will only fuel the rivalry among the sons. I concur with the Vice Cult Leader's perspective. Myeong-jung commented, I found Left Master's proposal intriguing. I'd also like to hear the opinions of the group leaders. Dun Myeong-un, the Red Flying Group Leader, suggested, 3 years is too brief. How about extending it to 10 years, with a longer duration? The right person will naturally emerge. Chien Jeonji, the Wise Sage Group Leader, added, 7 years should be ample to distinguish between the genuine and the counterfeit. Myeong-jung questioned, What about the Violet Light Group Leader? Sima Jin responded, I align with the Wise Sage Group Leader's viewpoint. Myeong-jung decided, Then let's settle on 7 years. That's our approach. Gong Bok-jin inquired, Great Cult Leader, the 4 Great Guardians are not present. Are we making a decision on the spot? Myeong-jung explained, Since the Guardians follow the Right Master, their sentiments are likely aligned. We'll finalize the successor after 7 years. All present affirmed, as you command. During the summer of the same year in the western quarters, Kang inquired of Elder Seok, What brings you to the western quarters? Seok Junmyeong replied, Just exploring the area. Internally, Kang mused, Exploring, that seems uncommon for someone of Elder Seok's stature. Seok Junmyeong then inquired, Any news from Myeongsu? It's been nearly 3 years. Kang explained, He's currently immersed in solitary training. Seok Junmyeong shared, The eldest son recently dealt with bandits around Qinghai province. The fifth son in Gansu is also making strides. Kang reflected, It's widely known that the eldest son is leading, and the fifth son effectively supports and aids him. Seok Junmyeong continued, Additionally, the third son's mission has been decided. He will head to Turpan in the north to subjugate the Monkeys. Kang considered, I heard the Monkeys recently ventured south, targeting the true cult's trade routes. Well, it's just the Manchu. Seok Junmyeong stated, Therefore, I propose that the western quarters send martial artists to Turpan. Kang, surprised, questioned, What, from the western quarters? You mean aiding in the Manchu conquest, and on top of that, reinforcements? That's not feasible. Doesn't that imply we are essentially aligning ourselves with the third son? Seok Junmyeong clarified. The third son has reconciled with the Dashinju clan, his maternal family. Kang thought, wasn't the third son supposed to have no connections after his early fallout with his maternal family? Seok Junmyeong added, Ogwajo Seok clan has reached an agreement with the Dashinju clan to form an alliance. Kang contemplated, an alliance. If this proceeds, the western quarters will essentially be under the influence of the third son. Kang exclaimed, What are you talking about? If such a thing occurred, you should have informed us in the western quarters. Seok Junmyeong responded, If the western quarters refuse, we intend to withdraw our support for the seventh son. Will you, a mere director, reject my directives? Kang reflected, Elder Seok, you truly aim to issue threats in the absence of Yongse. Many months earlier, in the western quarters, Sima Jin remarked, Have you heard about the great cult leader announcing the successor competition? Kang confirmed, yes, that he will decide after evaluating achievements in the next 7 years. Sima Jin conveyed, at present, the seventh son needs to focus entirely on solitary training. Ensure this information remains undisclosed to him. That's why I came here to inform you. Kang thought, she came all the way here just to say that. Sima Jin continued, additionally, there will be future actions from the Seok clan. Regardless, do not waver. If there are things they desire, let them proceed as they wish. Sima Jin pondered, because I've witnessed it the potential of the seventh son. Sima Jin asserted, there must be no issues until the seventh son completes his training. Kang assured, I will heed the group leader's words. Returning to the present, Kang considered, right now, in Youngse's absence, I cannot create more problems. Kang stated, understood. Whom do you desire? As fall transitioned to winter, 2 years and 10 months passed since Myeong-woon entered solitary training. At Naksan Manor, both Jo Kwon and Gyeong-yoon acknowledged, You've arrived. Kang responded, Of course, I have. Are there individuals monitoring the solitary training site? Jo Kwon revealed, They haven't revealed themselves yet, but there were about 2 a month ago. Recently, their numbers have exceeded 10. Curious, Kang inquired, Who is standing guard right now? Jo Kwon explained, Everyone except me is on guard. At that moment, a maid urgently shouted, We've got a big problem. Concerned, Kang asked, What is it? The maid explained, There are intruders at the solitary training site. Kang thought, Damn it, I knew it didn't feel right today. Are they from the eldest son, the 3 gods, Peng Hien-chung, Jong-yongs, and Kwan Hiem, confronted the intruders shouting, Where do you think you're going? Whose bastards are you? One of them removed their mask and calmly stated, Calm down. I am called White Hidden Ghost. I came here out of curiosity to check on Seventh's well-being. Jong-yongs retorted, Everyone knows that Youngse is in solitary training. What kind of inquiry are you making? White Hidden Ghost explained, Since he's not coming out after 3 years, there are rumors circulating that the seventh son has died. You see, Kwon Hiem swiftly advanced, exclaiming, Insolent. Jong-yongs intervened, urging, Stop, Kwon Hiem, there's someone else present. Chaiju successfully blocked Kwon Hiem's attack, stating, Greetings to both sides. As I was instructed by Third Sir to verify the rumor, I've come here, despite the apparent rudeness. Now, may we inspect inside the stone door first? The White Hidden Ghost objected. Now we can't allow that. Jong-yongs retorted. Do you think this is your bedroom or something, Peng? Hien-chung concurred, saying exactly. Seizing the opportunity, Kwon Hiem remarked, I was annoyed that only humans sought accomplishments. Good timing. Subsequently, the gate of solidarity training opened, and they were all subdued by the overwhelming ki from Woon. The ki launched by Woon surpassed them, forming an unexpected ki barrier. A member of the White Hidden Ghost Squad inquired, How could a ki barrier of this magnitude be possible? Woon declared, I've ordered the sealing of Naksan Manor, so I'm going to need all of you to leave now. Woon continued, that's why, please stop and leave now. The gods were elated, and Jongyongs exclaimed, young master, you've completed your training. Taiju reflected, that is the 7th young master. The white hidden ghost marveled, who would have thought he would be able to improve that much. As Kang arrived at the training site, he shouted, who are you bastards? Spotting Woon, Kang announced, the young master has come out. Woon requested, please leave. I'm not going to go. The white hidden ghost acknowledged, I need to confirm it, and added, as a loyal subject, I can't help it now that I've been given the mission. Please forgive me for my rudeness. In a worried tone, Kang shouted, young master. Woon addressed the white hidden ghost. You said your name is White Hidden Ghost, right? You're not at the level to check on me. Please go back and tell my oldest brother, his youngest brother, who has just finished the seclusion training, will soon come to pay his greeting. A little later, Kang congratulated saying, congratulations on your achievements, young master. Woon responded, achievements? I'm not sure if you can call it achievements, but I'm glad to see you again, everyone. Kang thought, although he says it with modesty, his chi is incredible. Transcendent realm, or maybe it's above that. To reach this realm at age 16, there's no doubt that young master is a genius. Kyung-yoon observed, both his tone and his aura have changed. He clearly made some great achievements. Woon inquired, by the way, I need to check on the assignments I gave you. Did everything go well? Kang reported, we're raising 20 martial artists each at the West Quarters and Falling Mountain Hall. Among them, the group leaders will grow into first-rate martial artists within a few years. Acknowledging their efforts, Woon commented, you have worked hard. How is the merchant group doing? Kyung-yoon provided updates, stating, the merchant group made their first trip to the western regions last fall. Surprised, Woon responded, already. Kyung-yoon continued, group leader Yamyang and the Northwest Merchant Group were quite helpful. Internally, Woon reflected, about the escort warriors, as expected, Jo Kwang has become a peak realm martial artist. While Kwon Hiem is still a first-rate warrior, he has made some progress. Jongyongs will soon reach the peak realm, and it seems that Peng Hien Chung still doesn't understand why he needs to use the blade yet. Woon inquired further, by the way, where did Ha-Hu-moon go? Kang explained, he was sent to the 3rd Young Master's Barbarian Subjugation Force, and is currently in Xinjiang. Curious, Woon asked, why is he with the 3rd brother? Kang clarified, the 3rd Young Master reconciled with his maternal family, the Shinju family. Then Elder Seok formed an alliance with them and requested military support from us. Early this year, the Lord declared that he would appoint a young cult leader based on the achievements over the next 7 years. That's why all the young masters have been rushing to battle. Woon inquired, did Elder Seok specifically choose Ha-Hu-moon? Kang confirmed, that's correct. I've been contemplating whether I should tell you all this because I didn't want to interrupt your training. Young master, group leader Yamyang also came in person and asked to see you. Woon reflected, looks like I must go find him and express my gratitude later. Addressing the situation, Woon stated, since this year is almost over, I still have 6 years left. That should be enough. I must go see the Lord. Please notify the Supreme Harmony Hall. Simultaneously, at the Hidden Palace's Sun Hall, the White Hidden Ghost reported, the 7th Young Master has finished his seclusion training. Chien inquired, really, did he make any progress? The White Hidden Ghost asserted, there's no doubt that he's reached the transcendent realm. Surprised, Chien asked, what, are you sure? Apologizing, the White Hidden Ghost stated, after going against him myself, he wasn't at a level I could handle. Internally, the White Hidden Ghost concluded, he's definitely in the transcendent realm, not below that. Advisor Myung Chien's Myeong-won expressed disbelief, stating, that's impossible. No matter how much he trained at seclusion, There is no way a 16-year-old kid can reach the transcendent realm. White Hidden Ghost, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? White Hidden Ghost countered, asking, are you saying that I lied to the young master? Chien intervened, saying, enough. Internally, Chien considered, it would be possible to possess that much in a chi if someone gave him the golden pill. I heard the third brother reconciled with his maternal family. Could it be? White Hidden Ghost clarified, young master, even though the seventh young master has gained some enlightenment, that does not change anything. Not only does he lack influence, but he also started almost a year late. Now that there is news that the second young master is addicted to drinking, what is important now is the conquest of Mount Bowie. We have to get permission from the Lord to conquer Mount Bowie as soon as possible. If you defeat the Murim alliance on the battlefield, there will be no greater achievement than this. Chien reflected, the White Hidden Ghost is right. If the youngest continues to be an eyesore even then, I just need to go and get rid of him. Chien affirmed, good. You continue to keep an eye on my youngest brother, White Hidden Ghost. Myeong-woon, hurry up and write a letter so I can present it to my father. Both of them responded, at your order. The following day, at the Supreme Harmony Hall's bright court, Woon acknowledged, to think you would come out in person today, head lady. Seok Bai Yin replied, it's because it's been a while since you last visited, seventh young master. In the time we haven't seen each other, you've become incredibly dignified. Woon modestly responded, you flatter me. Seok Bai Yin invited, please enter. Internally, Seok Bai Yin reflected, to think he would grow this much, just like I expected. Woon conveyed, your son has finished his seclusion training and has come to pay his greeting, father. Myeong-jun welcomed, have a seat. You've grown so much. Internally, Myeong-jun considered, as expected, he resembles his mother. Myeong-jun remarked, and it looks like you have gained some enlightenment as well. Woon shared, I managed to achieve my goal, father. Curious, Myeong-jun asked, what was your goal? Woon explained, at first, it was about protecting my own body, but after that, I wanted to erase my heart demon. Internally, Myeong-jun pondered, heart demon, he says, the heart demon always comes when you are on the verge of reaching enlightenment. Was he reminded of his mother's death? Myeong-jun stated, as you know, there are various forces in our cult. Among them, the Deshenate families have maintained their power by forming various relationships over the years. I had no choice but to rally them in the same way. However, your mother did not have that kind of background. Do you know what that means? Woon reflected, I understand. I'm aware that you loved my mother the most. Yet, after she became your wife, she faced threats from the women in the Deshenate families. Regardless of your love, what good is it if you couldn't protect her in the end? Myeong-jun continued, stating, from the beginning, your mother has always been frail. No matter how many worldly precious elixirs I fed her, her condition did not improve. In case she was poisoned, I even got her a silver dragon pill, but it was no use. Do you understand what that means? You must leave the past behind and live in the present. Woon acknowledged, I will keep that in mind. Myeong-jun inquired, I will pick the young cult leader based on 7 years of achievements. Are you confident? Woon affirmed, now that I have achieved my seclusion training's goal, I'm not going to run away anymore. Myeong-jun added, since you started late due to your seclusion training, if there is something you want, tell me. Woon asked, before that, I have a question. Do you plan to allow the eldest brother to conquer Mount Bowie? Myeong-jun explained, conquering the Murim alliance on Bowesan and advancing into the Central Plains was a long-cherished wish of our cult. Woon decided, in that case, I will go to Xinjiang. Myeong-jun inquired, Xinjiang, are you going to help your third brother? Woon confirmed, that's my plan. Myeong-jun suggested, if that's the case, you'll need a position. The position of Chien-won's vice squad leader is still empty. Woon affirmed, I will follow your orders. Myeong-jun reflected, It's truly unbelievable for a 16-year-old kid to possess that much chi. Seok Bai-yin inquired. Have you called for me, my lord? Myeong-jung stated. Although you are a member of the Seok family, you are also my person. Seok Bai-yin agreed. Naturally, my lord. She thought. Somehow, I don't have a good feeling. Myeong-jung declared. From now on, you will carefully monitor the 7th young master's every move and report it to me. And the Seok family will not be aware of this fact. A few hours later at Falling Mountain Hall, Kang asked, Cheonwon squad, he even made you the vice squad leader? Woon explained, that's because the position of vice squad leader has been vacant for some time. Kang remarked, that's true, but still, all members of the Cheonwon squad came from the Murim alliance who surrendered to our cult, so it's not a difficult place to manage. Woon stated, that's why I think it's even more meaningful. I will take Jeong-un and Peng Hee-chung to the Cheonwon squad tomorrow. Please make the necessary preparations. Peng Hee-chung asked, You're going to take me to, young master? In the aftermath, the former Jamyang group leader, Sima Young, commended, You played a huge role in our victory this time. Acknowledging her contribution, she remarked, It's all thanks to your wise decision, group leader. Curious about her last name, Sima Young inquired, By the way, what's your last name again? As an orphan, she replied, Since I grew up as an orphan, I have no last name, sir. Sima Young recalled, Right, you did tell me that. Then, I will give you a name and make you my adopted daughter. How about taking my last name and becoming Sima Jin? At any rate, what a beauty you are. The day when your face will be of great use will come soon. Confused, she responded, I don't understand what you mean. Sima Young suggested, Hasn't the world changed? Now that we have a new lord, you should work hard to become his mistress. It's better than dying on the battlefield. Then my position within the cult will be. At that instant, Sima Jin woke up from the dream, reflecting, instead of getting a good night's sleep, I just had to dream about that lousy dream again. What's so good about becoming a mistress? Dying on the battlefield is 100 times better. I've cut down 1,000 people to get this far. My talent isn't limited to my beauty. Woon greeted, You've come. It's been a while. Sima Jin replied, It's been a while, young master. Woon acknowledged, Considering how you sent the messenger pigeon, I guess my greeting was late. Woon chuckled and remarked, It's only been 3 days since I finished my seclusion training. Sima Jin inquired, Are you saying that I rushed you? Woon clarified, Not at all. I have been waiting as well. Please teach me. Sima Jin responded, Please, don't let me down. Simultaneously, in Xinjiang's Turpan, demon cult soldiers engaged in battle against barbarians. The barbarian soldiers shouted, Light it up. Let's fight them hand to hand. Yurumu, the Manchurian tribal leader, declared, Look at their confusing faces. How unsightly. Kill them all. A barbarian scornfully said, You demonic cultist trash. I will kill all of you. However, his head were cut off by Myeong-woon, the third son of demonic cult leader. While Myeong-woon contemplated, Our plan was perfect. Where did we go wrong? Their forces aren't something you would see in a night raid. It's like they prepared a trap and have been waiting for us all along. Was there a spy among our forces? To think we would have such a hard time against these barbarians. There's no helping it. I have to cut off that bastard's head and end this. Yurumu commanded. Ready the poison arrows. Shoot, Myeong-woon lamented. These mere arrows. Damn, how could I miss one arrow? Yurumu ordered. Now, that bastard is the demonic cult's third young master. Kill him, Myeong-woon thought. Do I have to die in this kind of place? Ha-hu-moon urged. Young master, please quickly get away. Myeong-woon pondered. Is this person West Quarters Ha-hu-moon? Jang-moon declared. Protect the young master. As he maneuvered through the enemies, Jang-moon advised. It's best if we retreat now. Young master, please get on quickly. Sima Jin complimented. Given your young age, You're truly incredible, young master. However, cultivating inside the training hall is different from killing people on the battlefield. If you want to be my opponent, you will have to give it your all, young master. Woon affirmed. I know. In his thoughts, he acknowledged, however, although I have never cut a person in this life, I have cut down many in my past life. Group leader. Sima Jin observed. To think he could place the cold yin truchi in the tree branch. I thought he was taking it easy, but it looks like he has unlocked his upper dantian. Woon remarked. Looks like it will be difficult to defeat you with one hand. Group leader. Woon introduced. This is Yin-Yang dual sword. In her thoughts, Sima Jin considered. A 16-year-old boy is using such a powerful Yin-Yang dual sword. Then for your sake, allow me to use this move, young master. Sima Jin executed the flash strike. Woon reflected. It's definitely a good move. But now that I'm fighting against you, I'm sure of it. I know what level I have reached now. Sima Jin pondered. An afterimage. Where did he go? Then she noticed Woon above, using phantom swords. But the phantom swords started disappearing midway. She succumbs to the invisible phantom swords, resulting in her defeat. She thought, no, this is impossible. Woon asked, are you alright? Sima Jin thought, how foolish. What's with the divine cult best sword nonsense? Woon thought, it must be hard for her to believe it. He said, I can't tell you everything now, but I have seen the world, beyond life and death. Sima Jin inquired, are you saying you gained enlightenment? Woon explained, let's call it my lucky encounter. Group leader, please do me a favor. For our divine cult's sake, for my sake, please support me officially. Sima Jin responded, haven't I been helping you already, young master? In her thoughts, Sima Jin considered, Servicious demonic blade, I think you just have something new to worry about, because it seems like a master who will connect us to the cult has appeared. No, he will definitely achieve a lot more than that. Sima Jin asked, so, what are you planning to do next, young master? Woon said, I plan to leave for Xinjiang as soon as I make the Qianwan squad's troops mine. Sima Jin suggested, wouldn't it be better to go to Mount Bowie and earn achievements? The divine cult's massive conquest of Mount Bowie was decided a while ago. The general commander is the first young master. The Dark Killer Squad, the Demonic Soul Squad, and the Sword Soul Squad will be the vanguard. Except for the Black Tortoise Squad, all the other squads will be supporting him. I think the third young master can take care of the Manchurians in Xinjiang by himself. Woon clarified, I'm not going there to help my third brother. The reason I'm going to Xinjiang is that the person I have to fight against isn't here. And in order to fight against him someday, I still need to gain more strength and experience. In the Demon Divine Cult camp in Shihazi, Xinjiang, Ha-Hu-Moon greeted, you're back. How is the third young master's condition? Jang Moon replied, fortunately, it looks like his poison was neutralized right away. I didn't get to see him in person, but I heard we should prepare to launch another attack tomorrow. Ha-Hu-Moon expressed surprise. It's been less than 3 days since we retreated from Turpan, though. Jang Moon explained, it seems that he wants to deliver the news of his victory before the first young master's conquest of Mount Bayway. Ha-Hu-Moon inquired, but we're having a hard time, are we not? I never thought we would struggle this much against the Manchurians. Don't you think there's a spy among our forces? They have figured out our path and timing so perfectly. Jang Moon acknowledged. We can't rule out that possibility. He then asked, that's the Azure Dragon Squad's emblem. Were you originally a member of the Azure Dragon Squad? Ha-Hu-Moon confirmed. Yes. Jang Moon continued. I heard you had a habit of stealing. Ha-Hu-Moon, surprised, asked, wait, who would say such a thing? Jang Moon remarked, rumors travel faster than horses, you know. Ha-Hu-Moon clarified, it's actually a misunderstanding. There was a woman I liked. Jang Moon remarked, could it be that you are going to say you were falsely accused because of that woman or something along that line? Ha-Hu-Moon, surprised, asked, how did you know? Jang Moon replied, stop telling such an obvious lie. Ha-Hu-moon insisted. No, I'm serious. So, what happened? Jang-moon dismissed it, saying, seriously, that's enough, forget it. At any rate, how did you end up in the West Quarters? Ha-Hu-moon explained. One day, the general manager suddenly came and said that the seventh young master wanted me. When I was wasting my life because I couldn't even become a second-rate martial artist, the young master not only called me and gave me courage, but he even taught me martial arts every night. That's why I was able to come this far. The young master is my lord, my master, and benefactor. Jang-moon reflected. Did he select him based on his potential? What's more, that little boy was the one who taught him martial arts. Well, he was also the one who gave me the converging cloud cultivation technique. I still don't know why he gave it to me, but it was a great help to me. I must ask him when I see him again. Jang-moon added. How envious. To think you would get to serve someone like him. Ha-Hu-moon asked. Aren't you serving the family patriarch, leader Jang? In response, Jang-moon replied. That's true, but it's not the same. You're serving him with your heart. Their discussion was interrupted by a loud sound, prompting both of them to exit their tent. People shouted, it's a night raid. The Manchurian is rushing over here. Has the border been breached? Jang-moon said, I will go to see the young master. You must immediately secure an escape route. Ha-Hu-moon responded, understood. Near Falling Mountain Manor, on the mountain path, Kang informed Woon. The Guizhou-seok family sent us a letter last night. Woon inquired, what does it say? Kang relayed, that is, they want to congratulate you on your appointment as the vice squad leader of the Heavenly Elemental Squad, and they are asking for additional troops to be sent to Xinjiang. Woon pondered, additional troops. Does that mean the subjugation of the Manchurians isn't going as planned? We have to hurry. Kang thought, Elder Seok, that wicked old man. To think he would ask us for reinforcements. That cheap bastard. Woon instructed, please tell him that we will do so. Kang, seeking clarification, asked pardon. Woon instructed, please inform Jo Kwang, Jongyongs, and Kwon Him to quickly prepare, and have them go to Xinjiang first. Kang inquired, all three of them, and by first, you mean? Woon clarified, after we arrive at the Heavenly Elemental Squad through this route, we will also gather our forces and go to Xinjiang. Kyung-yoon questioned, we are also going to Xinjiang? Kang asked, are you saying that you will go in person? Young master, Woon affirmed, of course, I have to help my brother. Kang, expressing concern, stated, that's not what I mean. Kang thought, given the third young master's skills, they should have subdued the Manchurians a long time ago. There is no way young master wouldn't know that. But the fact that he is going in person, his thoughts were interrupted. When Woon urged, now that we're done talking, let's hurry. Kang agreed, yes. Kang continued with his thoughts. Does this mean there are some variables in Xinjiang? A few hours later, at the Heavenly Elemental Squad HQ, Zhuge Minjung questioned, why did they tell us together? Kwak Jun expressed, I know, right. It's not like they're here to train us. Zhuge Minjung added, I heard there will be a big fight on Mount Bayway this time. Kwak Jun asked, they're not going to make us stand at the front line again, are they? How long are you going to make us meet shields? Zhuge Minjung remarked, since it's a big fight, small fries like us won't be able to help at all. Kwak Jun added, great. I'm tired of burying my subordinates too. Zhuge Minjung commented, hey, you were able to bury them because you could collect their corpses, but I... Their discussion was interrupted when Seo-jin, the leader of the first squad of the Heavenly Elemental, struck the desk. Seo-jin said, to think there would be some damn mosquito in the middle of winter. Both Kwak Jun and Zhuge Minjung were startled by the sudden sound. Seo-jin thought, great, my ass. Are you really thinking of settling down on this land? I am not. I will definitely go back to the Central Plains. I have to go back. Entering the room, the leader of the Heavenly Elemental Squad, Go Chang-jun, announced, "The squad leader is coming." When met with silence, in return, Chang-jun shouted, "Heavenly Elemental Squad, assemble." Juj Min-jung questioned, "Only us group leaders are here. What's with the assemble part?" Chang-jun asked, "What are you saying? Aren't you part of the Heavenly Elemental Squad as well? The vacant position of vice squad leader of our Heavenly Elemental Squad has finally been filled." Entering the room, Woon greeted, "Nice to meet you. My name is Myeong-woon," Kwak Jun remarked. "They even sent us this brat now." Juj Min-jung added, seriously, "Hey, if I was successful in my first love, I would have a son as big as you." Kwak Jun retorted, "If you don't want me to be the vice squad leader, just say so." Seo-jin commented, "Your joke is going too far, squad leader." Chang-jun questioned, "Have you gone insane because you miss your hometown?" This person is the cult leader's youngest son, the seventh young master. The three of them kneel in front of Woon and said, "We've committed a grave sin. Please forgive us." Woon replied, "No, please stand up." Seo-jin asked, "But may I ask why you are here?" The Heavenly Elemental Squad consists of people who came from the Murim Alliance and have either been taken prisoners or surrendered on the battlefield. "So I don't understand why you are here, young master," Woon responded. "So what?" Seo-jin questioned. "Aren't our positions different? We just want to go to the battlefield as soon as possible and make a contribution." Chang-jun interjected, "First group leader, Seo-jin, are you not going to shut up?" Seo-jin explained, "Although everyone here is people who used to have a name for themselves in the past, let alone providing proper support, it's hard to even call them reinforcements. If a war breaks out, they can only serve as meat shields. It's not because we're lacking in martial arts skills. Although we train and sharpen our swords every day, we aren't even given the chance to show our skills." Woon inquired, "Does that mean you want to make a contribution?" Seo-jin responded, "No matter where we come from, we are all martial artists. As martial artists, why wouldn't we want to go to the battlefield and fight against powerful masters?" Woon asked, "Did you say you are the first group leader? How long will it take you to get ready to go?" All of them were surprised by Woon's remark. A while later, Woon expressed, "I'm glad I was able to watch the morning training since I arrived at the Heavenly Elemental Squad earlier than expected. Although the size is not large, with a total of 3 groups of 12 people per group, what I saw wasn't a bunch of poor deserters but clearly an elite unit. I could see more than 10 people close to being first-rate martial artists. Well, maybe that's a given, since most of you are elite warriors who were selected by the Murim Alliance to win against us. That's why, if the squad leader allows it, I would like to form a group of 20 people from the Heavenly Elemental Squad and go on an expedition." Chang-jun said, "Isn't this a matter that our Lord has permitted himself? How could I dare to question it?" Woon instructed, "Peng Hien-chung, you will assist the first group leader in preparing for departure." Peng Hien-chung replied, "At your order." Woon stated, "During my absence, you two will help with the Heavenly Elemental Squad's matters here." Kang responded, "At your order." Seo-jin inquired, "At any rate, will our force be made up of a single group from the Heavenly Elemental Squad?" Woon was about to explain, but his words were interrupted when a servant shouted, "Squad leader, outside, the left guardian is here." Yong Dae-chung greeted, "Heavenly Elemental Squad, it's been a while since I've been back." Chang-jun greeted him and asked, "What brings you here, left guardian?" Yong Dae-chung replied, "I was passing by this place and decided to visit." At ease, at ease. Yong Dae-chung continued, "It's been a while, seventh young master." Woon said, "It must have been hard on you coming this far, left guardian." Yong Dae-chung asked, "Isn't it my job to manage our cult's troops? It's also because of the Violet Light group leaders nagging. In preparation for the conquest of Mount Faraway, it is difficult to provide large-scale support. The supply will be handled by the Seok family, and your force will be made up of 1 group from the Heavenly Elemental Squad, 2 groups from the Violet Light group, and one more group who will join you in the middle. Are you confident? Woon affirmed, of course. Notification. This video includes all the chapters released until today for this manhwa series. Stay tuned for updates on the next part. The 12th part of this manhwa series concludes here. The 13th part will be uploaded once at least 3 to 4 new chapters are released. Don't forget to like and subscribe for future release. See you in 3 days with a new episode.